Chapter 51, Gryffindor soars to the sky. The moon hung dimly in the sky, split into two halves, a perfect semicircle. Harry snapped his fingers, summoning a small flame with an igni sign. He stared at it for a moment before extinguishing it and heading back to the common room. The weekend passed with Harry absorbed in brewing potions. He barely left his dormitory. On Monday afternoon, the second defense against the dark arts class began. Lockhart, having learned from last week's fiasco, refrained from bringing in any evil, terrifying magical creatures. Instead, he turned the classroom into his personal stage. He invited students to reenact scenes from his novels, what he called dramatic recreations. The Ravenclaws were unimpressed, clearly embarrassed by the idea. The Gryffindors, however, eagerly raised their hands, practically bouncing with excitement. Lockhart was taken aback. Even first years hadn't been this enthusiastic before. Something was off, very off. After some hesitation, he chose Neville, who had not raised his hand. Neville, who often seemed like a Hufflepuff masquerading as a Gryffindor, struck Lockhart as the safest choice. Neville was bewildered but had no choice but to play a clumsy snowman. Surprisingly, he performed well, showcasing Lockhart's heroic demeanor perfectly. For the first time outside of herbology, Neville earned Gryffindor 15 points. The Gryffindors cheered and carried him out of class in celebration. The other houses couldn't understand. Lockhart was clearly a fraud, so why were the Gryffindors so enthusiastic about him? The Weasley twins even wrote a sonnet praising Lockhart. It was painfully cringeworthy. But Lockhart adored it, declaring the twins would have bright futures, and framed the poem to hang in the classroom for others to study. Then things changed. When the other houses noticed how unusually high Gryffindor's points had climbed, nearly 200 points in just 1 week, they started investigating. The answer was clear: Lockhart. In just a few days, he had awarded Gryffindor over 100 points. Realizing this, the other houses began their own campaigns to flatter Lockhart, matching Gryffindor's enthusiasm. Lockhart was elated, floating on cloud 9, truly believing he was beloved by all the students. That is, until Professor McGonagall intervened. She had to remind Lockhart not to hand out points so frequently or for trivial compliments like, "Professor Lockhart, you're so charming." Chastened, Lockhart began reining himself in. This forced the students to become more creative with their flattery to earn points. Friday. Harry returned to the common room after detention with McGonagall. Ron held up a colorful flyer, his face lit with excitement. "Harry, look. Wood just came by with this." "Quidditch tryouts?" Harry asked, taking the flyer. "The team's recruiting new players," Ron explained. "Fred told me Wood's desperate to find a good seeker. He's so stressed he's practically losing his hair. Are you going to try out?" During their first year flying lessons, Harry had been praised as the most talented student. "You could recommend him a bottle of Potter brand hair tonic," Harry said casually. "It works well." Balding was common among Muggles in Britain. Even Harry's cousin Dudley, at just 12, was starting to show signs of following in his father's footsteps. Wizards, however, rarely experienced hair loss. Quirrell was an exception, but that was likely because he shared his head with Voldemort, a parasite that clearly wasn't hair-friendly. As for Arthur Weasley, his balding wasn't by choice, nor was it because he didn't want to use hair tonic. "He's already using it," Ron teased. "But if he doesn't find a seeker soon, he might need it long-term." "Tomorrow afternoon, then?" Harry asked, checking the time on the flyer. "I'll give it a shot." He was genuinely interested in Quidditch. He hadn't missed a single match last year and was eager to try it for himself. The next day, after tending to the potion brewing in his dorm, Harry headed to the Quidditch pitch with Ron. Wood looked stressed. The candidates so far were mediocre at best. With some training, they might qualify as chasers or keepers, but none were seeker material. "Harry, you're here too." Fred was the first to spot them. "I thought you'd be too busy to make it," George added, waving. Wood turned, visibly relieved. "Potter, they've been telling me about your flying skills. Want to give it a try?" "What position?" "Seeker," Harry replied. Wood nodded. "Did you bring a broom?" Harry shook his head. Second years were allowed to bring brooms to school, but he hadn't purchased one yet. "You can borrow mine," Fred offered eagerly. "It's just a clean sweep 7, but it's a good broom." Wood clapped Harry on the shoulder. "Go on, give us a demonstration." Harry mounted the broom and kicked off. Instantly, he soared into the sky. The wind howled past his ears as he darted effortlessly through the air, executing tight turns and loops with ease. After a couple of laps, Wood gestured to George. George understood and mounted his broom. Fred released a bludger, which immediately hurtled toward George. A skilled beater, George reacted quickly, smacking the ball with his bat. The bludger spun in the air before redirecting itself toward Harry. The bludger was fast, but it didn't pose much of a challenge. Harry dodged it effortlessly, even toying with it as he maneuvered. "All right, Harry, come down," Wood shouted through cupped hands. George, grab the bludger. Harry landed smoothly. Wood rushed over, visibly excited. That was incredible. Wood exclaimed. I've heard you're sharp, how's your eyesight? Pretty good, Harry said modestly. That's exactly what Gryffindor needs. Wood said, throwing an arm around Harry. So, what do you say? Want to join the team? If I didn't, I'd be in the library right now, Harry replied with a nod. Wood beamed. Our first match is in early November. That gives us a month to prepare. Let's start training next Wednesday, how about it? Harry shook his head. Wednesday won't work, he said. Wood paused, confused. I've got detention with Professor McGonagall, Harry explained. Actually, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday are all out, detentions with McGonagall and Snape. Wood hesitated. What had Harry done to upset two professors so badly? You're a true Gryffindor, Wood finally said, after a long pause. Let's train on Tuesdays and Sundays for now, Wood suggested. Once your detentions are over. They might not end, Harry interrupted. Wood blinked. Might not end. What do you mean? I'm serving detention for the whole term, Harry said calmly. Wood tilted his head back in disbelief. A whole term. Gryffindor hasn't even lost that many points. Not that anyone would notice, Fred chimed in. Professor Lockhart's been pretty generous with points for Harry. We wrote another sonnet for him, and he only gave us 5 points, George added. But Harry answers one question, and he gets 10. If I didn't know Lockhart had a date with a 7th-year Hufflepuff last Thursday, I'd think he fancied you, George said with a grin. A date? With a student? Angelina, one of the chasers, leaned in. Really? George nodded eagerly. Yep. Fred and I saw it with our own eyes. After curfew, a 7th-year Hufflepuff went into his office. He's only been here a week. Angelina exclaimed. And he's a professor. Wood waved his hands to quiet them. This isn't the time for gossip. We've still got more players to test. By the end of the day, Wood managed to select a few new recruits for training. He was relieved that their practice schedule didn't conflict with Slytherin's. Explaining Harry's detentions to the other houses would already be a challenge. At least Gryffindor's chaos wasn't unexpected. The next day. During practice, Wood released the golden snitch. It took Harry less than 10 minutes to find and catch it effortlessly. Get a proper broom, Wood said after practice, clenching his fists. We haven't won the Quidditch Cup in 6 years, not since Charlie. The Nimbus 2001 is the best, but last year's Nimbus 2000 isn't bad either. Harry nodded. He wasn't short on funds, and a good broom was worth the investment. Back in the common room, Harry searched the Daily Prophet's advertisements for broomstick suppliers. He wrote a letter for Hedwig to deliver, ordering a top-of-the-line broomstick. Hedwig, annoyed at being asked to run another errand so soon, needed some coaxing before she finally agreed. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 52, Slytherin has no portraits. The next day, a brand new Nimbus 2001 appeared on the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall. Hedwig hooted, confirming Harry had no more letters for her to deliver, and spread her wings to fly off, straight to the Dursleys. Petunia's owl food stash was already depleted. It wasn't just Hedwig who needed it. In the Ollery, she'd made a few friends who shared her enthusiasm for Petunia's homemade owl treats. Ron gently stroked the long package, his touch reverent and his gaze envious. The scent of wealth, practically dripping with golden galleons, left him slightly dizzy. This is a Nimbus 2001. The feel is incredible, he marveled. You haven't even unwrapped it yet, Harry reminded him dryly. No, the weight. You can tell it's extraordinary just by holding it. It weighs about the same as a Clean Sweep 7, Harry cut him off. Clean Sweep 7 can't compare to a Nimbus 2001. Ron retorted, launching into a passionate spiel. The Clean Sweep tops out at 80 miles per hour, but the Nimbus 2001 can reach 110 miles per hour. It accelerates to 85 miles per hour in just 10 seconds. Northwest Broomstick comes close to matching it. He continued, rattling off details Harry hadn't even thought of, wood properties, seat comfort, and more. It wasn't just an explanation. It was an impassioned ode to the Nimbus 2001. And it truly was an exceptional broom. During practice, Harry could feel its superiority, more responsive direction changes, faster acceleration. The experience sparked a thought, perhaps he should try incorporating weapons like flails into his combat training. Eventually, Wood managed to negotiate with Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff to swap practice times. However, members of both teams couldn't resist dropping by to witness the Gryffindor's predicament firsthand. After all, Harry was serving a semester-long detention, a feat no other student had ever achieved. Second-year life was much busier than first year. Between classes, detention, and Quidditch practice, Harry's schedule was relentless. By the end of September, the lacewing flies had finished brewing. Harry moved the potion to an abandoned classroom that hadn't been used for at least 3 months, where he continued brewing. Now, the potion was only missing one final ingredient, something from a specific person. In the common room, Ron was brainstorming ideas. Malfoy. He's arrogant enough to steal a portrait. Snape likes him too. I think Goyle or Crabbe, Hermione suggested. They'd be easier to target, they're both gluttons. Harry shook his head. No, I'm not going after underclassmen. Ron and Hermione exchanged confused looks. It's too risky. They'd immediately suspect me, Harry explained. I'm planning to target Graham Montague. Montague. Who's that? Ron frowned. Hermione thought for a moment before recalling the name. A fourth year. He was ranked second in the school last year. Slytherin's most outstanding student. Wouldn't that make him harder to deal with? Ron's brows furrowed further. He was older, more experienced, and smarter, hardly an easy target. People will think it was a sixth or seventh year who did it, Harry reasoned. Even if something goes wrong, no one will suspect me. Hermione clenched her fists. Monday, October 5th. A light drizzle hung over the day. After enduring another farcical defense against the dark arts class, and earning 5 points in the process, Harry donned his invisibility cloak and began tailing his target. It didn't take long to find an opportunity. When Montague went to the restroom, Harry struck. Stupefy. Caught off guard in a safe environment, Montague hadn't anticipated an attack while he was relieving himself. He collapsed unceremoniously, crashing into the toilet. Harry flicked his wand, and the toilet's chain extended, transforming into ropes that bound Montague tightly like a crab. He plucked a single hair from the boy's head and added it to the polyjuice potion. The potion bubbled violently before settling into a deep, murky brown. It smelled faintly of absinthe and alcohol, a less than appetizing combination. Heat surged through Harry's body as the potion worked its magic, reshaping his bones, thickening his fingers, and broadening his shoulders. Before he could fully register the transformation, it was over. Harry conjured a mirror and inspected his new reflection. He was entirely unrecognizable. His clothes, however, didn't fit. The 14-year-old body strained against his 12-year-old robes. Harry hesitated for a moment before deciding not to wear Montague's soiled robes, which reeked of toilet water. Instead, he used a transfiguration spell to modify his own robes into Slytherin attire. After casting another stupefy on Montague to ensure he stayed unconscious, Harry left the restroom. He didn't head straight to the Slytherin common room. First, he found a lone Slytherin student and used Axii to extract the password. The Slytherin password was appropriately elegant, Opalstone. The Slytherin common room was relatively quiet for a Monday evening. The younger students had gone out to play, leaving only the older ones poring over their textbooks, preparing for exams. Montague. You're back already. A nearby student looked up, surprised. Weren't you supposed to be at practice? I ran into Professor Snape, Harry replied in the gentlest tone he could muster. He asked me to retrieve something for him. What? The student looked even more puzzled. Snape wasn't the type to send students on errands. A Slytherin portrait, Harry said, feigning curiosity as he glanced around. I don't think I've seen one before. The student froze, then nodded thoughtfully. He stood up. I know where it is. I'll take you there. Harry followed but quickly grew wary. The boy's footsteps were heavy, his movements cautious. He seemed ready to turn at any moment. His hand reached into his robes, toward his wand. Was he planning an attack? Harry stopped in his tracks, retreating a few steps. Had he been exposed? But how? Stupefy. The older student whipped around, casting a spell. Harry dodged, raising his wand to send tables and chairs flying between them. He bolted for the door. Stop him, the boy shouted. He's a Gryffindor in disguise. He's here to steal a Slytherin portrait. To steal something that doesn't even exist. Typical brainless Gryffindor. The last remark dripped with disdain. The other Slytherins, alerted by the commotion, instinctively began casting spells. Stunning spells, petrification jinxes, and even curses tinged with dark magic filled the air. Protego. Harry's face darkened as he conjured a shield charm. The invisible barrier enveloped him, absorbing the onslaught. He dodged the most dangerous curses, allowing the shield to deflect the weaker ones. Damn it. The Sorting Hat had lied, there weren't any Slytherin portraits in their common room. It was an oversight, a trap he hadn't accounted for. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 53, The Sorting Hat, I Didn't Lie. Harry didn't have the Sorting Hat with him, nor could he use his Witcher techniques. Those would be far too identifiable. Instead, he raised his wand. Chairs and tables twisted and transformed into brambles, forming a barrier before him. But they barely slowed his pursuers. A series of blasting curses reduced them to splinters in an instant. That moment, however brief, was enough. Harry cast another spell. Obscuro Nimbus. Thick fog rolled out, mixing with the dust from the explosions, cloaking his figure and enveloping the doorway in a shroud. "He's trying to escape," someone shouted. Before the words had fully left their mouth, the door to the common room swung open, and Harry bolted through it. The Slytherins followed close behind. As they emerged from the fog, their view cleared, and they saw a figure darting into the bathrooms of the underground corridor. Inside the restroom, the air was still. Wary and on guard, the Slytherins checked each stall one by one. All 16 cubicles, from the outermost to the innermost. What they found were a few panicked first and second years, who hadn't yet managed to pull up their trousers and now stared at them, pale and humiliated. But of the intruder, nothing. "He must have used a disillusionment charm," one Slytherin suggested, raising their wand. "Finite incantatem." The others followed suit, chanting the same incantation. The combined force of over a dozen finite charms swept through the bathroom, dissipating any magical concealment in its range. Nothing. "Where is he?" "Gone." The Slytherins' faces darkened in frustration. The first one to shout the spell frowned and declared, "We'll tell Professor Snape. He'll find him for sure." But Harry had already donned his invisibility cloak and slipped through the crowd unnoticed. Once safely away, he waited for the effects of the polyjuice potion to wear off. After about 30 minutes, his body returned to its normal form. Calmly, he adjusted his Gryffindor robes and walked back to the tower. The Gryffindor common room was lively and buzzing with excitement. Students of all years crowded together, talking loudly. "Harry, Professor McGonagall came by earlier," Hermione said, exhaling in relief when she saw him. She took a group of people away for questioning. "They're saying someone snuck into the Slytherin common room. I was so worried." "How did you get caught?" Ron whispered, astonished. "You used polyjuice potion." Harry said nothing. Instead, he gestured for them to follow him to the dormitory. Neville and the others were still in the common room, animatedly discussing the hero, or rather, the outlaw, who had dared to invade the Slytherin stronghold. Harry locked the door with a sealing charm, then turned to the Sorting Hat resting on his bed. "Well, care to explain yourself, Mr. Hat?" he asked, his tone calm but laced with danger. The Sorting Hat tipped its brim slightly. "There's no portrait of Salazar Slytherin," Harry began quietly, a menacing edge to his voice. Who could have guessed that one of Hogwarts' symbols, a relic of Gryffindor himself, would resort to lying? "Harry, I didn't lie," the Sorting Hat protested, its voice indignant. "There is a portrait of Salazar Slytherin in the Slytherin common room. Gryffindor's trials are bound to Hogwarts' castle contract," it continued. "If that portrait had been removed, destroyed, or deliberately hidden, I would have sensed it. I'm the most important piece of this trial." It paused for dramatic effect. "The portrait is right there in the Slytherin common room, plain as day. Every Slytherin student can see it." Hermione frowned. She quickly deduced how Harry's cover had been blown. The Slytherins didn't believe there was a portrait of their founder in their common room. Harry's claim, under the guise of a Snape errand, had instantly raised suspicion. But if the Sorting Hat was so adamant, the contradiction was glaring. Harry pressed his wand against the hat. "You've been around for over 1,000 years. If I had to choose between believing you were the collective intelligence of Slytherins, I'd say you're the one with the problem." "I do not," the Sorting Hat growled, its brim trembling with frustration. "I'm one with Hogwarts. As long as this castle stands, I cannot be damaged." It straightened proudly. "I swear on Gryffindor's name, and on Hogwarts itself, the trial is intact." Then, with a mischievous chuckle, it added, "This isn't Dumbledore's little prank from last year. Over 1,000 years, many have tried, brilliant, ambitious wizards who, like you, wielded Gryffindor's sword. They all failed. To be Gryffindor's successor, you must surpass Gryffindor himself, my dear Harry." Harry's face was unreadable. "So every Slytherin can see it, but none of them recognize it as Slytherin's portrait. Does being in Slytherin mean having a rock for a brain?" The Sorting Hat wiggled in annoyance and fell silent. "Looks like we're heading back to the library," Harry muttered, lowering his wand. "Time to dig up more information about Slytherin. And while we're at it, we should check on Gryffindor. Maybe he had a midlife crisis like Dumbledore and let someone dump rubbish in his brain." Ron's brain stalled at the bizarre exchange. He was still puzzling over the Sorting Hat's cryptic remarks about seeing something yet not seeing it. The dormitory door swung open. Standing outside were Seamus and Neville. "See, I told you Granger was here too," Seamus teased, waggling his eyebrows at Neville, whose face turned bright red. "Wait." Seamus suddenly noticed Ron trailing behind Harry. "Ron. What are you doing in there?" Ron gestured at his bed. "This is my dormitory." "Anyway," Harry interrupted, "what's going on?" "We're here to fetch you for a celebration," Seamus explained. Apparently someone, rumored to be a Gryffindor, broke into the Slytherin common room. The twins brought a bunch of drinks. "There's also cake," Neville added. "And a whole roasted lamb. I don't know how they got it." McGonagall had hauled nearly every 6th and 7th year student in for questioning, along with a few standout 5th years. Snape had nearly resorted to veritaserum. The humiliation of having someone infiltrate his house's common room, and then escape, was nearly unbearable. The lions didn't care who had done it. To them, it was cause for celebration. Harry wasn't in the mood to drink. After getting a few people tipsy, he called it a night, watching as the twins transformed Percy's arms into swan wings and coaxed him into dancing. By the weekend, Harry, Hermione, and Ron had buried themselves in the library, researching Salazar Slytherin. Parseltongue. Harry froze as he read the first line of a book. Talking to snakes is a rare ability. Of course. Ron nodded. Not everyone can do it. Only Slytherin's descendants. I can. Harry's tone was heavy. Both Hermione and Ron stared at him. I've always been able to talk to snakes, Harry admitted. Among Witchers, his ability had earned him the nickname Snake Talker, and many had mistakenly thought he was from the Viper School. Could I be Slytherin's descendant? Harry wondered aloud. He doubted it. The Potter family tree had no connections to Slytherin. Was it because of the fragment of Voldemort's soul in his scar? The thought left him uneasy. Ron laughed nervously, but his grin faded as realization dawned. Harry, that's not funny. I'm not the Sorting Hat, Harry replied grimly. I'm not joking. Ron's expression twisted. Oh, no. Did Slytherin have an animagus form? Harry asked, flipping through pages faster. Hermione began combing through books as well. Over an hour later, Hermione shook her head. Nothing. Ron, however, found something peculiar. There's a rumor that the giant squid in the Black Lake might be Gryffindor. That's absurd. Hermione dismissed. No wizard has lived for 1,000 years. Harry closed his book and posed a question. If Slytherin had an animagus form, what do you think it would be? A snake. Hermione and Ron answered in unison, without hesitation. Hermione's eyes widened as realization struck. Are you saying that the so-called portrait in the Slytherin common room isn't a painting of him, but of his animagus form? Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 54, Keep the Snakes Away from Hogwarts. Every Slytherin had seen it. Yet not a single one could recognize it. The animagus registry doesn't list Salazar Slytherin, Ron grumbled, flipping through the book in his hands. Or Godric Gryffindor, for that matter. The Ministry of Magic wasn't established until the 17th century, Hermione corrected, rolling her eyes. The founders lived over 1,000 years ago. Ron's face flushed. He nodded, closing the book with a sheepish thud. In the days that followed, Harry made no further attempts to sneak into the Slytherin common room. The Snake House was on high alert, scrutinizing every student who ventured into the underground corridors. Even the Hufflepuffs were not spared. The constant barrage of whirlwind charms was disrupting student life. After several skirmishes between the Hufflepuffs and Slytherins, an uneasy truce was established. The kitchen became the agreed boundary. The Slytherins were allowed to interrogate anyone crossing into their territory, but the Hufflepuffs insisted the kitchen was off limits. Harry, however, found another way. He set his sights on Tracy Davis, a Slytherin girl in his year. Tracy was a half-blood who had grown up entirely in the Muggle world, making her the lowest rung on Slytherin's social ladder. Bullied and ostracized, she had no friends, unless a few Hufflepuffs counted. She was so reclusive that she even went to the bathroom alone. Hermione, by contrast, always went with Lavender and the other girls. Harry tracked Tracy, following her into the bathroom. When she emerged from a stall, he acted. Axii. The charm hit her. Her eyes glazed over as she stood, dazed. Harry wasted no time. He extracted the new password, Fong. Then, casting a stunning spell, he plucked a strand of her hair and added it to a fresh batch of polyjuice potion. The potion tasted vile, like swallowing raw gunpowder. Heat radiated from his stomach, spreading through his limbs as his body underwent a rapid transformation. Harry now stood in Tracy's form. With a flick of his wand, he altered his Gryffindor robes into Slytherin green. He also removed Tracy's glasses and placed them on his own face. Then, clutching a pile of books, he walked purposefully toward the Slytherin common room. No one paid attention to Tracy, the girl with no presence. Harry muttered the password at the door. Fong. As the door swung open, a sudden whirlwind erupted, blowing his robes upward. Harry hastily pushed them back down. Nobody laughed or jeered. This wasn't bullying, it was precaution. They were clearly warding against the use of invisibility cloaks. Harry silently praised his foresight in not attempting a cloaked infiltration. Carrying his books, he chose a corner seat, trying to blend into the background as he observed the underground common room, which looked like a grand aquarium. Paintings of snakes adorned the walls, 4 or 5 in total. Which one was it? Would he need to steal them all? Feigning work, Harry waited until the room grew quieter. Then, he approached the first painting. The artwork depicted a group of 7 or 8 snakes coiling menacingly around a proud lion. As they hissed, Harry, fluent in Parseltongue, understood them perfectly. Mrs. Morris really needs to get her act together. He paused, bemused. Clearly, the artist had injected their personal thoughts into the painting, filling in the blanks where they lacked knowledge of Parseltongue. Moving on to the next painting, he found a massive black cobra with glossy scales. Its expression was regal, but its dialogue was less so. They promised me a villa. What I got was a goblin. Might as well have been a troll. Harry nearly laughed. Life in the wizarding art world was apparently full of drama. It wasn't until he reached the fourth painting that something clicked. The canvas was dominated by shimmering lake water, with Hogwarts faintly visible in the distance. A small, slender green snake slithered away from the castle along the shoreline. Harry's instincts told him this was it. Legend had it that in his later years, Slytherin had grown disillusioned with the other founders and left the castle alone. Leaning closer, Harry heard the snake in the painting speak. I am the great Salazar Slytherin. Any Parselmouth who finds this portrait can claim my inheritance within Hogwarts. Seek out the immobile serpent and speak the word, open. You shall enter my chamber. So, the snake claimed to be Slytherin. This had to be the painting he was looking for. To be thorough, Harry checked the remaining paintings. One simply hissed, 10,000 galleons. 10,000 galleons. Another boasted, I'm the greatest artist among wizards. Monet thinks he's better. Ha, let's see him paint blind. None were the least bit serious. Harry returned to his seat, diligently working on his assignments. Both Snape and McGonagall had given him plenty of extra essays to complete during his detentions, and he wasn't about to fall behind. The hours crept by, and as curfew set in, students gradually left the common room. But 3 older Slytherins remained, huddled near the fireplace. It seemed they intended to stand guard, just in case their mysterious intruder returned. Harry waited. By 3 in the morning, the 3 guards had succumbed to exhaustion, nodding off in their chairs. Harry rose, careful not to make a sound. He removed the painting from the wall, tucking it into his robes. Then, slipping on his invisibility cloak, he crept out of the common room. He stopped by the bathroom to revive Tracy, leaving her to return on her own. When Harry finally reached the Gryffindor common room, Hermione was waiting. Strictly speaking, only Hermione was waiting. Ron was fast asleep, mumbling something about spells. The portrait shifted slightly as Harry placed it on the table. Harry. Hermione called softly, her tone uncertain. It's me, came the response. But the voice wasn't Harry's, it was a girl's. You. Hermione turned toward the sound, confusion spreading across her face. The polyjuice potion hasn't worn off yet, Harry explained, still invisible. You're a girl. Hermione gasped. Harry shrugged under the cloak. It was the easiest way. Did you find the painting? Hermione pressed. Yes, Harry confirmed. For a Parselmouth, it was almost too easy. Without Parseltongue, it would have been a far more challenging task. But the ability, which didn't truly belong to him, had proven invaluable. He laid the painting on the table and unrolled it. It was a beautiful landscape. Where's Slytherin? Hermione asked, squinting in confusion. Bottom right corner. The tiny green snake, Harry pointed out. Hermione stared at the minuscule figure in disbelief. That's Slytherin, she exclaimed. One of the greatest wizards in history, and his portrait is this, small. I'll get the hat, Harry said, leaving the room. When he returned, he wasted no time prodding the sorting hat. I've got the painting. What's the next trial? Can't this wait until morning, the sorting hat grumbled. If you had a brain to sleep with, maybe, Harry retorted. What's the second trial? Fine, the hat sighed. Flip the painting over. Hermione turned it over, revealing a blank canvas. Harry tapped it with his wand. Apparitium. Ink began to spread, forming an intricate map. It's. Hermione hesitated. It's not the castle. It's the Forbidden Forest, Harry recognized immediately. The layout had changed over time, but it was unmistakable. The second trial, the sorting hat intoned, is to traverse the forest and retrieve the treasure marked on the map. The location was far beyond the areas Harry had previously explored, requiring him to venture past the Acromantula territory and even deeper into the woods. Classic Gryffindor, Harry muttered, rolling his eyes. He revealed himself as the potion's effects wore off, much to Hermione's disappointment. She'd been curious to see a female version of Harry. As for the Chamber of Secrets, Harry decided to put it off. Slytherin's inheritance could wait until after he'd claimed Gryffindor's. If the chamber tested for a true Slytherin, he didn't want to take any chances. The next morning, Harry's rare indulgence in sleeping in was interrupted by McGonagall, who roused all the Gryffindors with an announcement. Last night, the Slytherin common room was robbed, she informed them sternly. A painting has gone missing. Does anyone here know anything about it? I wish I'd done it. Fred called out. But, Professor, you know I don't have the skills. If we could have done it, George added, it wouldn't have been just one painting. McGonagall shot them a sharp look. This is no laughing matter, Mr. Weasley. She added, I hope none of you were involved. And be cautious, Professor Snape is livid. Thanks for the warning. Fred quipped, clapping enthusiastically. McGonagall glared. Gryffindor loses 1 point, Mr. Weasley. And don't think you can flatter me like you do Professor Lockhart. After all, some things were better left unsaid. Chapter 55, Nothing There. Gryffindor openly celebrated, unbothered by subtlety. Slytherin retaliated wildly, targeting both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students alike. Snape was seething, deducting points from every house under the thinnest pretext. Gryffindor, of course, bore the brunt of his wrath. Even Ron fell victim to Snape's sharpest insults to date. Ron had been trying harder lately, consulting both Harry and Hermione for tips on potion-making techniques. In class, he eagerly applied several methods he had learned, hoping to avoid Snape's scorn for once. Instead, he got, "Ah, Mr. Weasley, finally embracing your inner troll. A poor imitation. You lucked out this time, but next time. I expect St. Mungo's will be seeing you. If you're short of proper materials, visit the supply cupboard. Instead of wasting your time with tools you're clearly not ready for." 5 points from Gryffindor. Ron was so furious he almost pulled out his wand then and there to duel Snape to the death. "It's not fair," he fumed after class, venting to Harry and Hermione. "Why does Hermione get points for using those techniques, and I lose them? Are you seriously expecting fairness from Snape?" Harry countered, raising an eyebrow. Ron paused mid-step. The simple statement lifted his mood considerably. Thinking about it, Harry was far more skilled than he was and still got docked even more points. That alone made Ron feel a little better. Passing by the house point hourglasses, they saw that Gryffindor's once dominant lead had dwindled. Now, their points were on par with the other 3 houses. Snape had been relentless. The other house heads were uneasy. They couldn't stoop to Snape's level, blatantly favoring their own house while nitpicking others, but they weren't happy about it either. Their solution: encourage their students to follow Fred and George's example. Use Lockhart as much as possible. After all, nobody wanted all 4 houses to be sitting below 100 points by the end of term. Harry's schedule was packed lately. Between detentions with professors, Quidditch practice, coaxing Lockhart into signing passes for the restricted section, and experimenting with ways to brew Witcher potions in this magical world, there was barely a moment to spare. It wasn't until the night before Halloween that he found a brief reprieve. Nearly headless Nick floated into the Gryffindor common room. "Mr. Potter." His translucent head emerged from beneath a table, earnest eyes fixed on Harry. "Apologies for interrupting," Nick said hesitantly. Both Ron and Hermione flinched in surprise at the ghost's sudden appearance. "What is it?" Harry asked, looking up from his homework. "Well, it's my 500th death day tomorrow," Nick began awkwardly, "and I'd like to extend an invitation for you to attend the celebration. We're hosting it in one of the castle's larger underground classrooms. My dearest friends will all be there." Nick's ghostly features wavered, hopeful. "And of course," he added quickly, "Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley are welcome to join as well." "Like a birthday party?" Harry asked flatly. Hermione and Ron gaped at him. The thought had crossed their minds, but Harry's bluntness felt a little inappropriate. After all, a death day was hardly cause for celebration, and comparing it to a birthday seemed tactless. Nick, however, seemed unbothered. If anything, he looked pleased. "Yes, exactly like a birthday party," he said, nodding so vigorously that his almost detached head swung precariously. "It will be a grand affair. I've even booked a renowned ghostly band to perform. I understand, of course, that you might prefer the feast upstairs with the living," Nick continued delicately. "But I'd be so honored if..." Harry cut him off. "I'd much rather attend the living feast, yes." Nick blinked, taken aback. "Well, if you're sure." Turning to Hermione and Ron, he asked hopefully, "And you too? Miss Granger? Mr. Weasley?" Hermione hesitated, tempted but ultimately shook her head. "Sorry, I don't think I'll have time." Ron, however, was more reluctant. Dancing with ghosts at a death day party? That sounded amazing. But with both Harry and Hermione declining, he couldn't very well go alone. Reluctantly, he shook his head too. Nick sighed dramatically and floated off to extend invitations elsewhere. "Why didn't you agree to go?" Ron demanded as soon as Nick was out of earshot. "A death day party? That's incredible. Have you ever been to one?" Harry countered. Ron hesitated. "No, but..." "And it sounds fascinating," Hermione added thoughtfully. "Ghosts and the living should maintain their boundaries," Harry replied coolly. "Ghost parties won't even have food we can eat." Nick's persistent invitations did win over a few students, though. Neville, too timid to refuse, reluctantly agreed. Ginny, Ron's little sister, also found herself cornered into attending. Beyond those two, however, Nick had no luck. Halloween night. Hogwarts never did things halfway for holidays. Pumpkin lanterns and floating ghost candles adorned the Great Hall, and a feast of pumpkin-themed dishes stretched across the tables. While Ron wrestled with a pumpkin pie, Ginny returned, looking pale and shaken. "How was the Death Day party?" Ron asked, his mouth full. Ginny sat down heavily, staring blankly ahead. "Ginny." Ron prodded, poking her shoulder. "I'm asking about the party. How was it?" Ginny shuddered, shaking her head. "It was awful," she whispered, voice trembling. Her face was pale as she recounted the event. "All ghosts. No food, at least, nothing edible. Just rotting scraps. I couldn't stand it. I made an excuse and left." Harry had been right. Declining had been the wisest choice. Ron looked down at the chicken leg in his hand with newfound appreciation. Ginny, however, barely touched her food, sipping a small cup of pumpkin juice before setting it aside. As the feast wound down, a sudden shriek shattered the air, Neville's voice. Professor McGonagall sprang to her feet, followed by a wave of students and teachers rushing toward the commotion. The source was just outside the Great Hall, at the base of the grand staircase near Filch's office. There, written in large, red letters on the wall between two windows. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." Beneath the ominous message, a puddle of water glistened on the floor. Mrs. Norris, Filch's beloved cat, hung limply by her tail from a torch bracket. She was petrified, her body stiff and lifeless, yet faint traces of vitality lingered. Harry's expression darkened as he surveyed the scene. The Chamber of Secrets. Slytherin's chamber. But the painting was in his possession. Could someone else have discovered its secrets first? More troubling, however, was the absence of any signs, no magical traces, no auras. The attack had been completely silent, leaving behind no footprints or lingering energy. Even the air smelled clean, except for... Harry inhaled sharply. The faint scent of paint clung to the wall, but none of the surrounding students or teachers bore the same trace. Not the panicked Neville, nor the young couple who had stumbled onto the scene. Not even Ginny. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 56, The Secret of the Chamber. The person who left the writing and petrified Mrs. Norris had meticulously erased all traces of their presence. Even the faintest magical aura was absent. The Chamber of Secrets. The phrase weighed heavily on Harry's mind. Filch pushed through the crowd, stumbling to the scene. When his eyes fell on his beloved cat, hanging stiffly from the torch bracket, his face froze in disbelief. The surrounding chatter faded into a high-pitched hum, sharp and deafening, as if the world itself were mocking him. After a long moment, he staggered forward, his legs wobbling beneath him like worn hinges. His left foot caught on his right, and he fell heavily into the puddle below the writing. Filch didn't even try to get up. He simply raised his head slightly, his eyes locking onto Mrs. Norris's lifeless, petrified pupils, still filled with frozen terror. Mrs. Norris. Who did this? Who hurt her? Filch's voice cracked as his gaze darted between the gathered students. Hatred and suspicion burned in his eyes, his trembling hands clutching at the puddle beneath him. To him, every face was guilty. They all wanted me gone. They all wanted to see her gone, too. She's been murdered, Filch croaked. She's been killed. Lockhart, however, seemed rather invigorated by the chaos. This might be the result of a transfiguration torture curse, he exclaimed dramatically. I've encountered such spells numerous times, but alas, I arrived too late to save her. If only I had been here, I could have undone it with ease. I know the perfect counter-curse. Professor Lockhart, Harry interrupted, unable to contain himself, perhaps you've been overworking your kidneys. It seems your eyesight is also failing. Lockhart blinked, startled. This cat isn't dead. For a moment, Filch's despair cracked, a flicker of hope flashing in his eyes. He turned to Harry with trembling lips. Mr. Potter, she's alive. You can trust him, Argus, Professor McGonagall interjected briskly. She barely spared Lockhart a glance before waving her wand, tidying Filch's robes with a quick cleaning spell. Mrs. Norris is not dead. Lockhart froze, his smug smile faltering. I was just about to say the same thing, he muttered, attempting to salvage his pride. Then why is she frozen like that? Why won't she move? Filch's voice broke into sobs, his anger giving way to sheer desperation. Argus, Dumbledore said gently, stepping forward. Perhaps we should discuss this in my office. He waved his wand, gently lifting Mrs. Norris from the torch bracket. Minerva, he continued, would you mind taking Mrs. Norris to Madame Pomfrey? Perhaps she can find a solution. McGonagall nodded, her expression grave. You may use my office, it's just upstairs, Lockhart offered eagerly, practically bouncing on his heels. Dumbledore gave a slight nod. They began to ascend the staircase, Dumbledore leading the way. Harry suddenly stepped forward. Harry. His unexpected action drew surprised looks from Dumbledore, Ron, Hermione, and even Snape, who had just been about to leave. I may know something, Harry said quietly. Dumbledore paused, considering him carefully. In that case, come along. The crowd parted, allowing them to pass. Lockhart strutted ahead, radiating smug self-importance, as though he were orchestrating the entire investigation. Snape followed silently, his expression darker than the storm clouds over the Forbidden Forest. Lockhart's office was as garish as ever. The pink walls were adorned with framed portraits and photographs of himself. As Dumbledore entered, the enchanted images scrambled in panic, hastily concealing themselves, some still wearing hair curlers or face masks. Lockhart fumbled for matches to light the candles, but Snape waved his wand, instantly illuminating the room. "Professor Dumbledore," Filch pleaded, his voice raw, "what's happened to her? What's wrong with my Mrs. Norris?" "She's been petrified," Dumbledore explained gently. "A very advanced form of dark magic. I'll need time to undo it. But Harry is correct, she isn't dead. There may be hope with Madame Pomfrey," he continued. "And Professor Sprout has been growing mandrakes with her second-year students. Once they mature, we can brew a restorative potion capable of reversing nearly any magical affliction." Lockhart seized the moment. "I can assist," he exclaimed. "I've brewed restorative potions well over 100 times. Why, I could even do it in my sleep." Snape's voice cut through the room like a blade. "Planning to take over the potions classroom, are we, Lockhart?" Lockhart's grin stiffened. "Ah, no. Of course not." Turning to Harry, Snape sneered. "So what brings you here, Potter? Finally grown so arrogant from McGonagall and Flitwick's praise that you think only you can solve Hogwarts problems? Do you consider all your professors imbeciles? Or is the chosen one the only one fit to act?" Harry met his glare without flinching. "Perhaps Professor Lockhart should escort Mr. Filch to the hospital wing. He seems like he needs rest." Filch shook his head furiously. No, I need to know who did this. Whoever played this cruel trick on her must be punished." Harry offered a small, calming smile. "I don't know yet, but you can trust Professor Dumbledore. If he hasn't been influenced by Professor Snape's suggestions, he'll resolve this soon enough." Dumbledore sighed, rubbing his temples. "Harry, you shouldn't speak about an old man like that. And starting tomorrow, I'll make sure you're supplied with potions to help with digestion, Headmaster," Snape sneered. Lockhart beamed, but Dumbledore cut him off. "Lockhart, would you kindly escort Mr. Filch to Madame Pomfrey? He'll need some support." Though phrased as a request, it left no room for argument. Lockhart's smile faltered, but he nodded stiffly. "Of course. Anything for you, Headmaster." Once they were gone, Harry turned to the portraits on the walls. "Professor Dumbledore," he said, "could you cast a spell on these?" Understanding immediately, Dumbledore waved his wand, and a misty veil covered every frame and photograph. "Now, Harry," Dumbledore said, "you can speak freely." "I stole the painting from the Slytherin common room," Harry began bluntly. Snape stiffened, narrowing his eyes. "That's what you wanted to say." "There's more," Harry replied. "Be patient." He continued, "It's part of Gryffindor's trial. The first task was to retrieve the painting." Snape scoffed. "The stolen item was a landscape painting." Harry nodded. "The small snake in the painting, it's Slytherin's animagus form. I can speak Parseltongue," he added, "because of Voldemort's soul fragment inside me." Snape's face twisted in shock and fury. Even Dumbledore leaned back slightly, his expression faintly alarmed. Harry pressed on, ignoring their reactions. "Gryffindor's trial was probably designed to make me figure out that the snake represented Slytherin. But he likely didn't anticipate that a Gryffindor would know Parseltongue. That made finding the painting much easier for me." And in Parseltongue, Harry concluded, the snake spoke about the Chamber of Secrets. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 57, 50 Years Ago. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, his expression momentarily dazed. "It seems you have something to say?" Harry asked, watching him closely. Dumbledore nodded, gesturing for everyone to take a seat. With a flick of his wand, he sealed the office door with a binding spell. "Your words have cleared up a long-standing mystery for me," Dumbledore began, his tone heavy with regret. "Something I've always felt was one of my greatest failures." Harry's expression remained impassive as he waited for him to continue. 50 years ago, the Chamber of Secrets was opened," Dumbledore said at last. "A student died that year. I always suspected Tom, Voldemort," he continued. "But I found no proof. After an investigation, the Ministry hastily concluded that it was Rubeus Hagrid who opened the chamber." Harry clicked his tongue. Hagrid. They blamed him for opening the Chamber of Secrets. Was Snape stuffing brains with dung stones even back then? Gryffindor, the heir of Slytherin. Don't they realize how ridiculous that sounds? "They didn't need my help," Snape sneered coldly. "If I had stuffed dung stones into their heads, perhaps they'd have turned out smarter." It was indeed absurd, Dumbledore agreed with a sigh. But at the time, Rubeus was secretly raising an acromantula, already the size of a human head. The Ministry thought they had evidence. "They must have received troll grades in care of magical creatures," Harry muttered, shaking his head. He had faced acromantulas before. While they were highly venomous, they had no magical abilities capable of causing petrification. There was no petrification, Dumbledore clarified, his voice heavy. The student died. After Hagrid was expelled, the chamber's activity ceased. The Ministry likely believed they'd solved the case splendidly. I continued to suspect Tom. And now I finally understand how he found the chamber. Parseltongue. It was such an obvious explanation. Was this another one of your deliberate plans? Harry suddenly asked. Dumbledore froze. What plan? Voldemort, Harry replied, his tone sharp. Did you deliberately let him in again? Dumbledore's expression became serious, and he shook his head. Harry, I swear, this time, I did not. In fact, he added, glancing at Snape, I was surprised even Severus didn't detect anything. Snape's face darkened, his hand tightening on his wand. He had always distrusted Dumbledore's methods, believing the men incapable of resisting any opportunity to gamble with Harry's life. But now. It seemed the fault lay with him this time. The realization was deeply unpleasant. His breathing grew heavier, though he said nothing. You suspect Voldemort? Dumbledore asked after a moment. Why couldn't it be another student? Parseltongue, Harry replied succinctly. It's not exactly a common skill. I'd like to think it's just a student, Harry admitted. But there's no trace left behind, no magic signature, no scent. It's not something just anyone could manage. Deceiving a Witcher was no simple feat. Harry continued. Slytherin's instructions were clear, find the motionless snake in the school. Speak the word open to reveal the chamber's entrance. A motionless snake. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with interest. Good, Harry. At the very least, we've uncovered the first of Voldemort's secrets. Harry stood abruptly. Let's resolve this quickly. I don't feel safe. A shadowy presence, most likely connected to Voldemort, was lurking nearby. Where? He had no idea. How had they infiltrated the school? He didn't know that either. Hogwarts was just so secure. Harry, won't you help me? Dumbledore asked gently. Harry shook his head firmly. You're the headmaster. I'm a second year. This time, you have no compelling reason to involve me, right? You just need to find a motionless snake in the castle, he added. Not catch a live one in the Forbidden Forest. I'm busy this year, Harry finished, squatting briefly and holding up 6 fingers. I've got activities 6 nights a week, professors' detentions, Quidditch practice, the Gryffindor trials. And causing trouble for Slytherin, Snape added drily. Harry ignored him and continued smoothly. You can handle this on your own, can't you? Call me when you need Parseltongue. Snape was the next to speak, his voice thick with mockery. Dumbledore, I'm starting to wonder if I really did stuff dungstones into your brain. Wake up, he snapped. Potter is a 12-year-old boy. He might be slightly more capable than a troll, but at best, he's functioning at the level of a 6th or 7th year student. Do you mean to send him to his death? Dumbledore nodded, finally relenting. With a wave of his wand, he released the spell on the door. Bang. The door slammed open as Lockhart stumbled in, nearly falling into Snape's arms. The potion's master shoved him aside with a look of disgust. Lockhart straightened, his smile as polite as it was strained. I think there's something wrong with this door, he said. I couldn't open it for the longest time. Then fix it. Now. Immediately, Snape hissed icily. Lockhart jumped to his feet. All right then, Harry said, waving dismissively. I'll take my leave, headmaster. Goodbye. Lockhart blinked. All done. Dumbledore nodded, standing as well. Thank you for lending us your office, Professor Lockhart. Snape sneered, glaring at Dumbledore as he swept out of the room, his robes billowing like bat wings. What did you talk about? Lockhart asked, adjusting his collar. I could have helped. I've dealt with situations like this before. In that village. Dumbledore cut him off with a kind smile. Good night, Professor. The room emptied in an instant, leaving Lockhart to stare in frustration at the lingering mist over his portraits. He sighed and waved his wand to repair the door. Bang. The door promptly collapsed into a heap of splinters. Back in Gryffindor Tower. When Harry returned, Ron and Hermione immediately rushed over. What did you tell Dumbledore? Ron asked. Do you know who's behind it? The other Gryffindors crowded around, their faces full of curiosity. I just overheard something, Harry replied quietly, his tone giving nothing away. I had a lead and shared it with the professors. But no, I don't know who it was. He scanned the room inconspicuously, his gaze passing over Neville, Ginny, and a few others who hadn't been in the Great Hall earlier. Ginny still seemed shaken by the effects of the Death Day party, her expression distant and hollow. Neville, pale-faced, looked like he'd narrowly avoided being the one strung up on the torch bracket. The others showed no obvious signs of guilt or involvement. As the crowd dispersed, Harry turned to Ron and Hermione, lowering his voice. The painting I retrieved, he murmured, had information about Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 58, How did you find this? The Chamber of Secrets. Ron exclaimed loudly, drawing curious glances from nearby students. He quickly feigned being bitten by the Sorting Hat, using the opportunity to smack it hard in retaliation. You insolent brat, the Sorting Hat grumbled, glaring at Ron with its jagged brim. Hermione pursed her lips and whispered, You didn't tell us about this. Because it's not important, Harry replied, handing the hat back to Ron, allowing the two to continue their tussle. I don't have the energy to divide my attention between this and researching Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. And besides, he added, this needs Parseltongue, which neither of you can do. Even while wrestling the hat, Ron managed to poke his head over. So, who opened the chamber? Harry shook his head. I'm guessing it's the same as last time. You mean? You know who? Hermione gasped, her voice catching in her throat and morphing with fear. Ron's eyes widened in terror, his pupils brimming with dread. But he was driven off last year. Harry nodded calmly. He left. That doesn't mean he can't come back. He waved a hand dismissively. Relax. I've already told Dumbledore about this. He'll handle it. Malfoy's scheming is behind all this, Ron muttered with a shiver, clutching the Sorting Hat. He's trying to bring you-know-who back to Hogwarts. Unfortunately, Harry's reassurances didn't seem to help much. The mere mention of the name acted like a curse, stirring instinctive fear in both of them. Harry, you'd better be careful, Hermione said, clutching her fists tightly, her face pale. That man is very likely to target you. They launched into a discussion about which spells might provide the best protection. The Chamber of Secrets quickly became the hottest topic at Hogwarts. Eager students unearthed references to it in books. The legend claimed that the chamber was a secret Slytherin had left behind when he departed Hogwarts. Naturally, this tied into the recent theft in the Slytherin common room. Only one painting had been stolen. Connecting the two incidents led to an obvious conclusion: the thief must be Slytherin's heir. This infuriated the Slytherins, who ground their teeth in frustration. How could Slytherin's heir not even be from their house? They shifted their focus from Gryffindor and started clashing violently with Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw instead. No one seriously suspected Slytherin's heir to be a Gryffindor. But the Gryffindors weren't about to let such a prime opportunity slip away. Hogwarts descended into chaos. Even Lockhart's consistent habit of awarding 50 or 60 points per class couldn't counterbalance the rapid decline in house points across all four houses. Amid this tense atmosphere, the first Quidditch match arrived, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The Weasley twins plotted strategies to use the Bloodjars to knock every Slytherin player off their brooms. Evenwood hinted that while using wands was off limits, any other form of foul play was fair game. But the match didn't escalate as expected. Just 15 minutes in, as a Slytherin chaser was nursing a bloody nose courtesy of George's bludger, Harry caught the golden snitch. Final score, 150-0. Nobody except Harry seemed to take the game seriously. The moment the players rose into the air, chaos erupted, with students engaging in aerial combat. Madam Hooch's whistle went entirely ignored. It took 3 fireworks from Professor McGonagall to get the players to land. The Gryffindors celebrated exuberantly. Senior students transfigured a massive lion, which hovered proudly above the Gryffindor procession as they paraded around. They were desperate to parade the lion all around Hogwarts. Even McGonagall was delighted, her hat slightly askew as she watched the Gryffindors' jubilant march. This year, the Quidditch Cup seemed within reach. But then, a silver light streaked out of Hogwarts, landing on Professor McGonagall's shoulder. The message it relayed turned her expression increasingly grim. Raising her wand to her throat, she cast the sonorous charm. Every house's prefects and upperclassmen, she commanded, her voice booming, escort your students back to your common rooms immediately. No one is to wander off alone. The students were puzzled and resistant, except for the Slytherins. Even the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws had wanted to join the Gryffindors' celebration. After all, it wasn't often that the Slytherins were so thoroughly humiliated. But McGonagall's stern tone left no room for negotiation. Harry felt a sinking sense of foreboding. Soon, the rumors began flying. Hermione darted off to gather intel from some older students who hadn't attended the match. She returned swiftly, her expression grave. There's been another incident, she reported. 2 people were petrified, just like Mrs. Norris. Who? Ron demanded. One was Creevy, the first-year who's been following Harry around, trying to take his picture. And the other was a 7th-year Hufflepuff girl. Professor McGonagall soon arrived at the Gryffindor common room. She summoned all the students who hadn't attended the Quidditch match, questioning them with a stern expression. Harry noticed Ginny among the group. Fear hung thick in the air. The attack on Mrs. Norris during Halloween had barely registered for most students. It was, after all, just a cat, and an unpopular one at that. But this time was different. It was students who had been attacked. What if they were next? What if the attacks escalated from petrification to something worse? Once McGonagall finished her questioning, other students swarmed her with questions. Professor, what's happening? Are we still safe? Is the monster from the Chamber of Secrets on the loose? McGonagall raised her hands to calm the crowd. Rest assured, Headmaster Dumbledore has found some leads. We'll soon catch the person responsible for opening the chamber. As soon as the mandrakes mature, we'll brew the restorative potion and cure the victims. Her gaze swept the room before landing on Harry. Mr. Potter, she called, gesturing for him to follow. There's a problem with one of your essays. Hermione and Ron exchanged uneasy glances. They knew perfectly well that Harry's essays never had problems. This was surely about the chamber. As soon as they stepped out of the common room, McGonagall's face grew more serious. It's Professor Dumbledore who wants to see you, she explained. He's found the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets and needs your help to open it. Harry nodded, unsurprised by Dumbledore's quick progress. He was, after all, exceptionally capable. McGonagall led Harry to a disused girls' lavatory on the second floor. Harry, you're finally here, Dumbledore greeted him, shaking his head as if weighed down by his thoughts. Look, here's the motionless snake. He pointed at a small, easily overlooked engraving of a snake on the side of a bronze faucet. Harry frowned. Professor, I have to ask, how did you find this place so quickly? A girls' lavatory wasn't exactly the most obvious starting point. Dumbledore's speed was astonishing. It wasn't me, Dumbledore replied earnestly. It was the house elves. They're incredibly capable, and their knowledge of Hogwarts far surpasses mine. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 59, What is our senior Tom up to? Dumbledore's tone was incredibly sincere. Harry was skeptical. Really? Of course. The professors don't have the time to search every nook and cranny of Hogwarts, Dumbledore nodded with a slight smile. Besides, this bathroom has been abandoned for 50 years and is rarely used. We're not intruding into a girl's bathroom like perverts. Harry approached the sink and skillfully spoke in Parseltongue, open. A blinding white light flashed. The faucet twisted, slithering like a snake to the left. The pipes rattled, pulling the sink along as it vibrated noisily, twisting open to reveal a round opening, more like the entrance to a giant pipe. So, it's really here. Harry rubbed his face, his expression complicated. I wonder what Senior Tom was up to, searching for the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Late at night. When the Ravenclaws sneaked into the restricted section of the library. The Hufflepuffs explored the kitchens. And the Gryffindors schemed about their next big adventure. Tom must have been scouring bathroom after bathroom, painstakingly searching. All right, Professor McGonagall, you can take Mr. Potter back now, Snape said with a flick of his cloak. This is not a place he should linger. No, we still need Harry, Dumbledore interrupted. Snape drew his wand, his voice cold. You know very well what's down there. But we might still need Parseltongue. Dumbledore pulled out a thumb-sized crystal vial from his robe, containing a small amount of clear, sparkling liquid. Don't worry, I have Phoenix Tears. Harry's eyes lit up. Phoenix Tears, rare and powerful with remarkable healing properties. They weren't on any restricted lists, but you couldn't find them even in Diagon Alley. Harry, would you like some? Dumbledore noticed his gaze. Of course, Harry replied. How about as compensation for being forced to participate in this? Witchers, after all, never walk away empty-handed. Then it's a deal, Dumbledore said, waving his wand to cast a spell on Harry and Snape. He turned to McGonagall. Minerva, please keep watch here. McGonagall nodded. The three of them slipped into the pipe, Dumbledore's spell gently guiding them forward. Harry, Dumbledore began, sharing more information. I spoke with Moaning Myrtle, the student who died 50 years ago. She said she only saw a pair of glowing, lantern-like yellow things before she died. Any guesses? A pair. That must mean eyes. Yellow, deadly upon sight. Harry quickly matched the description to an entry in his knowledge of dark creatures. A basilisk. Dumbledore nodded. Precisely. So be careful once we're down there. Close your eyes, Snape said coldly, laced with sarcasm. Don't act like a brainless troll and gawk at everything you see. There's no need for you to interfere, he continued. Dumbledore and I can handle it. Can I keep the basilisk skin, fangs, and spine? Harry asked. As long as you stay out of trouble, Snape immediately agreed on Dumbledore's behalf. You can take all those worthless scraps back for your childish little armor games. I'm deeply grateful for your generosity, Harry said expressionlessly. Snape huffed, turning his head away, ignoring him. They soon reached the bottom. The pipe ended in a natural cavern, damp, dark, eerily quiet. No signs of life, only the steady dripping of water. Snape waved his wand, lighting up the space and revealing a ground covered in bones. Most were small rodents, occasionally mixed with fish bones. Our basilisk's diet seems unimpressive, Harry observed casually. 1,000 years of living off this stuff, how pitiful. Dumbledore waved his wand, sweeping the bones into the shadows, and led the way forward. They passed a flat area. Harry stopped abruptly. What is it? Dumbledore's expression grew serious, his magic beginning to gather in his hand. Harry gestured. Something used to be here. Something large, at least 20 feet long. There's a faint magical residue. The basilisk rested here? Dumbledore frowned, staring at the seemingly ordinary patch of ground. No, it was a shed skin. Harry shook his head, crouching to touch the ground. It was just taken, very recently. The trail is fresh, less than a day old. He looked up at Dumbledore. Or rather, during the Quidditch match. They anticipated us finding the chamber and prepared ahead of time. It seems we'll find nothing this time. Dumbledore frowned. That's not good news. They continued onward. Nearly at the castle's boundaries, they arrived at a solid stone wall adorned with two lifelike stone serpents. Their eyes were inlaid with sparkling emeralds, giving the illusion of sentience. Open, Harry commanded again in Parseltongue. The emerald eyes flashed, and the serpents slithered aside, dragging the stone wall with them and revealing a wide corridor. It led to a vast hall, dark and cold, filled with a thick, toxic air. Is that the basilisk scent? Harry wrinkled his nose. It was truly unpleasant. Dumbledore waved his wand, casting protective spells over them. He stepped inside alone first. After a while, he called back, "Come in. It's safe." The hall was even larger inside. 13 massive pillars supported the immense structure, each carved with coiling snakes in various poses, striking, coiling, hunting. At the far end of the hall stood a towering statue. The figure was monkey-like, with a sparse beard, and wore a robe so long it seemed ill-fitted. "So this is Slytherin?" Harry asked, moving to stand beside Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded. "I expected him to look more like Voldemort," Harry commented casually, then stepped closer. "I'll try speaking to it again. Maybe it'll summon the basilisk." Dumbledore raised his wand. "Open." Harry shouted in Parseltongue with his eyes closed. The sound of rumbling filled the air, but nothing happened. Only a faint magical aura was released before everything went silent again. "There's no basilisk here," Dumbledore reassured. Harry opened his eyes. Slytherin's mouth was wide open, a gaping black hole taking up nearly half the statue's face. "Let's take a look inside," Dumbledore said, lifting them with magic into the statue's mouth. Inside was a room as large as the Gryffindor common room. It was dry, clean, and completely empty. No books on the shelves, no rare materials in the cabinets, everything had been cleared out. "Senior Tom sure cleaned up well," Harry remarked after a thorough search. "I'm honestly impressed." Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 60, Hogwarts the Chicken School. The traces in the room were old, buried under layers of dust. Senior Tom had already emptied this place 50 years ago. Dumbledore's expression was complicated. "I once thought I knew all the secrets of this castle. Clearly, I was wrong." There was a hint of regret in his tone, his eyes filled with nostalgia. It was as if he could see, across the river of time, a handsome young man sitting here, cradling a book with an intense, fervent expression. "That's always been Dumbledore," Snape sneered. "He believes he ought to know everything." "Well," Snape continued with a cold smile, "do you know where the Dark Lord is now?" Dumbledore turned to Harry. "Do you have any ideas?" "He's hiding from me," Harry replied, shaking his head. "A basilisk is such a massive creature, yet I haven't sensed anything." That was highly unusual. Even if his Witcher senses were dulled, his Parseltongue ability should have detected it. A snake slithering through the castle walls without uttering a single word. Impossible. Perhaps last year's events made him cautious, Dumbledore mused quietly. But a mere fragment of a soul cannot accomplish much. "I'll have the house elves keep an eye on everything in the castle." Harry hesitated. "Make sure they pay special attention to Gryffindor's Ginny Weasley and Slytherin's Sir Sheffield." Dumbledore was surprised. "Ginny Weasley? Isn't she only a first year?" "They both have peculiar patterns," Harry explained. "Neither attended the Halloween feast or the Quidditch match. They've been unusually solitary." He had overheard during McGonagall's inquiries about absent students. Ginny claimed she wasn't feeling well and stayed alone in her dormitory before heading to the bathroom, with no one to verify her story. Sir Sheffield gave a similar excuse and was equally unnoticed. "I'll look into it," Dumbledore said, nodding gravely. They left the Chamber of Secrets. McGonagall, who had been waiting by the bathroom entrance, cast them a concerned glance. After Dumbledore briefed her, Snape escorted Harry back to the Gryffindor common room, watching him enter before departing. Most of the Gryffindors had already retired to their dormitories, but Ron and Hermione were still in front of the fireplace, struggling with their homework. When Harry approached, Hermione looked up, her face tense. "Harry, is it resolved?" "No," Harry replied, shaking his head. He was sharp. Everything was relocated beforehand. Both their faces fell. But we've confirmed the monster in the chamber, Harry continued. It's a basilisk. We'll need tools, its weakness is the crowing of a rooster. Ron's expression twisted. While he was decent at transfiguration, he could only manage small animals like beetles or sparrows. Transfiguring a rooster seemed out of his league. Does this mean we need to keep a rooster in the dormitory? Ron groaned. Harry, you'll have to help me. My transfiguration isn't good enough for this. Let's talk about that later. Where's Neville? Harry glanced around before spotting Neville at another table. He waved him over. Neville, can you come here for a moment? Neville walked over, clutching his parchment. His cheeks were flushed. Harry, you'll have to wait, I haven't finished copying my notes yet. It's not about homework. Harry shook his head. Neville let out a sigh of relief. I wanted to ask about the Halloween feast, Harry said, cutting to the chase. Did you notice anything strange? Neville's face paled as the color drained from his cheeks. It was clearly not a pleasant memory. When did you and Ginny go? Harry asked. Be specific. Neville furrowed his brow, recalling carefully. We agreed to meet in the common room at 7, but she was a bit late, about 10 minutes or so. Then we went to the feast together. Nothing strange happened on the way, he added. But the feast itself was awful, Neville grimaced. It was all ghosts. There were even a group of headless horsemen. The food was rotten and smelled horrible. Ginny said she wasn't feeling well and left early. So you stayed an extra hour compared to Ginny? Harry teased lightly. Who says you're not brave? I probably would have left with Ginny. Neville blushed deeply and shook his head frantically. It wasn't an hour. Maybe 20 minutes tops, right after the fourth song by the band ended. When I came back, the corridors were eerily quiet. Normally, you'd hear noise from the Great Hall even on the grand staircase. And then I saw Mrs. Norris. Hermione gave Harry a sharp look, sensing something. Ron muttered, even 20 minutes is impressive. Just thinking about that rotten food, I couldn't have lasted a minute. Neville, are you copying Charm's homework? Hermione suddenly asked. Neville nodded, sighing. The engorgement charm is so hard. I've tried it so many times, but I end up like Seamus every time. Same here. Ron chimed in. How does anyone manage to cast it right on the first try? The two of them cast a resentful glance at Harry and Hermione. It was their fault. Because of them, everyone had to write a 7-inch essay on the charm, with no fewer than 500 effective words. Charm's class is Tuesday afternoon. You'd better start practicing, Hermione said, dismissing them with a wave of her hand. Ron and Neville huddled together, grumbling over their homework. Hermione tugged Harry's sleeve, leading him to the other side of the fireplace. Lowering her voice, she cautiously glanced at Ron's back. You're suspicious of Ginny? Caught that, did you? Harry nodded. Only Ron wouldn't notice, Hermione muttered, frowning. But why Ginny? She's just a first year. Harry lowered his voice. Don't forget, Mr. Weasley and Malfoy had a scuffle over the summer. Maybe Malfoy did something then. Ginny wasn't present both times. She left the Halloween feast 20 minutes before Neville but returned to the hall only 10 minutes earlier than him. Hermione's eyes widened in amazement. You remembered all that? Voldemort's soul fragments are still powerful, Harry replied, looking down at his hands. I'll find an opportunity to test her. I'll keep an eye on her too, Hermione offered. Harry opened his mouth to speak. But Hermione cut him off. Don't worry, I'll be careful. I'm a witch, after all. If Ginny's possessed by him, there'll be signs. Should we tell Ron? Harry paused, glancing at Ron animatedly discussing homework with Neville, then at Percy, dutifully reading near the common room door. Let's wait until there's actual evidence and tell Percy. Ron was still young, only a year older than Ginny. The next morning, the students reluctantly faced their Monday classes. When they stepped out of their common rooms, they were stunned to find Hogwarts transformed overnight. Each common room entrance was now flanked by two massive rooster statues. Paintings along the corridors suddenly included noisy, crowing roosters. Even the suits of armor had inexplicably become metallic chickens. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 61, A Joyful Christmas. The sudden changes in the castle intrigued the young wizards. Senior students were the first to piece together the truth behind these changes. High-level dark magical creatures rarely had glaring weaknesses, especially not to mundane entities. The number of creatures countered by something as simple as a rooster's crow was exceedingly small. Among them, the basilisk stood out. As the most famous man-made, dark magical creature, questions about basilisks often appeared on Newt-level exams. The students couldn't help but feel relieved for the two victims lying in the hospital wing. Thankfully, neither had looked directly into the basilisk's eyes. Their lives were spared, though they had been petrified. Knowing the identity of the monster in the Chamber of Secrets did little to ease the students' anxiety. Instead, it heightened their unease. Many wrote letters to their families, hoping for comfort or magical protective items. Every evening at dinner, a flood of red howlers swooped into the Great Hall, directed at Dumbledore. Unfortunately, no one else could hear their contents. The headmaster's exceptional magic ensured that the shouting only reached his ears. Pure-blood wizards, particularly the students of Slytherin, grew bolder. The legend of the Chamber of Secrets became widely known. The heir of Slytherin was said to have opened the chamber to purge the castle of those deemed unworthy of staying, primarily Muggleborns and half-bloods, with Hufflepuff students as the primary targets, followed by Ravenclaws and Gryffindors. Slytherins openly supported the heir, who had stolen the painting from their common room. They expressed their hope that this individual would contact Slytherin House in secret, promising their unwavering support. The other three houses would hear none of it. Conflict escalated. Every night during dinner, fights broke out in the Great Hall. House points were deducted so frequently that all four houses hovered perpetually at or near zero. Hogwarts had only one truly happy person. That was Gilderoy Lockhart. He had already drafted portions of a new book and couldn't resist reading excerpts to the students during class. In July of 1992, fresh from a vacation in Morges, I received a letter from the century's greatest white wizard. Though Albus and I had been friends for many years, I had never seen him write with such a pleading tone. Lockhart thought his writing was exceptional. The students had strong reactions as well. Typically, after just 10 minutes of reading, the classroom erupted into 35 minutes of praise. The more points he awarded, the more enthusiastic the adulation became. Even the other heads of houses seemed to have succumbed to his charm. They no longer interfered with his favoritism toward talented students, and some even hinted that he could afford to be even more generous. November gave way to December, and with it came bitter cold. A heavy snowstorm blanketed the castle at the very start of the month. Professors began gathering students' plans for the Christmas holidays. Few students chose to stay at Hogwarts. Even though the basilisk had not reappeared in over a month, it had not been caught either. Most students eagerly signed their names under the leaving column. Gryffindor was the only house with an entire family, the Weasleys, staying behind. Even Percy had tried to convince Ginny to return home, but she refused. Hermione also wanted to stay, but Harry persuaded her to leave. If you have parents, spend the holidays with them, he had said. Ron clung to Harry's sleeve, refusing to let go. Harry still received many gifts for Christmas. Dumbledore's was a set of notes on the Patronus charm. Changing the form of a Patronus required an exceptionally high level of skill. Producing a corporeal Patronus was already an impressive feat, but this, Dumbledore explained, was merely the beginning of a much longer journey. Snape sent the second volume of Lily Potter's notes, carefully wrapped in foam and placed neatly by Harry's pillow, unlike the chaotic pile of other gifts scattered around. It seemed the house elves had delivered it. McGonagall sent 2 books of James Potter's notes on Transfiguration. Flipping through them, Harry was surprised to find the final pages of the second book contained theoretical work on animagus transformations. Had his father been studying this magic as well? Professor Sprout gifted Harry 2 herbology journals, gently suggesting that she'd love to see Harry in detention twice a week if he could spare the time. Lockhart's gift was an enormous photo album, thicker than a fist, filled with pictures of himself. Each photo was adorned with his flamboyant signature. Harry appreciated the fuel for the fireplace. Mrs. Weasley had knitted him a sweater in Gryffindor colors, complete with a majestic lion lying atop a large H on the chest. Ron looked on enviously. His own sweater was green, with nothing but a big R on the front. "Mum's so biased," Ron grumbled, repeatedly comparing his sweater to Harry's. "She is your mum," Harry teased, poking the yawning lion on his sweater. "And I'm just an orphan. Naturally, she'd be more attentive to me." "Harry, I didn't mean," Ron stammered, clutching his sweater tightly. "I know," Harry replied. "But don't forget, people who are loved often struggle to feel it. Your mum loves you very much." Mrs. Weasley had even written to Harry before Christmas to ask for his measurements. She hadn't asked Ron or her other children. Yet every sweater she knitted fit them all perfectly. Ron opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Sometimes, he truly struggled to follow Harry's train of thought. By noon, Ron watched eagerly as Harry finished sorting his gifts. Only then did they leave the dormitory and head for the Great Hall. With so few students staying for Christmas, the castle felt almost empty. At lunch, fewer than 20 students sat together at a single long table. Gryffindor had 6, Slytherin 4, and Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw 3 each. They were even allowed to drink. Dumbledore insisted on Harry joining him for 3 bottles of vodka, much to Snape's visible annoyance. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, together with the Sorting Hat, they sang the school song to a medieval tune. Fred and George quickly joined in. A Hufflepuff senior conjured a drum set to accompany them, while Ravenclaws watched from the sidelines, though whether it could be called art was debatable. The Slytherins, meanwhile, left the hall immediately after their meal, unwilling to celebrate Christmas alongside the others. The Great Hall buzzed with joy and laughter, brightening everything within, except for Snape. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 62, The Fourth Victim. The lively atmosphere continued until 3 in the afternoon. The Weasley family decided to play a snowball fight. On the way to the courtyard, Fred sighed, "Dumbledore's singing is absolutely terrible, on par with your Sorting Hat, Harry." "Hey. I'm still better than Albus, aren't I?" The Sorting Hat, now perched on George's head, retorted indignantly. "About the same," George quipped. "I think the headmaster is better," Fred concluded, "because he's the headmaster, and you're just a hat." The brothers debated back and forth before finally agreeing on one thing. "Little Ronnie sings the worst. What do you think, Ginny?" The youngest Weasley forced a smile and muttered a few words of agreement. Harry instinctively reached out to touch Ginny's forehead. "You're not feeling well. Do you need to see Madame Pomfrey?" His fingertips felt the warmth of her skin, normal to the touch, without the burning sensation of the Amortentia spell taking effect. Ginny's face flushed red, and her voice gained some energy. "No, I've just been having nightmares lately and not sleeping well." "Harry's amazing," Fred exclaimed. Just one sentence, and Ginny's all better. Ginny glared at him. "Is it magic, or is it something else?" George drawled, clearly hinting at something but leaving it unsaid. Ginny turned an even deeper shade of red. Her spirits revived, and with Percy and Ron handling logistics, casting spells and making snowballs, Ginny single-handedly overwhelmed her brothers in the snowball fight. It wasn't until dinnertime that they returned to the common room, cold and wet, to change into dry clothes. The boys waited in the common room while Ginny, being a girl, even at 11 years old, needed more time to get ready. "Hermione's never taken this long before," Ron complained while playing wizard chess with Fred. "It's been nearly 20 minutes. "That's because Hermione and I are usually waiting for you," Harry remarked casually. Ron moved a knight forward and retorted, "I've gotten up early before." "Sure," Harry replied flatly. "I'm so impressed that you consider 7:30 early." The others, except Percy, chimed in unison, "Isn't it?" Percy scowled. "Of course not. That's just a normal time to wake up. Miss Granger is up by 6 to study, and as for Harry, he's out exercising even earlier. Every day at 5:30, when I get up, I see him returning from outside." "You're not normal," George declared. "You're like Bill, aiming for 12 O's. We're the normal ones. Normal people think 7:30 is early." Fred rallied for the late riser faction. By the time their chess game ended, Ginny finally emerged from the dormitory. The afternoon's snowball fight had clearly taken a toll on her. Her face was pale, drained of all color, and her energy was flagging. She looked dazed, as if caught in the disorienting fog of waking up from an afternoon nap that lasted too long. "Ginny?" Percy asked hesitantly. "Should we go to Madame Pomfrey?" Ginny weakly shook her head. "No need. I think I just got too cold earlier. I'll be fine after some sleep." "I think you should listen to your brother this time," Fred said firmly. Unable to argue, Ginny agreed to stop by the hospital wing since it was on their way. As they walked out of the tower, laughing and chatting, Harry suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Wait. What's wrong?" Percy asked, immediately noticing Harry's serious expression and adjusting his tone accordingly. Harry took a deep breath, removed the Sorting Hat from George's head, and drew the sword of Gryffindor. "Stay here. Something's happened up ahead." Ahead, the corridor was eerily similar to the night of the Halloween feast. The air felt empty, devoid of the usual lingering traces of people passing through. Even the scents had faded too quickly to be natural. The Weasley brothers grew uneasy, while Ginny appeared confused, her expression blank. Harry glanced at her face, memorized her reaction, and then closed his eyes. Sword in hand, he moved cautiously forward, sticking to the shadows and advancing inch by inch. Crossing the threshold of magical influence, he detected only a faint life force, nothing more. Harry slowly opened his eyes. The corridor was in chaos. Portraits had been violently ripped apart. The painted figures inside were frozen mid-panic, immobilized by a spell. The rooster statues were also destroyed, their pieces scattered as if they had valiantly fought back against an intruder before being reduced to scrap metal. At the center of the hallway lay a petrified figure, frozen mid-turn as they reached for their wand. It was the Ravenclaw girl who had been singing with them at lunch. "Harry, do you need help?" Percy called from behind, pressing himself against the wall with his wand at the ready. "No sign of the basilisk," Harry replied. "You can come over." Percy was the first to approach. His expression hardened as he saw the petrified girl. "I'll notify the professors." "No," Harry said, shaking his head. "It's too dangerous. Expecto Patronum." A silver lion burst from Harry's wand. He instructed it, "Go to Dumbledore. Tell him there's been another attack near the tower, and a student has been petrified." Percy's eyes gleamed with admiration. The Patronus charm. Harry carefully examined the girl. Following her frozen gaze, he noticed a shattered mirror on the floor. Picking up the pieces, he saw a fragmented reflection of a human figure, distorted and unrecognizable. "Looks like the mirror saved her," Percy remarked. Harry said nothing, setting the mirror aside and continuing his examination. Her magic was depleted, her life force faint, as though someone had drained half her vitality. He turned back to Ginny. This time, her earlier fear and unease seemed to have vanished. She stood motionless, her expression detached and distant, as if struggling to process what she was seeing. The professors arrived quickly. Another one. Professor McGonagall said grimly. She levitated the Ravenclaw girl and hurried her to the hospital wing. Can you lift the spells on the portraits? They might have seen something, Harry suggested to Dumbledore. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore dispelled the magic. Most of the portraits screamed in terror and fled. Only a few remained, pausing mid-retreat when they recognized Dumbledore. Did any of you see what happened? Dumbledore asked. A figure in a starry robe shook his head, his voice trembling. No, we saw nothing. There was a sudden red light, and then, we couldn't see, hear, or move. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 63, I can't remember anything. That red light wasn't a prank, Dumbledore, gasped one of the portraits, clutching its chest. It was definitely dark magic, I thought I was going to vanish. Don't worry, I'll have you all restored, Dumbledore said soothingly. Harry suddenly asked, was the red light a spell, or something else? Percy froze, his face showing shock and disbelief as he turned to Harry. The Weasley twins also stiffened, while Ron stood dumbly by, murmuring words of comfort to his sister. The portrait hesitated, glancing at the 5 conspicuous redheads nearby. I don't know. But it was vivid, bright, dazzling red. Percy let out a small sigh of relief. The Weasley family's hair wasn't bright enough to match the description, theirs was a darker, golden-brown shade of red. Dumbledore snapped his fingers. With a sharp pop, a house elf appeared before him. Did you notice anything unusual? Dumbledore asked gently. The elf trembled, its voice tinged with shame. And no, we didn't see anything. The students all returned safely to their dormitories. As for the young Ravenclaw witch, we saw her go into the hall, but we didn't see her come back out. The elf tugged at its ears, its expression pitiful. Harry was taken aback. He had experienced firsthand how unervingly effective house elf surveillance could be. And there were more than just a few elves in the castle. How could they have missed something like this? Their magic is unusual, Dumbledore explained, noticing Harry's confusion. But it's also limited. Wizards who underestimate them may regret it, but they're bound by their nature. They serve wizards and are vulnerable to their spells. A single Confundus charm might be enough to blind them to certain things. In his explanation, the word slave remained unspoken, but the implication hung heavy in the air. Defeated during ancient wizarding wars, house elves had been bound by magical oaths and bred over generations to willingly serve wizards, willingly and eagerly, even. It was a fate more complete and bitter than that of centaurs or goblins. Harry's brow relaxed slightly. So it seems Voldemort's magic has recovered to a certain level. The Weasley family collectively shuddered. At least there's some good news, Dumbledore said with a faint smile. Harry nodded. He hasn't left the castle, and he's already showing impatience, making a move during Christmas. And Miss Crovat is out of mortal danger, Dumbledore added. Harry turned his attention to Ginny. Ginny, is there anything you want to tell us? Her behavior from the start had been odd. She acted as though she was unaware of what was happening, unfamiliar, even, with the events around her. When Ron reassured her that their family, being purebloods, wouldn't be targeted like Colin, she seemed confused. As if she didn't know who Colin was. Or why being pureblood mattered. Ginny's just a first-year girl. Percy exclaimed, his tone unusually sharp. She couldn't have done this, she doesn't even know enough spells to. Calm down, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore interrupted, raising a hand to placate him. Let's hear what Harry has to say first, shall we? Percy took a deep breath. Ginny looked uncertain, her face pale. Don't worry, the headmaster is here, Harry said, his tone steady. He might be unreliable with little things, but with big matters, he's dependable. Dumbledore is the greatest white wizard alive. He can solve any problem. But right now, Hogwarts problems need just a little help from you. Ginny shook her head. Her pale face grew even whiter, and she clenched her fists before summoning her courage. I don't know anything. I just woke up in bed one day, and it was Christmas. The last thing I remember was getting off the train, and then suddenly, it's Christmas. I don't remember the past 3 months at all. Percy went as pale as Ginny. The twins clenched their teeth. Ron fumbled with his wand, his hands shaking. He pulled it out, realized it wasn't needed, and awkwardly shoved it back into his pocket. Did you lose your memory right after returning to the dormitory? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Ginny hesitated before nodding. Yes, I definitely remembered everything this morning. Just now. Harry pressed. But when we had lunch, I touched you, and there wasn't anything wrong. Percy and the twins looked baffled. Ron pulled them aside and hurriedly whispered about what he knew of Voldemort and Harry's connection, what had happened at the end of their first year. Dumbledore's expression darkened, though his tone remained soft, almost consoling. It might not be possession. Ginny, have you come into contact with anything unusual? Ginny furrowed her brow, thinking hard. That day, Dad had a fight with Malfoy at Flourish and Blots. When we got home, I found an empty book in my school bag. You should have told Dad immediately, Percy interrupted, unable to contain himself. Mom said it 100 times, anything suspicious must be reported. I thought it was just a second-hand textbook, and it felt comforting, Ginny said, her voice trembling. So I brought it to Hogwarts. The professor said there was nothing wrong with it, so I... Her voice trailed off, her face clouding with confusion. I can't remember how I used it. Is the book still in your dormitory? Harry asked. Ginny shook her head. Just now, I realized it's gone, along with my memories. Dumbledore's expression darkened further, his face nearly stormy. Search every dormitory of the remaining students, he ordered a nearby house elf. Look for a book with no writing inside. The elf shivered. We don't have the authority to search the students' belongings. This is a direct order from the headmaster, Dumbledore said firmly. With a pop, the elf disappeared. Ginny's eyes brimmed with tears. Is it me? Did I do all these things? Am I going to be expelled? No, Ginny, this isn't your fault, Dumbledore said gently, placing a hand on her head. Voldemort's magic is something very few can resist. You're an innocent victim, manipulated by forces beyond your control. Percy's fists clenched. Malfoy. He slipped that thing to Ginny. No wonder he was acting so smug that day, I should have punched him harder. I need to tell Dad. I'll contact Mr. Weasley myself, Dumbledore said. Professor McGonagall will bring you to my office later. For now, go back to the common room. I'll have the house elves bring food to you there. He turned to Harry. Harry, that includes you. I know you've realized something, Dumbledore said quietly. Yes, Harry admitted. But I need to see it for myself before I can confirm what I suspect. Dumbledore's voice held a note of pleading, faint and vulnerable. It made Harry's chest tighten, as if he were plummeting from a great height into an abyss with no end in sight. He nodded, his hand brushing over the scar on his forehead. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 64, So, his name is Tom. Harry had initially thought that the connection between himself and Voldemort was just a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul, a symbolic or magical bridge between their two beings, with the fragment itself lacking any awareness. Now, it seemed he might have been wrong. While Harry often traded barbs with Snape and joked about the professor's supposed lack of sense, he had never questioned Snape's magical expertise. In fact, Harry frequently suspected that he underestimated just how skilled Snape truly was. The change in Snape's expression earlier had been significant, grim enough to suggest that the situation was far worse than anyone anticipated. Back in the common room, food had appeared on the table seemingly out of thin air, Ron's favorite lamb chops and chicken legs, steaming mugs of hot chocolate, and even a bottle of whiskey. But no one was in the mood to eat. Harry, about Ginny. Ron clutched his wand nervously, though he didn't know why. Holding it just made him feel slightly safer. She'll be fine, Harry reassured him. It's a memory charm, Percy said grimly. There might even be some kind of imperious curse involved. We have no idea how much of her memory was erased. A powerful memory charm can have serious side effects. He raised his wand and cast a diagnostic spell, carefully examining Ginny. Harry, do you have any calming drafts? Percy asked. Harry reached into the sorting hat and pulled out a potion, setting it on the table. Thanks. Percy took the bottle and gave it to Ginny. Don't worry, Percy, Fred chimed in. At least she hasn't turned into that. If she had, Mom would have strung us up for sure, Percy snapped, clearly annoyed. And Dad too. Remember the house elf incident at home? Fred and George sighed heavily. St. Mungo's will fix her up, George said in an attempt to comfort. Percy shot him a glare. Fred chimed in, or they might just say she's perfectly healthy, just a bit malnourished from living in the poor Weasley household. But don't worry, 7 years at Hogwarts will fatten her up nicely. Ginny's upset and fear cracked for a moment as she fought back a laugh, her lips curving slightly upward. Percy, though exasperated, relented and handed her a cup of hot chocolate. Drink this, too. I think Malfoy's kid stayed at Hogwarts over the break, George suddenly mentioned. Ron's face lit up. Yeah, I saw him at lunch. So, shall we? Fred let the question hang in the air, stretching his words. You can't get into the Slytherin common room, Percy interjected, shaking his head. Last month, the password was Fong. Before that, it was Opal. I don't know what it is now, but you could always try, Harry suggested. Snape will catch you, Percy said, slapping the table lightly. Harry pulled out his invisibility cloak. Percy hesitated, his tone uncertain. But there are older Slytherins staying behind. If it comes to spells. Harry reached into the sorting hat again and produced a bottle of grayish potion with a faintly rancid smell. Laxative potion. Fred spread his arms wide in delight. Harry, you're a genius. Harry raised a foot to stop him from hugging him. I'm not a fan of hugging men. Ginny. George turned to his sister, testing the waters by softly calling her name. Percy raised his wand threateningly, his gaze growing dangerous. George immediately turned away with a sharp gulp. But I don't think now is the right time to act, Harry said, putting the potion and the cloak back into the hat. Voldemort's thing could be with anyone right now. The room went cold as everyone shivered. Harry, Percy began tentatively, maybe you could use a different name for, you know who. Not everyone's like you. All right then. Tom is dangerous. He might strike again, but not just to blow off steam, it's not worth the risk right now. There's no need to rush, Harry said, fastening the sorting hat back onto his belt, ignoring the trio's longing gazes. Tom. The twins exchanged looks. Tom Riddle. Harry glanced at them curiously. You've heard the name. In our first year, it left quite an impression, Fred said. Back then, we weren't as experienced and kept getting caught by Filch during our pranks. McGonagall would send us to clean the trophy room, George added with a smirk. Filch never noticed that we replaced one of Slytherin's house cups with a chocolate replica. Percy's eyes widened. You two are unbelievable. I mean, if McGonagall found out, that would have been terrible. That Tom Riddle guy was just as brilliant as Harry, Fred continued. He even had his own award, a special services to the school trophy. That's Voldemort. Harry nodded. I thought he'd have a more ominous name, George said with a shudder, trying to inject humor. Something like Baylor or Mordred. He straightened proudly, pleased with his little joke. But you still can't say his actual name, Harry countered flatly. George deflated, lowering his head in embarrassment. Ginny finally let out a small giggle. George looked annoyed. Oh, is it that funny to see your brother embarrassed? You teased her enough at home. She's earned the right to laugh, Fred said, completely serious. George shot him an incredulous look. Fred. Did Percy rub off on you? George, how could you confuse me with Fred? They broke into a mock fight, using Ron's homework as paper swords for a dramatic duel. Ginny's nervous expression eased, her laughter growing more genuine. Late at night, Professor McGonagall came to escort them to the headmaster's office. Ginny, Mrs. Weasley's voice broke the tense air as soon as they stepped inside. She rushed forward and pulled her daughter into a tight hug, sobbing. You scared me half to death. I'm fine, Ginny protested weakly, glancing nervously at Harry. Mum, please, not here. Seeing her looking better, Arthur's voice softened. Dumbledore explained everything to us. Come on, we'll take you to St. Mungo's for a checkup. Ginny nodded obediently. Dad, I'll come too, Percy volunteered. Arthur shook his head. No, you'll stay here. As long as you all stick to the common room and don't wander off, you'll be safe. He glanced briefly at Harry as he spoke. Percy also looked at Harry, his gaze lingering for a few seconds. I'll keep an eye on my brothers. Even though he knew Harry probably didn't need his protection. The family stepped into the fireplace, called out their destination, and disappeared in a flash of green flames. A bad sign. You didn't find the book, did you? Harry said bluntly, turning to Dumbledore with an unreadable expression. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 65, So He's the Bulldozer. Dumbledore nodded heavily. The house elves searched through every student's dormitory, but they didn't find the blank diary. Harry opened his mouth to speak, but Dumbledore preempted him. That includes yours, Ginny's, and even those who've left the castle, he added quickly. What about the professor's offices? Harry asked. You suspect Lockhart? Dumbledore sounded surprised. Harry nodded. The diary can't just vanish into thin air. Hiding in a sewer isn't something I imagine Tom would choose. But these are professors, Dumbledore said hesitantly, still clearly uneasy with the idea. Harry glanced at the empty spot where Snape usually stood. You should be glad Professor Snape isn't here. Severus is different, Dumbledore said, his tone meaningful. I've watched him grow up, from an 11-year-old first year to the man he is today. Well, you watched Lockhart grow up too, Harry countered with a deadpan expression. He can't be much older than Snape, maybe 20 years at most. Lockhart is actually 4 years younger than Severus, Dumbledore corrected. He looks older, Harry dismissed with a wave. But age doesn't matter. Dumbledore sighed. I'll ask the house elves to keep an eye on him. Harry shook his head firmly. I want you to handle it personally. The house elves can't be relied upon for this. I will protect the students. Dumbledore began, his tone serious. Harry interrupted him. How secure is your position at Hogwarts? Dumbledore blinked, caught off guard. If given the opportunity, would anyone try to remove you from the school? Harry rephrased. Dumbledore's brow furrowed. So there are people who would, Harry concluded, his tone thoughtful. In that case, focus on protecting yourself first. You need to stay here, cling on if you have to, and solve this problem. Dumbledore didn't respond immediately, but he understood Harry's meaning. No matter what happened at the castle, as headmaster, he would bear the brunt of the blame. 3 students had already been attacked. Searching the professor's offices is the least you could do. I'm sure they'd cooperate, Harry pressed. McGonagall promptly spoke up. For the safety of the students, I'd gladly allow it. Dumbledore remained silent. Harry shifted gears. The first 2 students attacked, were their magical reserves also drained? Dumbledore nodded. Yes, they were. Do you think Tom is drawing power from them? It's obvious, Harry replied with a shrug. He's weak right now. I'd guess he's avoiding killing anyone for the moment. He's gathering strength, he continued, taking a deliberate step forward. His tone sharpened, his words like daggers aimed at Dumbledore. Tom knows how to exploit fear. Think about the magic in his name. He'll sow greater and greater terror. Families of Muggle-borns, half-bloods, even purebloods. And when he's strong enough, he'll kill someone. To detonate that fear. Harry pointed to his own eyes, then turned his finger toward Dumbledore, as though piercing straight through him. The eerie reflection of candlelight in Harry's cat-like pupils sent a chill through the room. They'll use that fear to push you out of Hogwarts. Once you're gone, it's over. Everything you're trying to protect. You're right, Harry, Dumbledore interrupted with a deep exhale, his voice heavy. He stood up resolutely. I should act personally. Minerva, let's start with your office, shall we? He turned to the stern professor standing beside the Weasleys. McGonagall nodded. Of course, I'm happy to cooperate. She was the least likely suspect, but once Dumbledore decided to proceed, he was thorough. His wand moved with precision, and every object in her office flew past him, carefully examined before returning to its original place. Well, it seems I can rest easy, McGonagall said with a small smile. Minerva, please escort the Weasleys back to the common room, Dumbledore said with an apologetic nod. Harry, I'll need you to stay with me for a bit longer. They moved on to other professors' offices. Harry saw many unfamiliar faces, including Trelawney from Divination and Ketlaben from Care of Magical Creatures. After checking the offices on the upper floors, they arrived at Lockhart's on the 2nd floor. Dumbledore knocked on the door. After a moment, Lockhart appeared, his elaborate red robes slightly askew, as though he'd hastily dressed. He looked surprised, or at least tried to look surprised, but his eyes betrayed a smug, overconfident energy. Professor Dumbledore. What brings you here? Lockhart asked, fumbling with the buttons on his robe. The Chamber of Secrets was opened by a dark artifact, Dumbledore explained simply. It has disappeared from the student who had it, so I thought it prudent to check the professor's offices as well. Are you accusing me? Lockhart asked, his tone laced with exaggerated disbelief. We're checking everyone, Dumbledore clarified, smiling. Minerva, Filius, I've already gone through their offices. You're next, and then Severus, Argus, and Rubius. Well then, please, come in, Lockhart said with a dramatic sweep of his arm. Harry narrowed his eyes, studying the men. Dumbledore began his meticulous inspection. Every object in the office, from Lockhart's boastful memoirs to pink, perfumed letters, and even a lacy undergarment, floated before him, examined one by one. Drawers opened themselves. Even Lockhart's robes fluttered briefly. Harry's eyes widened. No blank diary. Dumbledore, too, seemed surprised. He waved his wand again, summoning every book, manuscript, and letter. Each was suspended mid-air for a rapid, thorough inspection. Manuscripts, romance novels, and even a collection of love letters, none of them stood out. Well? Lockhart finally asked, his voice tinged with nervous impatience. Nothing unusual, Dumbledore admitted, shaking his head as he returned everything to its place. Lockhart exhaled in relief, flashing a tight, dry smile. Professor Dumbledore, while I understand your concerns, I must say, you've wasted your time here. I'm Gilderoy Lockhart, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Force League and Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. If I'd found such an artifact, I'd have handed it over immediately. Harry's eyes narrowed further, his expression grave. I believe you, Gilderoy, Dumbledore said gently. But I must move on to the other professors' offices. Of course. Carry on. Lockhart said with affected politeness, eagerly ushering them out the door. As soon as they left, they heard the door slam shut behind them, followed by the scraping sound of a chair being dragged to barricade it. Did you sense anything, Harry? Dumbledore asked once they were out of earshot. Harry hesitated before shaking his head. No, but Lockhart is acting strange. He paused, struggling to articulate. He's the type to crave attention, to exaggerate his involvement in every situation. But this time, he couldn't wait to get rid of us. Perhaps it's just late. Dumbledore suggested lightly. I didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Every item was tested, and none showed any magical anomalies. Even Voldemort at his peak would have trouble hiding from me, let alone this fragment of him, Dumbledore added, though he sounded uncertain. Harry remained skeptical. As they reached the main staircase, Harry suddenly spoke up. Professor, there's one more serious matter you didn't address. Dumbledore looked surprised. Had he missed something? 3 affairs, Harry said, holding up 3 fingers. I saw his notes. Since coming to Hogwarts, Lockhart's already started at least 3 romances. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 66, Did he stuff his brain with owls? Is this really that serious? If Voldemort weren't causing such a ruckus, it might indeed qualify as an urgent issue. I'll have Minerva talk to him, Dumbledore said after a pause, nodding slightly. This is indeed excessive. Harry's face remained solemn. I suggest expelling him. Use this as a reason to pack him off and hire at least a competent defense against the dark arts professor. Harry, I would also like a better professor, Dumbledore replied with a wry expression. But the defense against the dark arts position. This year, only one person applied for the job. It wasn't that Dumbledore wanted Lockhart, he simply had no other choice. And even if he leaves, the artifact will remain at Hogwarts. Harry clicked his tongue in frustration. Only one applicant. Was this because of that curse? Damn bald-nosed Tom Riddle. Not just that, Harry added, shaking his head and dropping the subject of expulsion. Lockhart may be an airhead troll, but Voldemort isn't. Dumbledore sighed, catching on. You mean the artifact might be in someone else's hands? Oh, absolutely. Love makes people blind. Perhaps a young witch, hopelessly infatuated, might go to great lengths for him. Sounds like you've been there, Harry said, his tone thoughtful. Was she beautiful? Enough to keep you unmarried even after 100 years. Dumbledore acted as though he hadn't heard Harry's comment. He snapped his fingers, summoning a house elf and instructing it to search the dormitories again. The topic was deftly sidestepped. They reached the dungeons and knocked on Snape's office door. Soon enough, the greasy-haired, ever-black-clad Snape emerged. Dumbledore. And Potter. What brings you here so late? Finally come to fix your heads. Dumbledore shook his head and gently explained, Severus, I'm here to check your office. Voldemort's dark artifact is unaccounted for. Snape's expression twisted as if he'd been forced to swallow 2 pounds of dung bombs. His face contorted, his eyes seethed with disgust, and his body trembled with indignation as he yanked out his wand. Albus, are you seriously doubting? Harry raised an eyebrow but said nothing. No, it's at Harry's suggestion, Dumbledore interjected, raising a hand to calm him. He suspects Lockhart, but as headmaster, I can't limit my investigation to just one professor. Snape's glare relaxed ever so slightly. A brilliant suggestion from Mr. Potter. Come in, he said curtly, stepping aside. Once inside, Dumbledore raised his wand. You know what's off limits, Snape growled at Dumbledore, though his gaze lingered on Harry. Harry shrugged. If it's about my mother, I don't think it should be hidden from me. Snape huffed and flicked his cloak dismissively, not bothering to look at him. Dumbledore cast his spell, meticulously combing through the office. At Snape's insistence, one drawer emerged shrouded in a dense white mist, its contents visible only to Dumbledore. When everything was returned to its place, Snape sneered. Are you satisfied now? Forgive me, Severus, Dumbledore said earnestly. I trust you, I truly do, but I'm still the headmaster of Hogwarts. What's the situation, then? Snape sat down, conjuring 2 chairs for them. Let me guess, you found nothing. Dumbledore nodded. Both Harry and I are highly suspicious of Lockhart. But he seems unnervingly normal, Dumbledore added after a pause. Not normal at all, Harry countered. Shifty and suspicious. From a magical perspective, he's completely ordinary, Dumbledore clarified. No anomalies whatsoever. He's practically a muggle who can wave a wand, Harry muttered. I've always suspected he's a squib, Snape said with a cold smirk. If there's nothing in his office, have you checked the Chamber of Secrets? He might have returned there. I'm waiting for word from the house elves, Dumbledore replied. If there's still nothing in the dormitories, I'll go with Harry to check. The chamber wasn't freely accessible to the house elves, they couldn't enter as they could other parts of Hogwarts. More than half an hour later, a house elf reappeared before Dumbledore, its forehead freshly branded with a burn mark that still sizzled. Headmaster Dumbledore, we still couldn't find the book you're looking for. Has Professor Lockhart left his office? Harry asked. The house elf shook its head. No, his office door has remained locked. He hasn't left, nor has he been to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Could he have used a Confundus charm? Harry looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore waved his wand. Don't worry. I've cast a spell that would alert me if he left. So. Lockhart hadn't snuck out during the checks to covertly pass the artifact to someone else. Did that make him less suspicious? The 3 of them rose and hurried to the Chamber of Secrets. As before, it was empty. No basilisk. No book. Not even new traces of disturbance. Severus, Dumbledore said softly as they emerged from the chamber. I know, Snape replied with palpable irritation. I'll keep an eye on Lockhart. Though, frankly, Phileas might be better suited for the job. He hesitated before continuing. Lockhart's brain must be stuffed with all droppings. Lately, he's been pestering me non-stop about starting a dueling club, every single day. Dumbledore chuckled at the memory. At least it's just 100 owls, isn't it? Phileas would rather cast an age reversal charm on Lockhart and send him back to school, to another house, of course, for proper re-education. Snape sneered. Harry was puzzled. Owl droppings. Is that some kind of joke, like the dung bombs? Lockhart's been insufferable since childhood, Dumbledore explained, still amused. That's one of the most vivid memories I have from when I first became headmaster. On Valentine's Day, he somehow managed to have 800 owls deliver love letters to himself. Breakfast that day was an absolute disaster. Severus hadn't graduated yet, Dumbledore added with a chuckle. He suffered with the rest of us. Snape growled in response, gritting his teeth. Thank goodness he's only my professor, Harry muttered, the thought of that seemed more revolting than eating 2 pounds of botruckle dung. The rest of the holiday passed uneventfully. Lockhart behaved himself, or so it seemed. For Snape, though, the man's incessant chatter about the dueling club was anything but peaceful. By the end of the break, the students returned to Hogwarts only to receive a shocking New Year's gift. Another attack had occurred over the holiday. Many students regretted boarding the train. Wasn't staying home a better idea? Listening to Ron's animated retelling, Hermione blinked in confusion before turning to Harry, clutching his arm. So, they still haven't found the artifact Voldemort left behind. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 67, Snape, You're Such a Gryffindor. Almost every student shared Hermione's concerns. They trusted Hogwarts and its professors, but trust wasn't a spell that could vanquish a basilisk. As terrifying as the dark creature itself might be, what truly unsettled them was something else entirely. Despite the professor's exhaustive preparations, with the roosters stationed across the castle, another student had been attacked. Despite it being the holiday season, with only a handful of people remaining at school, there had been no progress. Where was the basilisk? Where was the Chamber of Secrets? Who was the heir? When students asked their professors, they were met with silence. Well, not from everyone. Lockhart, for example, had plenty to say in his classes. He recounted how he had saved Hogwarts over the holidays, bravely uncovering the heir, who was controlled by a dark artifact. He claimed to have engaged in a death-defying duel but, unfortunately, let her escape at the last critical moment. Students treated it as entertainment, never taking him seriously. It wasn't even about whether Lockhart had the ability to do such a thing. After all, there were only 3 witches who stayed at Hogwarts over the holidays. One was in the hospital wing. One was a half-blood Hufflepuff. The third, though a pureblood, was a Gryffindor. No one could seriously believe that a girl was the heir responsible for all the chaos. On the last class of the first week of the new term, Harry and his peers had defense against the dark arts with Lockhart. Neville slouched dejectedly as he left the stage, having just finished reenacting one of Lockhart's stories about heroically subduing a werewolf. The performance earned Gryffindor 20 points, but it did little to lift the students' spirits. Points hardly seemed important compared to the threat looming over their safety. Meanwhile, the Slytherins were more smug than ever. With the heir still uncaptured, they continued to intimidate the other houses, their praise for the heir growing louder and bolder. The heir proves that Slytherin truly is the greatest. Look at all of you, so glum and gloomy, Lockhart said, tugging at his collar during the last few minutes of class. Does attending a class with your favorite professor, yours truly, fail to cheer you up? Ron muttered under his breath from behind a copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2, we'd be happier if we didn't have his class at all. Every student had hoped to learn something useful from Lockhart, especially in times like these. Instead, they got. I once killed a basilisk in Turku. Rest assured, Hogwarts is safe under my protection. Oh, and I once had a few basilisk eggs. But I was so hungry, I fried and ate them. Otherwise, I would have brought one to show you. This earned a collective eye roll. Had Lockhart bothered to open a basic book on magical creatures, he wouldn't spout such nonsense. Basilisks don't lay eggs, they're artificially created when a toad hatches a chicken's egg. Still, at least he got one thing right, basilisks are egg-born. Small miracles. The students grumbled quietly, echoing Ron's complaints. Lockhart raised his voice, trying to regain their attention. Well, then. I suppose this next bit of news will surely cheer you up. I, Gilderoy Lockhart. He launched into his usual litany of titles. I understand your concerns. You young wizards and witches do need to learn more powerful spells for self-defense. So tonight, in the Great Hall, I'll be teaching some of the magic you've always wanted to learn, the kind that will help you protect yourselves. Even Hermione rolled her eyes. What could he possibly teach us? How to make a fried egg out of a rooster's egg. Hagrid's probably better at that than he is, she quipped. Raising his wand, Lockhart hesitated before grabbing a piece of chalk instead. He wrote a long string of words on the blackboard. I proposed this to Headmaster Dumbledore, and he has granted his permission. Tonight, Hogwarts will host a dueling club. I hope you'll all come to see how a great wizard conducts himself in battle. The students were abuzz with excitement. Lockhart, for once, seemed to have done something useful. They had always dreamed of dueling like true witches and wizards, especially Gryffindors. Their disputes with Slytherins often began with drawn wands and ended with professors separating them. The younger they were, the more likely they were to find fists more effective than spells. The prospect of an official dueling club sparked animated discussions. If only Professor Flitwick were in charge, they mused, it would have been even better. After dinner, Professor McGonagall waved her wand to clear the long house tables, creating a wide open space in the Great Hall. Lockhart sidled up to her, ingratiatingly pleading until, with evident reluctance, she conjured a grand, gold-trimmed stage. He hurriedly thanked her and dashed onto the platform. Gather round, everyone, gather round. Lockhart called out enthusiastically, gesturing for the students to approach. Can you all hear me? When the crowd gave a half-hearted nod, he beamed even brighter. Some of you heard about this in class, while others saw the notices in the entrance hall. Let me just say, those of you here tonight are very fortunate. As you know, Professor Flitwick is a renowned dueling champion. At the staff table, Flitwick's expression darkened. While the words were complimentary, coming from Lockhart, they somehow sounded insufferable. And I, Lockhart continued, as a proud Ravenclaw alumnus, have also achieved great success in dueling, as I detailed in my books. I am, after all, a highly accomplished dueling master. To ensure you don't think I'm bullying an old man. Flitwick's face darkened further. I've invited Professor Snape to assist me. He, too, has some minor knowledge of dueling. Despite the risks, he has bravely volunteered to demonstrate for you. Snape's expression was one of pure revulsion. Among the students, the Slytherins frowned. Everyone knew bravery was a Gryffindor trait, and Lockhart's supposed compliment was practically a pointed jab. Snape, you're such a Gryffindor. Of course, don't worry, Lockhart reassured the crowd. I'll take care not to hurt your potions, Professor. After all, if I had to teach 2 classes, I wouldn't have time to answer my fan mail. Snape narrowed his eyes, scanning Lockhart like a predator sizing up prey, deliberating where to strike. Ravenclaws and Gryffindors watched the unfolding drama with glee. Hufflepuffs looked on with pity. Slytherins silently prayed their head of house would hex Lockhart into oblivion. Shall we begin? Snape interrupted, climbing onto the gaudy stage with visible reluctance. Of course, Professor Snape, the question is, are you ready? Lockhart brandished his wand. For a wizard like me, readiness is a constant state. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 68, Snape and Harry. The two moved to opposite ends of the stage. In a wizard's duel, proper etiquette is a must, Lockhart said with a wide, toothy grin. First, we show respect to our opponent. He turned and bowed politely to Snape. Snape, clearly reluctant, gave a curt nod in response. I wish the basilisk I fought had been this polite, muttered a disgruntled Gryffindor upperclassman. Bowing before a fight, what nonsense. For once, the Slytherins didn't voice a differing opinion. They nodded in agreement. A fight was a fight. Victory was all that mattered. If sneaking an attack guaranteed a win, then sneak attacks were the way to go. On stage, the 2 wizards raised their wands to their chests. Lockhart turned back to the students and continued his monologue. After the bow, duelists adopt their stances, like so. He twirled his wand with a flourish, the long wooden stick spinning deftly between his fingers. Snape's patience wore thin, he looked ready to fire a spell without waiting for permission. Mastery of wand handling, Lockhart said with smug pride, is an essential indicator of a duelist's skill level. He glanced at Snape's increasingly grim face and finally decided to rein himself in. When I count to 3, we'll cast our first spells. Of course, we won't aim to harm each other seriously. 1, 2, 3. Lockhart dragged out the last syllable dramatically. The instant the word 3 left his mouth, both wizards raised their wands. Expelliarmus. A flash of red light shot from Snape's wand. Protego. Lockhart's wand flared white as he conjured a shield. The disarming spell ricocheted off with a loud clang, slamming into a nearby candelabra. Harry, Snape, and even the other professors wore expressions of mild surprise. Lockhart himself seemed pleased, until Snape's second spell hit him. Expelliarmus. The second disarming spell tore through his feeble magical defenses, sending him sprawling backward onto the stage. His wand flew high into the air before landing neatly in Snape's outstretched hand. I knew it, Ron said gleefully. He was bound to make a fool of himself. Harry, however, shook his head. It's hard to believe he could even cast a shield charm. The Protego spell wasn't something just anyone could master. Considering the dismal quality of defense against the dark arts education at Hogwarts over the years, the fact that Lockhart could pull it off was genuinely surprising. Lockhart himself looked stunned, clearly not expecting to last for just one round. After a long pause, he scrambled to his feet, disheveled and flustered. His robes were askew, several buttons had popped off, and his hat lay crumpled on the floor. He hastily picked it up, dusted it off, and plopped it back on his head. "Well," he declared, his voice strained but upbeat. "You all saw that, didn't you? That was a demonstration between Professor Snape and me. A disarming charm, it's one of the most practical spells in a duel, as it disarms your opponent of their wand. But you might have noticed, I countered it earlier with the shield charm. Yes, the very advanced spell, Part2. Some aurors can't even manage it. Only exceptionally skilled wizards, like myself, are capable of such feats. This charm, as you saw, can repel almost any hex or curse, save for the unforgivable curses. A duel isn't just about attack and defense. Strategy is equally vital. Take Professor Snape, for example. When he noticed my defensive approach, he chose to counter it with relentless offense. Of course, I held back, no need to take things too far." Snape sneered, tossing Lockhart's wand back to him. Lockhart fumbled to catch it, nearly dropping it again. And with that, our demonstration concludes. But to give you all a taste of the difference between a young wizard and a true master. He turned abruptly toward Harry. "Mr. Potter." The crowd's attention shifted instantly to Harry. "Would you care to?" Lockhart hesitated, then stiffened his resolve. "Would you like to duel with my assistant, Professor Snape?" Snape raised an eyebrow, surprised that the peacock-like man had handed him such an opportunity. His lips curled into a subtle smile. "Of course," Harry replied without hesitation. "Excellent. Come up to the stage," Lockhart said, clapping his hands enthusiastically. But Snape shook his head. "Potter and I don't need this ridiculous platform." He stepped down from the stage. McGonagall wasted no time, with a flick of her wand, the stage vanished. Lockhart, caught off guard, stumbled and nearly fell. The crowd formed a wide circle, leaving ample room for the duel. "Dear Professor," Harry said as he approached, drawing the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat. "Please be kind. Spare me your theatrics." Snape growled through gritted teeth. Lockhart hurried between them, positioning himself as the referee. "Now, bow." Neither Harry nor Snape moved. "Well, I suppose that isn't necessary between the two of you," Lockhart muttered awkwardly. "Very well. 1, 2. Before he could finish, Harry rolled to the side in a swift dodge. An invisible wave of magic surged forward. Lockhart, unfortunately caught in the middle, was flipped upside down. His robe sagged, revealing a mat of chest hair and an unnaturally smooth, hairless stomach. "Professor, you seem fond of that spell," Harry remarked, flicking his wand. A cluster of nearby chairs leaped into the air, transforming into a pack of white wolves that charged at Snape. "Does it have something to do with my father? Using transfiguration so crudely?" Professor McGonagall would weep, Snape retorted coldly. He raised his wand, conjuring roaring flames that engulfed the wolf pack, reducing them to ash. "Oh. How about this?" Harry asked, casting another spell. From the flames, the wolves morphed into 20 flaming archers, their fiery arrows raining down on Snape. Protego. Snape cast a defensive spell, abandoning his offense to deflect the attack. But Harry wasn't finished. Finite Incantatem. Snape's next spell dispelled the fiery transfiguration entirely. Wooden shards rained down as the remains of the chairs scattered. Though blunted, they still posed a threat, bouncing harmlessly off the shield charm. And yet. Nebulous. As Snape dispelled the attack, Harry summoned a dense mist that rapidly spread across the area. Snape's vision was obscured. The boy was dangerous in close combat. If Harry managed to close the gap. Snape flipped his wrist, withdrawing several vials of potions from his robes. He hurled them to the ground, the shattered glass releasing clouds of vibrant blue-green gas. The mist turned toxic. Harry sniffed lightly. Paralysis, disorientation, confusion, he quickly identified the effects. Expensive potions, undoubtedly of excellent quality. Unfortunately for Snape, Harry was immune. Witcher physiology truly was a luxury. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 69, He's Harry, not Potter. Snape poured a potion into his mouth but didn't swallow it immediately, merely holding it there. With his wand raised, he scanned the surroundings warily, refraining from casting any spells right away. The cloud fog charm wasn't ordinary mist, it was pure magic. Neither the whirlwind charm nor the hurricane charm could disperse it. A finite incantatem could do the job, but casting it required sustained magical energy. In the absence of visual clarity, such a move would be risky. Snape waited patiently. Waited for the poison to take effect. Waited for Harry to expose himself. Someone who couldn't conceal their intentions would often fall into greater passivity, a lesson Snape had learned the hard way many times. "Professor." Harry's voice suddenly came from behind him. A flash of light cut through the poisonous mist, aiming straight for Snape's head. "This little trick doesn't work on me," Harry sneered. At the last moment. Boom. An explosion erupted. The resulting shockwave forced Snape back, narrowly avoiding the attack. Swish, swish, Harry's robes morphed, long strips of fabric twisting and driving into the ground to bind Snape's hands and waist. They yanked him violently toward Harry's outstretched sword. Snape, teetering on the brink of collision, swallowed the potion. His body liquefied with a splash, sloshing to the side and reforming into his humanoid shape. "I'm starting to think you're not a Potter at all but a pile of dung." Snape scowled, pulling out more vials and smashing them on the ground. A more putrid, suffocating stench filled the air. In the teacher's seating area, Dumbledore immediately rose, waved his wand, and lifted the spell on Lockhart, flinging him back into the crowd. With another gesture, he encased the poisonous gas within the duel's bounds. Harry sniffed the air. The poison's potency had increased, now strong enough to challenge even his enhanced constitution, but still manageable within 7 or 8 doses. Harry's robe tendrils continued to extend. Stepping through the toxic puddles, he splashed up droplets. The shards of potion vials beneath his feet crunched audibly, and from the shards, translucent ants emerged, marching en masse toward Snape. Poison didn't work. Snape's face darkened. He waved his wand, casting finite incantatem again. The magic nullified everything. Harry seized the moment to cast Cloud Fog Charm once more. Thick mist blanketed the arena once again. Snape clicked his tongue in irritation. This annoying brat, was this all he could do? He drank another potion, his magical energy boiling faintly within, then raised his wand high. Sweeping hurricane. Harry halted mid-step, his eyes narrowing in surprise. Within his perception, Snape appeared to ignite. He'd seen this spell before, but Snape's casting was entirely different from others. It wasn't purely magic, it was as if he was manipulating raw elements, akin to the Witcher signs. Was this the effect of the potions? Or Snape's own innate skill? Magical energy intertwined with elemental power, the two forces amplifying one another. The mist twisted and shimmered under the pressure, dissolving into specks of light before merging with the hurricane, which now loomed like an unstoppable force. Caught in the storm's pull, Harry's figure grew blurry in Snape's eyes, and Potter truly looked like just Potter again. Snape silently fired another spell in Harry's direction. Harry dodged with agility. In the crowd, a student caught the stray spell and ended up dangling upside down. Dumbledore quickly countered the enchantment to free them. Realizing that poison was ineffective against Harry, Snape relied solely on magical attacks. In terms of pure dueling technique, Snape lagged slightly behind Flitwick. Deprived of his potions, he became somewhat restricted. After a dozen exchanges, Harry had yet to be cornered and even managed to close the distance twice. Both times, Snape had narrowly escaped by downing potions. The last encounter had been particularly close. Harry's Igni sign clung to Snape's robes, while the Erden sign immobilized him. He'd barely avoided being skewered by Harry's sword. Potter. Snape growled through clenched teeth, his focus solely on Harry. His hand darted into his robes, producing a pointy-bottomed vial filled with a golden, shimmering liquid. He unscrewed the stopper, about to drink it. Dumbledore's spell struck, binding Snape's hands. "Severus, you and Harry have demonstrated enough." Snape froze. Looking back, he saw the boy with the sword. It was Harry Potter. Snape sneered, recapping the vial. Harry sheathed his sword and glanced at Flitwick. Standing on a desk, Flitwick grinned broadly and gave Harry a hearty thumbs up. In the crowd, Lockhart watched Harry intently, lost in thought. Snape turned to Lockhart and spoke icily, "Professor Lockhart, my duel with Potter has concluded." Lockhart snapped out of his daze, nodding mechanically as he emerged from the crowd. "Oh, yes. Let us thank Professor Snape and Harry for presenting us with such a spectacular duel. A wizard's duel isn't just about spells. Potions, swords, anything that can harm your opponent is a valid tool." Professor McGonagall lowered her head. She was imagining a rather unfortunate future. "Now, I'll pair you up into groups for dueling practice," Lockhart announced enthusiastically. "I'll personally provide the most appropriate guidance. It won't be long before you're all as skilled as Mr. Potter." Harry rejoined the crowd. The other students eyed him strangely, with a mix of awe and excitement. "I finally get why you're not scared of Professor Snape," Seamus remarked, his tone a mix of wonder and disbelief. "Harry, you actually stood your ground against Professor Snape." Ron exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. Harry gave Ron an odd look. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Harry didn't lose," Hermione corrected Ron. Harry shook his head, correcting them both. "I can't beat Professor Snape yet." He wasn't being serious. He was about to get serious when Dumbledore stopped him. Ron looked confused. Professor Snape didn't use his more dangerous potions. Even Hermione could handle the first 2 batches. Harry explained simply. Hermione blinked in surprise, pointing to herself. "I could." She wasn't aware she had that kind of ability. On parchment, Hermione could handle it, Harry clarified, remembering her theoretical expertise. Hermione, now flustered, lightly punched Harry on the back. The tough leather armor beneath her hand stung her knuckles slightly. Professor Snape is a master of potions. The last potion he was going to use was Felix Felici's, Harry continued. After drinking that, his magical abilities would have been enhanced even further. He only dueled me with spells. He didn't even use his specialty. He turned to Dumbledore, sighing. It's a pity you stopped him. Snape approached. You should be grateful he did. With your tiny frame, a few more of my spells would have finished you off. TSK. I'll have to gift you a new set of robes, Professor, Harry said, eyeing Snape critically. Black is too heavy. How about green? It's Slytherin's color. Snape's face darkened. He pulled out a vial of green potion from his robes. Perhaps I should poison you silent. A quiet Potter is far more tolerable. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 70, The Pureblood Victim. Ron stared at the vial in Snape's hand, visibly trembling. Was Snape really handing over poison this time? Drink it. Snape shoved the bottle into Harry's hand with an expression as firm as his tone. Ron's fear grew. Without hesitation, Harry twisted off the cap and downed the contents in one gulp. The surrounding students gasped audibly. He actually drank it. From Snape, who despises him the most. It tastes terrible, Harry remarked, grimacing. Like something steeped with a troll's beard for 2 months. Snape sneered. I see you've sampled that before. Just heard it described by the Sorting Hat, Harry replied casually, while the hat under his robes wriggled uneasily. Did you take an antidote beforehand? Snape ignored the topic, his face stern as his tone. Harry shook his head. No need to worry, Professor. Let's be blunt, I haven't used antidotes because I don't need them. It's my constitution. Apprentice-level poisons don't affect me. Antidotes were a significant category in potion making. Second-year students had just begun learning the basics of creating them. However, unlike specialized antidotes tailored to counteract specific curses, spells, or poisons, universal antidotes capable of neutralizing a wide range of toxins required advanced knowledge. This involved deconstructing the composition of curses and toxins to develop a potion that could counteract all their effects. Testing the antidote. That was the most basic and dangerous part of the process. Even master potion makers couldn't guarantee they'd avoid harming themselves while experimenting. The list of potion masters who had succumbed to their own brews was long enough to fill an entire book. Constitution. Snape's expression softened slightly. I didn't expect such an ability to come from the Potter line. He flicked his robe and turned to leave. Professor, what was that potion you used earlier? Harry stopped him mid-stride. Snape responded impatiently, that was a fluid potion, my own invention. You're far from capable of understanding it. I wasn't asking about that one, Harry clarified, cutting him off. I meant the one that amplified your magical power during the duel. Snape's eyes narrowed. So the poison did affect you? Clouding your judgment, perhaps. A young wizard shouldn't meddle with such things. I'm only curious about the hurricane spell you cast, Harry countered. It wasn't ordinary, it seemed to channel external magic. Snape was taken aback. He turned to Dumbledore and explained, if it's the effect you're curious about, ask Albus. That was just a basic magic-boosting potion. To tap into external magic requires a substantial reserve of internal magic as a base. I only managed it through the potion's effects. Harry nodded in understanding. Snape exited swiftly. How could you, Harry? Ron exclaimed, flailing his arms uncertainly, torn between patting Harry's back or forcing him to vomit. Spit it out now. Spit what out? Harry looked at him, puzzled. The poison. Ron shouted in panic. Hermione, unable to watch any longer, sighed. That wasn't poison, it was an antidote. Given all the potions Professor Snape used during the duel, even if Harry didn't seem affected, some of them might not show immediate effects. Ron's expression shifted as he processed her words. Still, his tone carried lingering suspicion. So, it was an antidote. Harry nodded. Ron remained half convinced. Trusting Snape's kindness wasn't easy for him. The students paired off, ready to begin their practice duels. Ron and Hermione quickly became the envy of others, they had Harry as their guide. Meanwhile, Lockhart sashayed between groups, correcting their errors. Not their technique, but their lack of flair. No, dueling is about poise. You can't just wave your wand so clumsily. Even Professor Flitwick couldn't stand it anymore. Abandoning his chat with McGonagall, he jumped down from the staff table and personally started correcting the students' real mistakes. Half an hour later, a house elf appeared at Dumbledore's side. Harry's sharp senses caught the movement, and he turned just in time to see the panicked creature whispering something. The professor's expressions darkened immediately. Dumbledore stood, raising his wand. In an instant, all the spells in the hall dissipated. Clang, clatter, various objects fell to the ground. All students, return to your common rooms immediately, Dumbledore ordered, his expression grave. Follow your heads of house and stay together, no straying from your group. The students' anxiety spiked. Another attack. Who was it this time? They looked around, checking their friends. Relief swept over those who found everyone accounted for, but others who realized someone was missing turned pale and restless. The Slytherins, however, remained calm and smug. They prided themselves on their pureblood heritage. Whoever was attacked, it certainly wouldn't be one of their own. The Gryffindors followed McGonagall back to their common room. After ensuring everyone was safe, she left in haste. Who was it this time? Seamus asked, scanning the room as if trying to rule out anyone from Gryffindor. Neville frowned, visibly nervous. He still worried he might be next. Some students had already begun writing letters home, desperate to share their fears. Harry snapped his fingers, uttering the name of the house elf he'd noticed earlier, Crow. With a soft pop, the elf appeared before him. The other students gathered around curiously. It was Hermione's first time seeing such a creature. Wrinkled, poorly dressed, and resembling a goblin yet uglier in detail, she quickly turned her head away, opting to focus on Harry's profile instead for some relief. Who was the victim? Harry asked. Crow nervously replied in a tiny voice, it was a Slytherin student, petrified. His name is Marcus Flint. Seamus cheered, pumping his fist. Ha! Let's see the Slytherins brag now. He stopped mid-sentence, realizing the somber mood. A Slytherin had been attacked, yet the Gryffindors weren't celebrating. Neville, in particular, looked ghastly pale, trembling. What's wrong? Seamus asked hesitantly. Ron swallowed hard, his voice uneasy. Don't you know Marcus Flint? He's Slytherin's Quidditch captain. Seamus nodded. I know who he is. So what? He's pureblood. Ron emphasized. Flint belongs to one of the sacred 28 families, those most pure bloodlines. A pureblood. Seamus' realization hit like a bucket of ice water. But the Chamber of Secrets legend says the basilisk only attacks non-pureblood students, stammered a frightened fourth-year pureblood, his voice shaking. He turned to Crow, suddenly hostile. Did you make a mistake? Crow never lies to young wizards, the elf wailed, clutching its ears. Crow doesn't mistake young wizards either. The basilisk doesn't know who's pureblood and who isn't, Harry interjected, his brow furrowed. Only the heir chooses the targets. And clearly, the heir of Slytherin doesn't entirely agree with Slytherin's ideology. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 71, Dumbledore, I must explain something. It sounded absurd. But the facts were undeniable. Although Gryffindor wasn't like Slytherin, constantly boasting about bloodlines, the number of pureblood students wasn't small. Those who had previously felt safest now resembled Neville, panicked and uneasy. Most courage comes from a false sense of security. Now, Gryffindor purebloods, like their mixed blood and muggle-born peers, grabbed quills and parchment, frantically penning letters to their families. As the crowd dispersed, the house elf disappeared after Harry waved it away. Why would he target a pureblood? Hermione frowned, her mind racing. Doesn't this just escalate things unnecessarily? He wants to escalate things, Harry confirmed. Ron seemed to connect the dots, suddenly leaning so far back in his chair he almost toppled over, only for Harry to grab him by the collar and pull him upright. Ron didn't even bother straightening himself, instead whispering fearfully. It's about Dumbledore, isn't it? Harry nodded. Dumbledore. Hermione gasped, her surprise unmistakable. When Ron finally regained his seat, Hermione's expression turned even more shocked. He wants to oust Dumbledore from the castle. Ron stared at her in amazement. How do you know that? Did Harry tell you? Isn't it obvious? Hermione replied, her brow furrowed. But does he have the means to connect with outsiders and stir up such chaos? He doesn't need to, Harry replied, shaking his head. He knows all too well, just doing this much will prompt someone to eagerly step forward and remove Dumbledore. That's impossible, Dumbledore is the greatest white wizard of all time. Hermione's expression twisted with disbelief. The Malfoy family is on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, Ron interjected grimly. Hermione froze. Great men often make many enemies, Harry added. What do we do if Dumbledore is removed? Hermione asked, rubbing her face anxiously. Maybe Malfoy will swoop in, resolve the situation, and become the new headmaster, Ron speculated, his voice sinking even lower. The horrifying image of Lucius Malfoy, his face pale and lifeless, delivering the opening speech at the start of term feast flashed through Ron's mind. He shuddered violently. Hogwarts has Snape already, and that's more than enough, he muttered. Tom doesn't strike me as someone who'd do all this just to help another person, Harry said, shaking his head. Ron gritted his teeth. Once Malfoy takes control of the castle, he'll turn it into a training ground for dark wizards, churning out Voldemort's loyal followers. That's something Voldemort would love to see happen, Ron concluded. Harry hesitated but then reluctantly nodded. You might be right. The whole situation weighed on him like a thick fog. There were so many unanswered questions, especially about Voldemort's motivations. Back in Harry's first year, Voldemort had gone to great lengths to regain power, even hunting unicorns in the Forbidden Forest and enduring the agony of curses. If regaining strength was his only goal, wouldn't he have been safer doing so outside Hogwarts, away from Dumbledore? Or could Ron's theory be correct? Was Voldemort truly risking everything to help Malfoy? Harry made a mental note to consult the Sorting Hat about writing a ballad to celebrate the extraordinary love between the two. Ron's rant about the Malfoy family's dark history was interrupted when a silver cat appeared, silently padding toward Harry. It stopped at his feet, and McGonagall's voice emerged from it. Harry, come to the headmaster's office. The password is cauldron cake. Be careful on your way. Nobody else seemed to notice. The Patronus vanished in a wisp of smoke. Now. Right after another attack. Hermione asked in a hushed, incredulous tone. It must be urgent, Harry said, exhaling deeply. If anyone asks. You're asleep, Ron replied promptly. I'll let Seamus and Neville know. Harry nodded, heading toward the dormitory. Once inside, he donned his invisibility cloak and slipped away toward the headmaster's office. In the office, 3 people awaited him, McGonagall, Snape, and Dumbledore. Harry, there you are, Dumbledore greeted, beckoning him over. Still no sign of Tom? Harry asked flatly. He's likely in Lockhart's possession, Dumbledore replied, gesturing for Harry to sit as he poured a glass of milk. You've noticed it too, haven't you? Harry took the glass. The increase in magical strength, though faint, is noticeable. Last time, he couldn't even sense my spells. Last time. McGonagall interjected, clearly shocked. What last time? Harry, when did you confront Lockhart? She had expected Harry to be more restrained this term, his intensive supplementary classes and training occupied nearly every evening except Sunday. But things rarely unfolded as she imagined. First, there had been the incident of sneaking into the Slytherin common room and stealing a portrait, coinciding with the student attacks. While linked to Gryffindor's trials, it was still a significant breach. And now this. Casting spells on Lockhart. All without a word. Before the term started, in Diagon Alley, Harry admitted. He wanted to borrow my fame without compensating me. I lost my patience and hit him with a spell. Harry, abusing magic. Dumbledore began sternly. It was just a softening charm to make him trip and embarrass himself in public, Harry interrupted. Dumbledore sighed. Fine, let's not dwell on that. More importantly, I used some less than noble methods to investigate Lockhart's office earlier. Dark magic. Harry interjected. Dumbledore hesitated briefly, then nodded. Yes, specifically involving soul magic. I detected traces of a tainted soul in Lockhart. But Voldemort's fragment still hasn't been found. You're a white wizard, Harry stated emotionlessly. He's a Dark Lord. When it comes to dark magic expertise. Snape sneered. Potter, spare us the naivety. Albus's knowledge of dark magic likely rivals the Dark Lord's. Dumbledore waved a hand. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Severus. But Voldemort's mastery far exceeds mine in this field. I don't know how he's hiding, but given time to study, I might find a way to uncover him. We don't have time, he added gravely. Looking at Harry, Dumbledore continued, once I'm gone, you'll be Voldemort's primary target. The Ministry will send Aurors, Kingsley Shacklebolt will lead them. He's someone you can trust completely. And you can also trust Severus without hesitation. He'll protect you. Harry nodded silently. He didn't question why Dumbledore was leaving this responsibility on his shoulders. Without Dumbledore as a counterbalance, and with Voldemort growing stronger, Harry knew he'd inevitably become the next target. Dumbledore opened his mouth to speak further, but a harsh knock interrupted him. With a wave of his wand, the door swung open, revealing a plump man in a pinstripe suit and bright red tie. He stormed in, radiating fury, until he reached the middle of the room, where his steps faltered. By the time he stood before Dumbledore, all the bravado had drained from him. Albus, he said, his voice laced with forced confidence. I didn't expect to meet under such circumstances. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 72, Lockhart faces termination. The man extended a hand, his palm glistening with sweat. Dumbledore gave it a light shake. Cornelius, I didn't expect you to come by so late. As minister, I must think about the future of the wizarding world, Cornelius Fudge said, pulling out a handkerchief to dab his forehead. Though I detailed everything in the letter, I thought it necessary to come in person. Dumbledore gestured for him to sit, but Fudge shook his head. No time for pleasantries, Albus. The Board of Governors has already decided, tomorrow, in London. Tomorrow won't work, Dumbledore interrupted decisively. Fudge froze, his eyelid twitching. The words caught in his throat, and his voice cracked slightly. This is a decision by the Board of Governors. I'm aware. There's no need to repeat yourself, Dumbledore interrupted again, his tone gentle yet firm. But tomorrow is not an option. I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, Cornelius. I must stay here. Fudge, trying to assert his authority, raised his voice, his bluster faltering as he continued. But you failed to protect the students. How many now? How many have been attacked? Dumbledore didn't answer, his calm gaze meeting Fudge's increasingly flustered demeanor. How many, then? How many? The silence was broken by Harry's flat tone. How many, indeed? Dumbledore's eyes flickered with faint amusement at Harry's interjection. Fudge, visibly embarrassed, opened his mouth, then clenched his teeth as he turned to glare at Harry. But the moment his eyes locked onto Harry's cat-like pupils, the words lodged in his throat. This was the Harry Potter, after all. Harry, Fudge began, his tone softening, if we don't address the current situation, these numbers are only the beginning. Things will spiral out of control, and the numbers will grow far worse. Harry smirked slightly, unimpressed. Such a familiar tactic, deflection without providing real answers. Still no specifics. Headmaster Dumbledore, we must act responsibly toward the students, Fudge said, turning back to Dumbledore. His earlier confidence had evaporated, leaving his words weak and unconvincing. You can't be so stubborn. The ones being stubborn are you, Dumbledore interrupted for the third time, raising a hand. Staying here is acting responsibly toward the students. But the Board of Governors has the authority to evaluate whether the headmaster is fit for the position, and the headmaster must comply. Fudge blurted, speaking hastily as if afraid of being cut off again. Then, where is the board's formal notice? Dumbledore extended a hand, fingers spread. Fudge faltered, unable to respond. Cornelius, as the Minister of Magic, you must show more maturity, Dumbledore said with quiet emphasis. Adjusting his hat, Fudge retorted, I am mature, Albus. I know exactly what I'm doing. Let's hope that's true, Dumbledore replied with a faint smile. The board's official documentation will be delivered to you soon. Be ready, Fudge said, retreating awkwardly. His words, like his posture, radiated defeat. He's afraid of you, Harry remarked softly, watching the still-open door. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the door shut with a quiet click. There have always been rumors that I aspire to replace him as Minister of Magic. Wizards should stay far away from politics, Harry said, shaking his head. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Harry, you never cease to amaze me. It took me many years after coming of age to realize that. Was it your old flame, the seer, who taught you that? Harry asked, a sly glint in his eyes. Snape pressed his lips together, trying not to laugh. McGonagall, on the other hand, seemed caught between surprise and confusion. We don't have much time, Dumbledore said, smoothly steering the conversation back. 5 days at most, possibly less. Unless it involves money, they've always been surprisingly efficient. We must find Voldemort before then. Legilimency, Harry suggested. Dumbledore blinked, taken aback. Use the spell to read his thoughts directly, Harry said earnestly, looking at Dumbledore. There's no need to tiptoe around him. Dumbledore shook his head. I've already tried. His expression turned complicated. I never expected Lockhart to be the kind of person he is. I thought he was merely stealing other people's achievements, but he's far worse than that. There were things I never could have imagined. But no memories related to Voldemort's artifact. What about Veritaserum? Harry pressed. Snape let out a cold laugh. Potter, there's no need to state the obvious. I used it during the Christmas holidays. Dumbledore turned to Snape in surprise. Severus, you never told me this. You and your soft, indecisive mind would have stopped me, Snape replied sharply. So, I didn't bother mentioning it. And? Dumbledore asked. No effect, Snape said curtly. Veritaserum is potent, but not infallible. That slimy creature is protected by an extremely advanced secrecy charm. Dumbledore rubbed his temples. You can trust me, I'm willing to go further if it's for the student's safety. That night in his office, I used enchantments to monitor his every move. Including his dates with female students. Harry interjected. Dumbledore stiffened. Actually. McGonagall spoke to him about that, and he's improved. Truly, only 2 incidents since then. But the Christmas holidays ended just a week ago, Harry pointed out flatly. His life is under constant observation, Dumbledore admitted, his tone betraying a hint of discomfort. I can confirm that Lockhart hasn't transferred the book elsewhere. Nor has he interacted with any suspicious entities. Occasionally, he talks to himself, but... Harry caught on. Talks to himself. Dumbledore nodded gravely. Precisely. Like you, I suspect Voldemort is inside him. But I've checked him thoroughly. Quirrell couldn't hide from me, and Lockhart doesn't seem capable of such deception. If Voldemort's inside him, that simplifies things, Harry said, spreading his hands. Remember my earlier suggestion? Fire him. McGonagall spoke up, her tone stern and unyielding. I fully agree, Albus. Even without a dark artifact in his possession, this scoundrel has no place in this school. A professor involved with students. I've never heard of such disgraceful behavior, especially with multiple students at the same time. Harry commented, to be fair, he does have the looks to attract people. This isn't about appearances. McGonagall snapped, her voice trembling with anger. He's violated every standard of a professor's conduct. Dumbledore stood. If even the deputy headmistress insists. He turned to Snape. Snape gave a curt nod. I support the motion. The head of Slytherin agrees, and I doubt the head of Ravenclaw would object. As headmaster, I must respect your decision. With a wave of his wand, a quill began scribbling furiously on the desk. Moments later, the parchment folded itself into a paper bird and zipped out of the room. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 73, Isn't That Even More Dangerous? Lockhart wasn't asleep yet. He stood before the mirror, captivated by his own reflection. Gilderoy, you're truly extraordinary, he murmured, his gaze dreamy and voice tinged with self-admiration. Tomorrow, I should contact Rita and have her write me another glowing article. What kind of title would suit? Hogwarts in Crisis, Lockhart to the Rescue. Another epic feat, the wizarding world's true savior. As he pondered how best to flaunt his accomplishments, a white light streaked through the air and struck him squarely in the face. It was a paper crane. Before he could muster outrage or speculate which Gryffindor was behind the prank, the crane unfolded before him. Its elegant strokes of writing and the signature at the bottom sent a chill down his spine. His expression shifted to one of alarm as he muttered under his breath. Professor Dumbledore wants to see me. Could he have? No, it's impossible for him to know. But he's the greatest white wizard alive, incredibly powerful. Oh, fine. Yes, I'll go now. Don't rush me. I'll make sure he doesn't suspect anything. He opened the door and hesitated with one foot outside, still uneasy. Are you sure he won't find out? All right, I'm going. He took off at a sprint, panting as he finally reached the headmaster's office. Gilderoy, thank you for coming on such short notice, Dumbledore said warmly, motioning for him to sit. Lockhart let out a sigh of relief. With such a calm demeanor, it didn't seem like anything serious was amiss. Feeling reassured, he eased himself into a chair. I regret to inform you, Dumbledore began, his tone polite yet firm, that you are hereby dismissed from your position at Hogwarts. Lockhart shot up as if propelled by a spring. Dismissed, he screeched, his voice raw with disbelief. Why? My performance has been exemplary. Snape interrupted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Exemplary like a troll, perhaps. Even if we put Potter in your shoes, he'd do a better job without even trying. 5th and 7th years are struggling, McGonagall added curtly. They've been forced to seek additional guidance from other professors just to keep up. The material you teach is entirely inadequate for exams, she continued. At this rate, not a single student will achieve even an E on their OWLs or Newts this year. Lockhart's face turned pale. He stammered out a weak defense. No, you can't. I've contributed to Hogwarts. I founded the dueling club. And a student was attacked because of it, Snape cut in without hesitation, placing the blame squarely on him. Lockhart shrank back, speechless and visibly guilty. Even without his protests, it was clear to everyone in the room that he had something to hide. Dumbledore raised his wand, and a faint magical aura enveloped Lockhart. Harry, seated quietly to the side, felt it distinctly in the air. After a moment, Dumbledore lowered his wand and continued. Minerva has already spoken to you about certain inappropriate behaviors involving students, Dumbledore said, his tone growing colder. You've made no effort to change and have continued to fraternize with them. Lockhart stammered, but it was mutual consent. You could wait until they graduate, McGonagall snapped, her voice trembling with rage. What they do after they leave school is their business. But right now, she continued, her tone scathing. You're a professor, and they're students. What kind of vile person would exploit their position to pursue students? Lockhart bit his lip, seemingly making a decision. I'll change. I promise I will, Professor McGonagall. I can't just leave like this. I wouldn't know how to explain it to my fans. This isn't about leaving quietly anymore, Dumbledore interrupted, shaking his head. I've discovered something far more troubling than your relationships with students. Lockhart's hand instinctively moved toward his robe pocket, trembling as he gripped the fabric. His forehead glistened with sweat. I've always known you weren't as capable as you claimed, Dumbledore continued, twirling his wand idly. But I thought you merely took credit for others' accomplishments, buying their stories and spinning them into your own. He sighed. I underestimated you. I thought you were just a mischievous boy who played petty pranks in his school days. But you didn't just take their stories. You took their lives. You extracted their tales and erased their memories with Obliviate. Lockhart's eyes widened. No. How could you possibly know that? I've never told anyone, he froze mid-sentence, realization dawning on his face. You used legilimency on me, he stammered, horrified. I have a responsibility to protect my students, Dumbledore replied, his tone tinged with faint regret. An incompetent professor has already harmed them enough. Will you hand me over to the ministry? Lockhart asked, his voice trembling like a child caught misbehaving. Dumbledore didn't answer. Snape snorted derisively. McGonagall's eyes were filled with disappointment. Lockhart squirmed in his chair, his nerves fraying. Tomorrow, Dumbledore said, rising from his seat. He approached Lockhart and gently tapped his shoulder with his wand. We'll leave the castle together. Lockhart looked up, dazed and hollow. Get a good night's rest, Dumbledore said softly. Lockhart staggered to his feet and shuffled to the door. He paused, clinging to the frame as he looked back miserably. Professor Dumbledore. Good night, Gilderoy, Dumbledore said, waving his wand. Two enchanted hands emerged from the doorframe to gently guide Lockhart out. With a resounding slam, the door shut behind him. He doesn't seem like someone who's gained the Dark Lord's support, Snape remarked dryly. McGonagall frowned faintly, disliking Snape's choice of words. Weaklings remain weaklings, even if they possess powerful artifacts, Harry said from the corner. He stood, eyeing Dumbledore. I didn't expect you to act so decisively, Professor. Voldemort is a master of patience, Dumbledore replied, adjusting his glasses. We can't afford to be passive forever. He turned to the two professors. I still couldn't find the artifact on him. Severus, Minerva, I'll need you both to help keep an eye on him tonight. I'll fetch Professors Flitwick and Sprout, Snape said as he left, casting a Patronus to summon them. Professor, I'll return to the dormitory, Harry said, excusing himself. Snape trailed after him, following closely as Harry climbed into Gryffindor Tower. Only after Harry entered the common room did Snape turn away, casting a disillusionment charm and heading toward Lockhart's office. Inside the common room, Percy was still standing guard. Seeing Harry return, he exclaimed, Harry! When did you leave? And at such a dangerous time. Professor Dumbledore called for me, Harry replied with a shrug. Besides, Professor Snape escorted me back. Isn't that even more dangerous? Percy blurted, standing up abruptly. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 74, A Murder at Hogwarts. As Percy's words trailed off, he realized his slip. After all, even Professor Snape could be the heir of Slytherin, he stammered, scrambling for an excuse. Anyway, it's good you're back safely. Harry thanked him and walked over to join Ron and Hermione. You're finally back. What did Professor Dumbledore want? Hermione set down her book, scooting closer. To give me instructions, Harry replied casually. Hermione and Ron's eyes widened in alarm. Professor Dumbledore's been attacked. Ron asked nervously, his voice dry and trembling as if he might swallow his tongue. Hermione didn't say anything, but her expression echoed Ron's thoughts. Harry shook his head. No. He just wanted to prepare me, in case he's forced to leave the castle without capturing Tom. Shouldn't that be the professor's responsibility? Ron exhaled in relief, shaking his head as if trying to clear it. Hermione shot him a sharp look. This is the Dark Lord we're talking about. He's bound to come after Harry, she added grimly. Ron clenched his fists and nodded. But Professor Dumbledore will definitely stop him. Maybe even tonight, Harry said reassuringly. Lockhart's leaving the castle tomorrow. Tom won't be able to resist making a move. Ron blinked in confusion. Wait, what? Wasn't this supposed to be about defeating the Dark Lord? How did Lockhart come into it? Sure, getting rid of that pompous fraud was great, but what did he have to do with the Dark Lord? Were they secretly connected somehow? Did they have a complicated relationship? Hermione seemed to be deep in thought. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office, Lockhart sat stiffly at his desk, clutching a quill. His hand hovered over a sheet of parchment, trembling, unable to begin writing. Do I really have to do this? He whispered anxiously. A voice, one only he could hear, replied. No, of course I don't want to leave like this, he muttered in response. But is this really the only way? Of course, I'm more important. I'm Gilderoy Lockhart, the wizard with the most charming smile. Yes, you're right. Hogwarts needs me to save it. You're not lying to me, are you? Taking a deep breath, Lockhart finally began writing the message he had been rehearsing in his head. The letter was short, less than 20 words. He tapped his wand against the parchment and incanted, Gemino. The parchment wiggled slightly, but the duplication spell failed. Frowning, he tried again. This time, the parchment burst into flames. Frantically, he grabbed a book and smothered the fire. Sighing heavily, he rewrote the letter twice by hand and sent it off using the Flu network, a privilege he had obtained from the ministry, given his frequent correspondence with journalists. One copy was sent to the Daily Prophet Star reporter, Rita Skeeter. The other went to Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. Unbeknownst to Lockhart, his every move was being closely monitored by Dumbledore. The letter's contents had already been seen by the professors. Urgent, come to Hogwarts immediately. There's been a murder. McGonagall's face turned a ghastly shade of green. To harm a student. How dare he? She clenched her wand tightly, her knuckles white with tension. She wanted nothing more than to burst into the office and cast a Scour Jiffy spell on Lockhart's brain to scrub out his filth. But they waited. The next morning, led by their heads of house, the students cautiously made their way to the Great Hall. They arrived safely without incident. Once seated, the professors didn't return to the staff table but instead sat at the very ends of the house tables near the doors, their wands never leaving their hands. Why do all the professors look so tired? Ron asked, peering at McGonagall. Her skin was sallow, and dark circles framed her eyes. He glanced over at Flitwick at the Ravenclaw table, he looked just as haggard as he had at the start of the term. They waited all night, Harry said, cutting into his lamb chops. His eyes flicked toward the staff table. Dumbledore was there, as were the other professors, all except one. The culprit, Professor Lockhart. Waited for who? Ron asked, pulling his head back. Our dear Tom, Harry said curtly. But it looks like he didn't show. Flap flap. Owls swooped in, undeterred, delivering the morning post. Today, however, there seemed to be an unusually large number of owls. A brown owl landed in front of Harry, dropping a copy of the Daily Prophet. It extended a leg, and Harry counted out 5 nuts to pay it. The bold headline on the front page caught his eye immediately. Murder at Hogwarts, a failing headmaster. The accompanying photograph showed Hogwarts under a dark, stormy sky, alongside a candid shot of Dumbledore frowning deeply. Murder. Hermione glanced over and rolled her eyes. How irresponsible can these reporters be? Hogwarts is supposed to have had a student killed. Utter nonsense. Oh. Rita Skeeter. What an unethical journalist, Hermione muttered, disgusted. Harry skimmed the article. According to a reliable source within the castle. He looked up at the staff table. It couldn't be one of the heads of house. So, who? But his thoughts were interrupted. The overwhelming number of owls swarmed the staff table, dropping bright red envelopes in front of Dumbledore. Hisses. The howlers burst into flames one after another, their messages screaming accusations before igniting. Dumbledore. How dare you? A student has died, and you still have the audacity to remain at Hogwarts. The shouting abruptly ceased as Dumbledore snapped his fingers, extinguishing the last of the letters. But the damage was done. The words were already out there, and the crucial accusation had been made. The students erupted in panic. The thing they feared most had finally happened. A basilisk was one of the most dangerous dark creatures. There was no way luck could hold forever, someone was bound to die. They craned their necks, whispering and counting heads to ensure their friends were still present. Dumbledore cast a sonorous charm to address the students. Rest assured, no students have died. Those who were petrified remain safely in the hospital wing, he announced calmly. The students finished counting and confirmed no one was missing. Since Marcus Flint, no one else had been attacked. But then why had the letter claimed otherwise? Bang. The doors to the Great Hall flew open. Cornelius Fudge marched in, flanked by a squad of stern-looking Aurors. Dumbledore, Fudge said, his voice booming with authority, due to your negligence leading to the death of a student, you are hereby summoned to London. He lifted his chin, exuding self-importance. Hogwarts will be temporarily overseen by Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Auror office. The Aurors will purge the castle of any lurking dangers. Oh, and that half-giant groundskeeper you've been shielding, Rubius Hagrid, he'll be coming with us as well. A heavy silence fell over the hall. Before Dumbledore could respond, a new sound broke through the tension. Clack, clack, clack. Weak, hurried, panicked footsteps echoed from outside the Great Hall. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 75, Go ahead, attack me. Fudge didn't hear it. He was still basking in the intoxicating thrill of wielding his authority. The students didn't hear it either. The Great Hall was a cacophony of noise, some were defending the headmaster, while others hurled insults. The professors didn't hear it. Their wands were gripped tightly, their nerves on edge, as if expecting the basilisk to lunge out from some unseen crevice. But Harry heard it. And though Dumbledore hadn't heard it, he felt the ripple of unusual magic in the air. Help, help me. A weak voice accompanied the sound of shuffling footsteps, growing steadily closer. Several students finally noticed the disturbance. Their eyes turned, and then came the screams. It was Professor Lockhart. His face was ashen, his body hunched. But what stood out most, the thing no bent posture could hide, was his stomach, split open and hollowed out, as if the organs inside had been meticulously arranged to make room for something. The faint outline where an object had once rested resembled the shape of a book. Harry's eyes widened in sudden realization. He knew where Lockhart had hidden the dark artifact. The students' panic spread like wildfire. Screams echoed, rising one after the other in a deafening wave. Fudge's eyes bulged in shock. Last night, he had received a message warning him of a murder at Hogwarts. And now? It was the messenger himself. What kind of desperate publicity stunt was this? Gilderoy, what's happened? Fudge stepped forward, feigning concern. Lockhart lifted a trembling hand. Help, help me. But before he could finish, his tongue twisted. His voice shifted into an eerie, unnatural tone. The chamber has been opened. With that, he collapsed, hitting the ground with a sickening thud. Fudge's face drained of color. He looked lost, his mouth hanging open as he turned toward Dumbledore, whom he had been threatening just moments earlier. But Dumbledore was already in motion. All heads of house, escort the students back to their common rooms. Classes are cancelled for today, he ordered, his voice steady as his wand moved in fluid, deliberate motions. Prefects and older students, protect the younger ones. Rufus Scrimgeour, the Auror Office Director, barked out his own commands. Aurors, assist the professors. The rest of you, search for any dark artifacts. The Great Hall emptied in a rush. Only Dumbledore, Harry, Fudge, Scrimgeour, and Lockhart, still sprawled lifelessly on the floor, remained. Fudge waved his arms frantically, shouting at his subordinates. Quick, take him to the hospital wing. That won't be necessary, Cornelius, Dumbledore interrupted, his voice chilling. Fudge froze. Tom, Dumbledore said, his eyes locking onto Lockhart's lifeless form. His wand raised. Are you not coming out? Fudge blinked in confusion. Dumbledore, what are you talking about? He's just... Before he could finish, Lockhart's body convulsed. With grotesque, bone-cracking movements, it bent and twisted unnaturally until it rose to its feet. The face that turned toward them was still Lockhart's, but the smile was different, calm, almost serene. Professor Dumbledore, the figure said softly. It's been a long time. Dumbledore's knuckles whitened around his wand. His eyes drifted to the gaping wound in Lockhart's stomach. This is exactly the kind of thing I would expect from you, he said grimly. To hide it inside your own body. Put down your wand, Professor. The figure, Lockhart, or whatever had taken control of him, smiled pleasantly. What use is it against me? Dumbledore didn't lower his wand. The creature laughed softly. Ah, Dumbledore. It seems you've learned nothing in 50 years. You couldn't catch me back then. And now, here we are again. Age has made you weaker, hasn't it? Dumbledore's voice was quiet, but sharp as a blade. Your mastery of soul magic is astonishing. Did you fuse your soul with Lockhart's? No, wait. He paused, his eyes narrowing. Did you fuse his soul with yours instead? That would explain. Why you couldn't find me, the creature interrupted, grinning. Even when you stooped to using the dark magic you hate so much. All you saw was a single, complete soul. No fragments, no clues. You're too kind-hearted, my dear professor. If only you could be as ruthless as Grindelwald once was. For the greater good, sacrificing one useless professor should have been an easy choice. And now, what will you do? The creature took a staggering step forward, its voice soft and mocking. Here I stand, utterly vulnerable before you. An Avada Kedavra. Perhaps some fiend fire. Or any other dark magic. You know what I mean, the kind that could easily destroy both Gilderoy Lockhart and the piece of me inside him. This is your chance, Professor. Your best chance. It raised a hand and caressed its own face, Lockhart's face, with almost tender care. Go on. Kill me. You're holding your wand, aren't you? One spell is all it takes. A single moment. But Dumbledore did nothing. The creature laughed, the sound echoing in the hall. Ah, Dumbledore. You're so noble. So powerful. But your weakness is glaringly obvious. You've caged yourself in this castle, protecting your soft heart. You once burned my cabinet to threaten me. Where is that fire now? Dumbledore's silence was damning. And to think, the creature sneered, a wizard as strong as you willingly binds himself to rules made for the weak. A pathetic minister like Fudge dares to tread on you, to give you orders. And you obey. How absurd. My dear professor, how truly absurd. If it were me, Cornelius Fudge would already be kneeling at my feet, kissing my boots, calling me master. Fudge's face turned ghastly pale. He recoiled in terror, not from the creature, but from the fear that his long-held paranoia was coming true, that Dumbledore would one day take his place as minister. Harry said nothing. His eyes were fixed on the creature, wary of the soul inhabiting Lockhart's body. Words were the most dangerous kind of magic, and this creature wielded them with terrifying precision, slicing the space between Dumbledore and Fudge like a blade. You still have time to change your mind, the creature whispered. It spread its arms wide, exposing the torn and hollow cavity of its stomach. Go ahead. Kill Lockhart. Kill me. Lockhart deserves it, doesn't he? He's a thief of lives. As the greatest white wizard, chief warlock of the Wisengamot, Albus Dumbledore, you have the power to disregard the law. Deliver justice as you see fit. Dumbledore's expression shifted. Fudge's panic deepened. The creature waved its wand. A shimmering hourglass appeared, landing on the floor with a thud. Sand began to trickle through it. You have until the sand runs out, it said. The magic keeping me bound to Lockhart won't last much longer. The room was silent except for the faint hiss of falling sand. Dumbledore remained frozen. The creature's words had struck too deep. Decades of restraint, principles, and morality now weighed on him like iron chains. To break them for the greater good. Or to remain shackled by them. Professor, everything is for Hogwarts. For the students. Harry's voice cut through the silence. His hand slid into the sorting hat, gripping the hilt of Godric Gryffindor's sword. But Dumbledore remained still, his face contorted with pain, haunted by memories of the past. Finally, he spoke, his voice heavy with resignation. Scrimgeour, this is an Auror's duty. Then he turned back to the creature. But, Tom, where is it? The thing you've hidden. I know it's not in Lockhart's body. You and I both know what I'm referring to. Even if I kill him, I won't kill you. You can't fool me anymore. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 76, Brilliant Like Fireworks. How would you know if you don't try? Maybe it will work. In matters like this, Professor, your knowledge pales in comparison to mine. Why not trust me? Lockhart squinted his eyes mischievously, reaching down to stuff his intestines back into his gaping stomach. His smile twisted into something unnervingly amused as he glanced at the hourglass. The sand is half gone, Professor Dumbledore. Are you still hesitating? He's just a worm of a minister, like a slug, so small and insignificant. There isn't another Dumbledore to step in and stop you. Fudge's face was now a ghastly shade of pale, his fear bubbling over. Enough of your poisonous words, Tom, Scrimgeour snapped, raising his wand. Surrender now and confess everything. When you're sent to Azkaban, I'll personally see that you're... He didn't finish. Cruciatus. The spell shot from Lockhart's wand, striking Scrimgeour squarely in the chest. He crumpled to the ground, his body curling in agony as he let out hoarse screams of pain. Dumbledore swiftly cut off the connection with a flick of his wand. Tom. Lockhart sneered, peering down at Scrimgeour writhing at his feet. And what was your name again? Something like Jack. Know your place, will you? You're overstepping boundaries. The only one here with the authority to act against me is Dumbledore. Only he is worthy. As for you. He chuckled, curling his lip disdainfully. Perhaps you can kiss my boots instead. Shall I offer you the honor? He paused, then suddenly shifted his gaze to Harry. A glimmer of intrigue danced in his eyes. And maybe our dear Mr. Potter also has what it takes to challenge me. That gesture of yours. Is that some little spell? Why don't we play a game to pass the time? Harry remained silent, his eyes locked on Lockhart with sharp vigilance. Only a fifth of the sand is left now, Lockhart observed, twirling his wand idly. Still no decision. Are you out of practice with the incantations? I can teach you. Avada Kedavra, for the killing curse. Fiendfire, for the hellish flames. Scrimgeour was still on the floor, clutching his chest and trembling. Even a few seconds under the Cruciatus curse had left him shattered. Dumbledore remained steadfast, unmoving. The last grains of sand trickled down the hourglass. Harry made his move. Erden. A circle of violet runes appeared on the floor, emanating a magical aura. Harry followed it up immediately with Ard, sending a powerful wave of force crashing into Lockhart. The combined might of the signs caused Lockhart to stagger backward. From his body, a ghostly black shadow emerged, semi-transparent and clinging to his form with tenuous, sinewy strands. Harry slashed at the apparition with Gryffindor's sword. The shadow darted back into Lockhart, at lightning speed, evading the blade and leaving Harry striking air. Lockhart turned his astonished gaze to Harry, his face lighting up with what appeared to be genuine delight. Soul magic. Interfering with me, no less. That's not a skill any second-year student should have. I didn't expect it, but it seems that even the bright and righteous savior of the wizarding world, Harry Potter, dabbles in such clandestine practices. Does Dumbledore know? Dumbledore's expression remained impassive. Lockhart clicked his tongue, shaking his head lightly as he watched Harry lift his hand to cast another sign. Mr. Potter, now isn't the time for us to meet properly. Well then, Professor Dumbledore, farewell for now. With those words, black smoke erupted from Lockhart's form. His body crumpled to the ground like a discarded puppet whose strings had been cut. Fudge, sweating profusely, reached for his handkerchief, clearly preparing to say something. Before he could, Lockhart sprang back to his feet. But this time, it wasn't Tom. It was Gilderoy Lockhart himself. He wore his trademark bright, albeit twisted, smile as he spoke in an unnaturally calm tone. I almost forgot. I have one last gift for you all. Awaken. Before the words fully left his mouth, the light in his eyes shifted. A moment later, Lockhart's own consciousness re-emerged, and his face crumpled into terror. Professor Dumbledore, help me. Save me. I was wrong. I never should have listened to him. He's trying to kill me now. I'm in so much pain, Professor. I'm so cold. I just want to live. Even as he pleaded, his body began shambling toward the Slytherin table. His organs shifted grotesquely, his intestines trailing behind him in a macabre display. Professor, you must stop him. You can stop him. Lockhart's voice cracked as his head twisted unnaturally, his desperate, contorted face turned toward Dumbledore. He's afraid of you. He kept asking questions about you, over and over. He paused, his eyes darting to Harry. And about Harry, he asked a lot about Harry, too. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, his voice steady and cold. Where is Tom's object? Where did you put it? It's in my stomach. Lockhart shouted eagerly. That night, when I returned to my office, it was just sitting there on my desk. He told me that you would find it and told me to hide it inside myself. Harry interjected, his voice flat. Your stomach is empty. Even your organs are missing. Lockhart looked down, his eyes widening in abject horror. My stomach? Where's my stomach? No, when did this? I should have known. My stomach. Dumbledore cut him off. Then where were you this morning? At 8 o'clock, you were still in your office. Lockhart faltered. I don't know. I remember, around 8:30, he told me to leave, and then suddenly, there was pain, he attacked me. I tried to come for help. And then, nothing. Where were you going? Dumbledore pressed. Lockhart shook his head, bewildered, before clutching his body in agony. Professor, help me. Save me. It hurts so much. My body, it's burning. Dumbledore's expression remained icy. I am merely the headmaster of Hogwarts. You were dismissed last night. Rufus, do something. Fudge barked, turning to the Auror director still sprawled on the ground. But before Scrimgeour could respond, Lockhart's body began to swell. His head, arms, and legs ballooned grotesquely, his skin stretching to its limit. Stop him, Fudge began, but it was too late. Boom. The room shook with the sound of the explosion as Lockhart's body burst apart. Blood and viscera sprayed outward like fireworks. No one was harmed. A shimmering barrier stood between the onlookers and the gruesome spectacle, holding the gore inches away from their faces. It was Dumbledore's work. Harry's voice was cold and detached. A man who stole the lives of others to bask in their glory. To die in such a dazzling display. How fitting. Dumbledore turned to Fudge, his tone soft but firm. Cornelius, you've seen it with your own eyes. I cannot leave Hogwarts now. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 77, The Serpent Attacks. Scrimgeour struggled to his feet, panting heavily. Cornelius, Dumbledore needs to stay. His words were cut off. Fudge shook his head stiffly, interrupting, Rufus, I am the minister. Scrimgeour rolled his eyes and slumped into a chair nearby. Albus, Fudge's tone softened, his demeanor now timid. He avoided looking toward the grotesque scene at the Slytherin table and shifted his body to face the opposite direction. I think, you'll still need to come with me. Dumbledore's expression turned grim. Cornelius, Hogwarts is just. If it were up to me alone, I'd gladly let you stay, Fudge cut him off again. But this isn't just my decision. He flicked his wand. A roll of parchment flew from his pocket and unrolled in front of Dumbledore. This is also the decision of the Board of Governors. Several members of the Wizengamot agree as well. Faced with the weight of such bureaucratic measures, the most renowned white wizard of the era said nothing. Fudge's heart leapt into his throat. His words came out uneven, tripping over themselves in his rising panic. Albus, are you going to disregard the ministry and the board's advice and act against our authority? Tom's earlier words hammered relentlessly at Fudge's mind like a mallet against a cymbal, the reverberations growing louder, the waves of doubt swelling higher, until they consumed his reason. Cornelius, you know me. I've never had such ambitions, Dumbledore sighed. If I did, things would have happened long ago. But these words carried as much weight as the empty promises of a lover. Fudge didn't believe him. After all, he and Dumbledore weren't lovers. There was no reason for him to trust such an assurance. One day. Just one day, Dumbledore sighed again. Fudge relaxed slightly, nodding. We'll resolve everything within the day. Albus, trust us as we trust you. Harry let out a derisive laugh and shook his head. Professor, I owe you an apology. Dumbledore blinked, surprised. You know, you only truly understand what it's like when you witness someone whose brain is full of troll dung, Harry said, shrugging. Fudge's face turned dark. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Severus would certainly agree with you. You should stay, Harry said, glancing at the wreckage of the Slytherin table. Tom is arrogant, but he's just taking advantage of the fact that you're pressed for time. He's already shown his weakness. Give it half a day, and you can catch him. They just needed to figure out how he was hiding. A trick used once is ineffective the second time. Yes, I'm well aware, Dumbledore nodded. Fudge's face grew even more strained, and he clutched at his handkerchief nervously. Albus. I trust Severus, Minerva, and the other professors, Dumbledore said gently. They will protect Hogwarts during my absence. Harry, you must protect yourself as well. Harry nodded. I plan to stay here. Dumbledore was taken aback. Tom's target is me. He might find a way to break into the dormitories, Harry explained, sitting down. If that happened, returning to the dormitory would only endanger the other students. Scrimgeour's tone turned firm. Don't worry, Mr. Potter. The Aurors will. The Ministry will ensure your safety, Fudge interrupted, rushing to promise. Scrimgeour let out a derisive snort, turning his head away. Dumbledore, we should go. Fudge urged, his voice rising in urgency. Shall we use your office's Floo network? Or Lockhart's office? Dumbledore waved his wand dismissively and walked away without a word. Fudge trotted after him, his steps quick and hurried. The Great Hall emptied, leaving only Harry and Scrimgeour. Without his annoying colleague present, the head of the Auror office turned his gaze to Harry, studying him closely. The Daily Prophet had printed Harry's photo before. That was during his first year. Compared to then, Harry appeared stronger, taller, and his lion-like eyes shone with an even sharper edge. Mr. Potter, you don't need to worry, Scrimgeour said, attempting to comfort the second-year student. With me here, I'll ensure you're. He didn't finish. Harry handed him a potion. Scrimgeour blinked in confusion. A calming draft. You're very tense right now, Harry explained, shaking the vial for emphasis. Scrimgeour hesitated for a moment before accepting it and downing the potion. If the basilisk or Tom shows up, be cautious, Harry continued. Do you remember what kind of creature a basilisk is? Yes. A soothing warmth spread through Scrimgeour's chest, the lingering pain from the Cruciatus curse fading entirely. So, it really is a basilisk. Harry nodded. Don't look it in the eyes. The professors have likely set up protective wards specifically for it. The two chatted for a moment. Then Scrimgeour realized something was off. Wasn't he supposed to be the one comforting Harry? How had the roles reversed? Before he could reassert himself, Snape stormed in, his tone sharp with suppressed anger. Where's Dumbledore? He's gone, Harry replied succinctly. Snape's voice trembled with rage. How could he? What was he thinking? Did his brain get soaked in the entire Black Lake, leaving you behind like this? No, it was soaked in fudge, Harry quipped. The minister. Scrimgeour couldn't help but snicker. Snape shot him a glare. Scrimgeour straightened his expression. Professor Snape, shouldn't you be in the Slytherin common room protecting your students? That's your priority, isn't it? Leave this to me. He brandished his wand as if to shoo Snape away. And leave this to you. Snape sneered, cutting him off. So, while Potter deals with the threat, he'll also have to protect you, a useless tag-along. When Dumbledore returns, will he find two corpses in the Great Hall? Scrimgeour's face flushed. What did he mean? Harry would have to protect him. He was the head of the Auror office, after all, a top Auror. At least I'm on Potter's side, Scrimgeour retorted, narrowing his eyes. I won't have to worry about someone casting spells at my back. This Scrimgeour fellow shouldn't hold me back, Harry interjected, breaking the tension. Then he turned to Scrimgeour. As for Professor Snape, he's someone both Dumbledore and I trust implicitly. Scrimgeour huffed but said no more. Snape opened his mouth, ready to continue railing against Dumbledore. Crash. The doors to the Great Hall burst open as a massive figure smashed through. Close your eyes. Harry shouted, snapping his own shut and diving under a table. The other two followed suit, each using their own protective measures. Hunt. Kill. The basilisk hissed, its voice dripping with murderous intent. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 78, Bargaining. Stop. Close your eyes, Harry shouted, speaking in Parseltongue. Aside from roosters, the best way to handle a basilisk was with Parseltongue. These creatures had almost no resistance to a Parselmouth's commands and would obey any orders. But it didn't work. The basilisk continued writhing and slithering, charging at them at great speed. Its tongue flicked, and it repeated the same chilling word, kill, kill. No reaction whatsoever. Could it not hear him? Harry repeated the command, louder this time, but the basilisk kept advancing with relentless ferocity. Parseltongue doesn't work. Snape's expression darkened. Scrimgeour turned his head, startled and incredulous, nearly forgetting to keep his eyes shut. A Gryffindor speaking Parseltongue. Impossible. No use. Its tympanum must have been removed, Harry said, shaking his head. It can't hear me. I don't know if rooster cries will still work on it. Scrimgeour swung his wand. The chairs near the Ravenclaw table instantly transformed into a flock of brilliantly feathered roosters. The roosters crowed loudly. The basilisk halted, twisting in pain. Though symbolic in its effect, the auditory attack exploited its physical vulnerability. It works. Scrimgeour exclaimed with relief. Snape sneered. It's deaf, not us. Was stating the obvious really necessary? He took out a vial of potion and drank it. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his head, opened his eyes briefly, and quickly shut them again. Using his hand, he blindly passed another potion bottle towards Scrimgeour. Scrimgeour hesitated, frowning. Potter. What's this? It's me, Snape replied coldly. Basilisk Eye Elixir. You'll be able to sense living things without opening your eyes, so long as you're not dim-witted enough to confuse the basilisk with the rest of us. Scrimgeour hesitated, clearly wary of trusting Snape. Potter, did you drink it? I don't need to. Harry shook his head. Either drink it or go hide. Hide. As the head of the Auror office, his duty demanded otherwise. Grinding his teeth, Scrimgeour gulped down the potion. A surge of heat filled his eye sockets, and within his now void-like vision, 3 red silhouettes appeared, one tall, Snape, one smaller, Potter, whose red aura burned even brighter, and, furthest away, the basilisk's massive, scorching figure. Don't slow us down, my dear head Auror, Snape snapped as he charged forward. With a flick of his wand, the 4 house tables twisted and reshaped themselves into 4 enormous serpents, which lunged at the basilisk. The 5 serpents intertwined in a deadly battle, the basilisk writhing and thrashing, its strength dampened by the rooster's crowing. Harry followed close behind. Slash. Another swing of Snape's wand carved a deep, precise gash into the basilisk's body, slashing its blood vessels. Hot blood sprayed onto Harry's face. He winced. Professor, go easy. At least leave the skin intact. This basilisk has enough skin for 4 or 5 of those ridiculous suits of armor, Snape retorted with a sneer, swinging his wand again. This time, each cutting spell landed on the same spot with surgical precision. Quen. A golden shield enveloped Harry as he prepared to advance with his sword. Suddenly, the magical tension in the hall shifted. A phoenix's cry pierced the air, accompanied by an intense heat like a blazing inferno, Dumbledore's earlier spell. Harry's expression changed. Fawkes. The phoenix answered with a cheerful trill. Don't peck out its eyes. Harry called out urgently. Fawkes let out a confused squawk, tilting its head. Dumbledore had specifically stationed it here to deal with the basilisk, as phoenixes were immune to the basilisk's deadly gaze. Those are rare materials, Harry added, waving his wand. His robe transformed into a large blanket, which soared into the air. Once we kill the basilisk, use this to cover its eyes. Fawkes reluctantly hooked the blanket with its talons, visibly disgruntled. It was a phoenix, after all. Reduced to such menial tasks. Erden. Harry cast another sign, the purple rune slowing the basilisk's movements. Guided by the scent of blood, he drove his sword downward with all his strength. Using the embedded blade as leverage, he leapt onto the serpent's back. Balancing on the slick scales, he felt Snape's spells transform one of the conjured serpents into a handrail that braced Harry on both sides, helping him reach the basilisk's head. With a powerful thrust, clang. The sword pierced the scales but skidded off the iron-hard skull beneath. Igni. Molten flames poured into the wound, burning through the bone. Harry thrust again, and this time, the blade sank deep into the basilisk's brain. With a twist of his wrist, he wrenched the sword violently. The basilisk convulsed in its death throes, flinging Harry off its back. He clung to the sword as he was hurled into the air, landing heavily on Scrimgeour. Seizing the moment, Fawkes dropped the blanket over the basilisk's eyes, pinning it down with its weight. It let out a triumphant cry, as if to say, I've done my part, you annoying brat. The Sorting Hat translated, Hey, Harry. You can open your eyes now. Scrimgeour opened his eyes first, startled to find the Sorting Hat inches from his face. Oh. Sorting Hat, what are you doing here? Where else should I be? The hat replied, poking Harry's armor with its tip. Harry, get off me. The last person who kissed me was Rowena, and I don't fancy repeating that. Scrimgeour froze, realizing the hat was referring to Rowena Ravenclaw herself. I doubt she kissed you, Harry said, deadpan, as he got up. The Founders infused me with their thoughts, and Rowena chose this peculiar method, the Sorting Hat retorted, casually appending centuries of magical history. Scrimgeour stood, staring at the basilisk's enormous corpse. The conjured serpents remained coiled around it, keeping it firmly restrained. It's dead, he asked, still in disbelief. He hadn't done much, just conjured a few roosters, and now he was staring at one of the most dangerous creatures in the wizarding world, slain before him. The roosters, still crowing noisily, grated on his nerves. With a flick of his wand, he dispelled the transformation spell. He stepped forward. Were I you, I wouldn't rush to my death so eagerly, Snape sneered. A dead snake still bites, Harry added, explaining, even in death, it retains the ability to lash out one last time. He paused, then turned to Scrimgeour. Your transfiguration was impressive, but your combat contribution was minimal. For the spoils, you'll get 10%. Agreed. Scrimgeour blinked, momentarily at a loss. The basilisk's fangs and eyes are mine, Snape declared coldly. I need them too, Harry said firmly. You can have some of the skin, meat, or bones. Those are useless to me, Snape replied, pointedly avoiding Harry's gaze to maintain his composure. I could craft you a suit of armor, Harry offered as a bargaining chip. Snape dismissed the idea outright. I have no need for such ridiculous things. Scrimgeour stood speechless. Hogwarts sure has an interesting atmosphere. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 79, Who Are You? Gryffindor Common Room. The Gryffindor students were uneasy, their conversations buzzing nervously about Lockhart. Though he wasn't particularly well-liked, he had earned them plenty of house points. Now, seeing him in such dire straits, they couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for him. The Aurors were rummaging roughly through their dormitories, using magical mirrors to check every corner, despite Professor McGonagall telling them the mirrors wouldn't be of much use in identifying dark magic items. Still, they clung to the mirrors stubbornly, unwilling to let go. When it came to detecting dark magic, they trusted these tools more than their own instincts. Hermione and Ron were on edge, worrying about Harry, who hadn't yet returned. Amid the tense atmosphere, pop! The sound of apparition startled everyone. The Gryffindor students froze, and McGonagall and the Aurors immediately raised their wands, aiming at the source of the sound, a trembling house elf that had suddenly appeared. Professor McGonagall, the house elf cried, its voice panicked. Professor Snape and Mr. Potter are in the Great Hall. They encountered the basilisk and told me to fetch you. They need your help. McGonagall's face changed instantly. She gave Percy a quick instruction to stay behind with one Auror and hurried down the tower toward the Great Hall. The Gryffindor students' whispered discussions grew even more frantic. Ginny peeked out from the dormitory, her face blank. The house elf glanced at her with a look of pity before disapparating. In the Great Hall, two figures were still in the midst of a heated negotiation. Basilisks were rare, magical creatures, and their remains were priceless in the wizarding world. Even Snape hadn't had much experience with their materials. Just 1/10 of a pint of basilisk venom could fetch hundreds of galleons, and the basilisk's eyes, those were so rare that even thousands of galleons might not suffice to buy them. After much haggling, they finally agreed, they would split the eyes, venom sacs, and fangs equally. Scrimgeour, unwilling to stoop to such mercantile bargaining, ended up with a modest share, a palm-sized piece of basilisk skin, over 100 pounds of basilisk meat, and 2 ribs, both of which Snape had cut in half. The Sorting Hat's voice quivered, Harry, no. Absolutely not. The undetectable extension charm inside me is only meant for storing the sword of Gryffindor. Those few books you stuffed in already push it to its limits, I can't hold anything more. You wouldn't want anything bad to happen to me, would you? Harry nodded thoughtfully. I get it. We'll leave the materials here for now. Maybe later I can have the house elves. He abruptly trailed off, his expression turning serious. He raised his wand and sword, his gaze fixed on the grand staircase. Snape turned sharply, his wand already raised. Scrimgeour, confused by their sudden change in demeanor, felt compelled to follow suit, though he didn't understand the reason. It's Professor McGonagall, Harry murmured, frowning. And a group of Aurors. As he finished speaking, one of the Aurors charged recklessly into the room. A large hand conjured by a transfiguration spell followed closely, grabbing the Auror's head and shielding his eyes before yanking him back out of the room. A Gryffindor. Snape sneered. Scrimgeour buried his head in his hands, silently vowing to conduct stricter training for his team after this fiasco. What kind of idiot charges at a basilisk like that? Professor McGonagall, the hall is secure. The basilisk is dead, Harry called out loudly. No response. 2 enchanted rabbits hopped cautiously into the hall, sniffing and circling before bouncing back out unharmed. Only then did McGonagall and the others dare to enter. Harry glanced at Snape. Clearly, that's a true Gryffindor. Snape didn't respond. Scrimgeour, standing awkwardly to the side, turned various shades of red and green. Professor, why are you here? Harry asked, stepping forward. Did something happen in the common room? The house elf told me you encountered the basilisk and needed help, McGonagall replied quickly, her eyes scanning the dissected basilisk carcass and the phoenix perched smugly atop its head like a nesting bird. She hesitated before adding, it said you called for help. We didn't, Snape interjected coldly, his tone dripping with derision. It's just a basilisk. Harry's face darkened, and without another word, he sprinted toward the Gryffindor common room. I knew it. You can never trust house elves. Ginny. McGonagall blinked in surprise, belatedly understanding the urgency. Clutching her side, she hurried after Harry. Scrimgeour glared at the remaining Aurors, his voice seething with frustration. You all came here with Professor McGonagall. Think, for Merlin's sake. What good could you possibly do against a basilisk? One of the Aurors mumbled timidly, we left one person in the common room to protect. Scrimgeour's face turned an even deeper shade of green. One. What good is one person? This Tom character is dangerous. He can silently cast unforgivable curses, and every move he makes screams cunning and malice. Scrimgeour picked up his pace, following closely behind McGonagall and Harry. In the Gryffindor common room, Ginny, clutching a book tightly to her chest, moved silently through the crowd of students. She headed straight for the portrait hole, crouching as if to crawl through. Percy jumped up, wand in hand, and took a deep breath. Ginny, you can't leave right now. If you're hungry, Ron has snacks. Ron fumbled through his bag, pulling out bread, sweets, and even a few rock cakes. But Ginny didn't respond. She kept moving, ignoring them completely. An Auror grabbed her arm, his tone firm. I know you Gryffindors, but this is not the time to break the rules. You're safer here in the common room. Ginny turned around, her face twisted into an eerie, unnatural smile. Her lips curved high, but there was no joy in her eyes. The Auror suddenly felt a small, hard object press against his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a wand. You would. Bamarda. Ginny's voice was soft, sweet, and melodic, yet the spell she cast was anything but. A deafening explosion followed. The Auror was thrown backward, his abdomen torn apart by the blast, blood gushing uncontrollably from the charred wound. Stupefy. Percy didn't hesitate. He fired a stunning spell at Ginny. Ginny dodged swiftly, sidestepping the spell. Everyone, back to your dormitories now. Percy shouted, turning to the panicked crowd. The students scattered, racing toward safety. Percy turned back to face the person wearing his sister's face. Who are you? Are you Tom? Ginny's expression twisted. She waved her wand, and the furniture in the room contorted into sharp, wooden tendrils that lashed out at Percy. Protego. Percy cast the shield charm hastily. Though the spell deflected the damage, it couldn't stop the force behind it. He was flung backward, crashing into the wall. The Weasley twins tried to cushion his fall by transfiguring a nearby chair into a soft mat, but they didn't have the chance. SHK thunk. The mat twisted midair, transforming into jagged, skeletal branches that pierced Percy's hands, pinning him to the wall in a crucifixion-like pose. Stupefy. Ron, his hands trembling, raised his wand and cast a spell at Ginny. Power Stones. Chapter 80, I Want to See You Alone. Ginny waved her wand with ample reaction time, a small tendril of vine extending to easily intercept the spell. Give us back my sister. Ron shouted, his voice trembling as much as his legs. Ginny smiled sweetly, her demeanor childlike and innocent. That's not how you cast a spell. Didn't Professor Flitwick tell you? You need conviction, determination. So weak and flimsy, what were you planning to? Smash. A potion bottle shattered at Ginny's feet, spilling a faint purple mist. Simultaneously, a silk ribbon darted from the corner, wrapping tightly around her body. Conviction. Oh, we've got plenty of that. Fred roared with exaggerated laughter, wand held high. But before he could finish his sentence. Rip. The silk ribbon tore apart into countless shreds, which fell away from Ginny's body like confetti. Not a bad idea. But where's the conviction? Two vines shot out, coiling around Fred and George's feet and hoisting them upside down. Like Percy, they were pinned to the wall with sharp tendrils piercing their hands. Ginny reached down, plucking at the mist around her. A sleeping draft. Gryffindors really haven't changed over the years. Do you even use your brains? Did you think this was enough to deal with me? Another spell flew toward her, and Ginny casually tilted her head to dodge it. Ron's hands trembled violently. Get out of my sister's body. You're afraid of me. She tilted her head, staring at Ron. Her eyes reflected a strange yet familiar look that sent chills through him. You're terrified of me. Do you know who I am? Ron stumbled back 2 steps, his voice quivering even more. Leave her. Now. A frightened kitten poses no threat. She chuckled, her shoulders shaking in amusement as if recalling something funny. So easy to drown. And since you know who I am, why do you even dare to raise your wand? And your sister? She's not worth saving. She's told me plenty of little secrets. Do you know which brother she likes the least? Ron's eyes glazed over, but deep down, the answer surfaced instantly. Bill is the most brilliant. Charlie shines in Quidditch. Percy, though stiff, genuinely cares about his siblings. Fred and George. Mischievous, but they bring her the most laughter. She paused, dragging her words out in an oily tone. But Ron. You're the one she likes the least. Sloppy, lazy, not even good-looking. The only thing you've got going for you is being Harry Potter's friend. It's hard to imagine. How someone like you could ever be friends with someone as extraordinary as Harry Potter? Percy, despite his injuries, struggled against the vines and roared, "Shut up, you monster." Ron is. His words were cut off as Ginny flicked her wand, shoving a vine harshly into his mouth. Everyone knows how to say nice things. She mocked, her tone teasing and manipulative. I could easily say, Ron, you're the most impressive young wizard at Hogwarts. But the truth? Well, we both know it, don't we? Her sentence was interrupted mid-flow as George, clenching his jaw, flung something at her. Ginny waved her wand, a red flash slicing through the air. The object exploded mid-flight, releasing a foul, murky yellow smoke that billowed outward. Her face twisted in disgust. Stupefy. Seizing the opportunity, Ron gripped his wand tightly and cast his spell with determination. Another red beam of light shot from a corner, where Hermione, hidden beneath a table, had been holding her breath. Her face was flushed as she muttered the incantation aloud, her attempt at nonverbal magic proving too challenging. Two stunning spells, one from either side, hurtled toward her. Ginny simply waved her wand. A shimmering golden shield materialized, deflecting both spells with ease. Another flick of her wand sent a gust of wind sweeping away the noxious fumes. Do you like it, Mr. Riddle? George laughed loudly. That stench suits your mouth perfectly. Ginny will kill you for this, after all, that's her body. Fred added, shaking his head. Smack. Smack. Two vines whipped across their faces, silencing them with more branches shoved into their mouths. You're all such Gryffindors. She sneered coldly, the humor in her tone gone. Let's end this. She raised her wand, the vines poised to pierce them. Hermione attempted to summon flames with her spell, but Ginny suppressed the magic, reducing the orange glow to a mere flicker before it snuffed out entirely. Ron, shaking, tried to cast a transfiguration spell. A vine shattered his wand, another piercing his palm and hoisting him into the air, pinning him to the wall alongside his brothers. I hope Mr. Potter appreciates my gift. She chuckled softly, lifting the unconscious aura from the floor with a flick of her wand. Now, time for me to enjoy my reward. Ginny aimed her wand at the aura's forehead, chanting dark, malevolent incantations. Magic and life force drained from his body as blood ran dry, his flesh shriveled, and his soul dissipated. Black energy emanated from Ginny's body, growing darker and more substantial. It was like a feast. When the last trace of life left the aura, his body crumbled to the ground, shattering like fragile glass. Ginny waved her wand, using the blood of the Weasley siblings to scrawl a message on the wall before slipping out through the portrait hole. Several minutes later, Harry was the first to burst into the room. The scene was utter chaos. The Weasley siblings hung limply against the wall, their breaths shallow but present. One person was dead, not a Hogwarts student but an Auror. Hermione crawled out from under a table, her body trembling, still bound by remnants of vines. And on the wall, a message scrawled in blood. Mr. Potter, meet me in the Chamber of Secrets. Come alone. I hope you understand my eagerness to meet you. Don't disappoint me. Professor McGonagall arrived moments later, her expression dark as she took in the room's state. She waved her wand, transforming the vines binding the Weasleys into streams of water that gently lowered them to the ground. That wretched man, he. Her voice trembled with fury, struggling to maintain composure. What about the other students? Percy, weak but conscious, answered, I told them all to go back to their dormitories. No one else was hurt. He glanced toward the table. Hermione crawled out, her body still shaking. And this? McGonagall's gaze landed on the shattered remains of the Auror. Scrimgeour recognized him immediately. Brit, an excellent Hufflepuff alumnus, just 3 years out of school. I knew him, McGonagall choked out. A kind-hearted boy. Gryffindor troublemakers gave him no end of grief. Snape's cold voice cut through the room, his eyes fixed on the blood-stained message. At least there's some good news. He can't hide anymore. Harry's gaze remained fixed on the bloody message. Mr. Potter, meet me in the Chamber of Secrets. Come alone. I hope you understand my eagerness to meet you. Don't disappoint me. Power Stones. Chapter 81, The First Meeting. Tom's handwriting was not elegant. Perhaps due to the way the blood flowed, the letters sprawled and clawed across the wall in a sinister, jagged style. One word in particular, sincerity, stood out, glaringly sharp. Was this mercy because they were both Hogwarts students? Harry murmured, I have to go alone. Has your brain been stuffed with as much fudge as Dumbledore's? Snape's expression twisted with fury as he pointed his wand at Harry's waist. Finding the armor in the way, he lifted it to aim at Harry's head instead. Do you have any idea who you're up against? You're going to face him alone. With so many professors. Harry interrupted him. I know exactly who he is. But he's not at full strength right now. I have a chance. Snape's irritation deepened. Harry continued, not a single student has died at Hogwarts. Is that because he's unwilling to kill? The skeleton on the floor, now being tended to by Scrimgeour, said otherwise. This is his sincerity. Harry's lips curled into a sardonic smile. It's also he can meet me. A general. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. I can't just stand by and let my friends die because of him. The words trailed off. Harry noticed Snape's expression shift drastically, regret, pain, a fleeting sense of vulnerability. Such overt emotion was rare for a master of occlumency, except when it came to Harry. Especially during their frequent detention sessions when conversations inevitably turned to Lily Potter. Harry's eyes narrowed, his voice tinged with incredulity. Don't tell me. Snape instinctively avoided Harry's gaze. Oh, wonderful, Harry said evenly, his composure restored. When I get back, we need to talk. Or perhaps I'll speak with Dumbledore about it. Snape remained silent. Harry turned to leave, only to be stopped by Ron, who had darted forward, his hands still smeared with blood despite Professor McGonagall's efforts to apply dittany. Ron grabbed Harry's hand, his eyes pleading. Harry, you'll bring Ginny back, right? The warmth of blood seeped into Harry's skin, rough from the scabbed-over wounds. I can't promise anything, Harry said, locking eyes with Ron. Tears welled in Ron's blue eyes, threatening to spill over. His grip loosened. But you've all treated me like family, Harry added. Ginny's your sister, and that makes her mine too. I'll do everything I can. Ron's grip tightened again, his strength returning as tears began to stream freely down his face. He hadn't cried when Ginny was possessed. He hadn't cried when he was pinned to the wall. But now, the floodgates opened, and he sobbed uncontrollably. McGonagall waved her wand to pull Ron away. That's enough, Mr. Weasley. Come back and let me finish applying the potion. She looked at Harry, her expression fraught with worry. Bring Ginny back safely, and yourself too. Harry nodded and left. The path to the Chamber of Secrets was one he knew well. The deepest door had already been opened. Torches illuminated the area, casting a bright light on the scene. There were even flowers and a red carpet laid out, as though for a grand ceremony. Quen. A faint golden shield enveloped him. Protego. Another invisible shield layered beneath the first. Only then did he step inside. The hall was pristine, yet a chilling, oppressive magic pulsated like a beating heart, alive and almost joyful. At the far end, beneath the grotesque statue of Salazar Slytherin, lay Ginny, flat on the ground like a sacrificial offering, clutching an aged diary to her chest. Tom Riddle, I'm here. Just me, Harry said softly, his gaze fixed on Ginny. Black mist poured from the diary, solidifying into the shape of a man. Tall, handsome, with short dark brown hair and eyes like polished obsidian. Unlike Lockhart, who flaunted his charm with exaggerated theatrics, Tom exuded a natural charisma, effortless and magnetic. He was like a brilliantly vibrant azalea. Harry Potter, Tom Riddle greeted with a courteous bow. It's a pleasure to finally meet you properly. So you're Voldemort? Harry tilted his head. Compared to the last time I saw you, you look like a completely different person. You have hair. And a nose. Tom's expression darkened. Of course. I'm him, Voldemort as he was 50 years ago. That answer made Harry's thoughts race. It's hard to believe, Tom said, running a hand through his hair with dramatic flair. From everything I've heard from Ginny, it's incomprehensible. That someone as brilliant as me could become a feared Dark Lord, only to be defeated by a mere infant, even if... Harry interrupted him. Are you referring to your brilliance at sneaking into the girls' bathroom every night? Tom's face twisted in fury. That was for Slytherin. I'd been searching for the Chamber of Secrets since I started at Hogwarts. It wasn't until my 5th year that I finally found it. That must have been tough, Harry said dryly. Finding your way to the girls' lavatory. Harry Potter. Tom's voice rose, his teeth grinding. Your tongue is far sharper than Ginny described. I didn't think someone like you could get angry, Harry quipped, a faint smile curling his lips. Considering how you've been toying with so many people. Tom straightened, pride flashing across his features. I'm glad you recognize my talent. Manipulating others has always been one of my greatest strengths. Imperious curse. Harry cut him off again. Tom shook his head. No, no. Don't belittle me. While magic certainly helps, most of it comes from my natural charisma. It's a gift. Except for Dumbledore, no one could resist me. Ginny trusted me almost immediately. I have Hogwarts to thank for that, especially their brilliant idea to screen for dark artifacts at the gates. I'm not one of those inferior cursed items. Even as a 4th year, my mastery of the dark arts far surpassed any of your professors, except Dumbledore. His dark eyes bore into Harry's. Ginny said you're sharp. You notice the tiniest clues. Your eyes, they remind me of the greatest dark wizard who came before me. He had a similar gaze. That's why I was cautious of you. But you still caught me off guard. You started searching for the unmoving serpent, forcing me to act prematurely. I had to transfer the basilisk and regain some strength. He paused, glancing back at Ginny's unconscious form. Ginny is a good girl. But should I praise her for her perceptiveness, or scold her for her lack of foresight? She chose to trust you over me. Originally, I planned to use her to fully restore my power, but by Christmas, she was already preparing to turn me into the professor's. She even anticipated I might erase her memory and wrote herself a note in advance. Clever, but far too naive. I couldn't let her get away with it. I had to stir up trouble and pass myself off to Lockhart. You know how useful house elves can be, pathetic creatures, but terribly convenient. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 82, Let's Duel. You should really count yourself lucky that the house elf helped you pull this off, Harry said, shaking his head. Those creatures are anything but reliable. Tom responded as though imparting wisdom, you need to learn to use them. Just like a wizard doesn't care much about the look of their wand. Sure, the ideal one suits you best, but if circumstances force you to use a simple wand, isn't that good enough? And looking at the result, isn't this outcome perfect? I escaped Dumbledore's gaze once again, just as I did for every one of my actions back in the day. Lockhart was a carefully chosen pawn, based on Ginny's descriptions of him. I thought he would be easy to manipulate, vain, ambitious, incompetent, and obsessed with fame. He ticked all the right boxes. In truth, he was easy to control. But at the mention of Lockhart, even Tom's expression darkened, his tone laced with disdain. But he was utterly useless. The moment he got the tiniest benefit, he couldn't wait to flaunt it everywhere. He couldn't keep a single secret, bearing himself completely for all of you to see. He even let you guess and confirm that I was hiding in his body. Tom's mood shifted back to amusement. It's a shame Dumbledore is so soft. If I were him, I'd have killed Lockhart outright and dissected him. But what did he do instead? He couldn't bear to take a single life, not even to stop me. He tried to corner me and force me to show myself. Well, here I am. But where is Dumbledore? Harry dismissed his theatrics with a wave of the sword in his hand. Stop gloating about your schemes. You've gone through all this trouble to lure me here, so say what you want already. Tom's gaze was drawn to the sword, a glint of greed lighting his eyes. So that's the sword of Gryffindor, he murmured, his expression hungry. You want it, don't you? Harry asked. I have already acquired the legacies of the other 3 founders, Tom admitted without hesitation. I've been planning for years how to claim Gryffindors. Cowards hiding in shadows don't get it, Harry retorted bluntly. Tom's composure didn't falter, it seemed only the mention of the girls' lavatory or Lockhart could rattle him. That's called caution, Potter. I was facing the greatest white wizard of all time. If I were like Gryffindor, I'd have been expelled by my first year. He paused, gesturing to his head. You see, Harry, we're alike. Both of us have brains. Then he moved his hand to his chest. And ambition. Dumbledore has nothing to teach you. You've seen it yourself, he bows to the rules laid down by the weak. Look at Grindelwald, rotting away in Nurmengard. But isn't Hogwarts just another prison for Dumbledore? For the greater good. To achieve it, one must be willing to break every boundary, to do what cowards dare not do, and to think what they dare not think. One must use every possible means to shatter outdated rules. This world should be ruled by the strong. Tom extended a hand, not lowering himself in the slightest, his tone almost earnest. Why don't we join forces? You and I. Harry and Voldemort. The Savior and the Dark Lord. We could change this world entirely. Harry refused without hesitation. Sounds tempting, but I have my standards. Like not sneaking into the girls' lavatory at night. Tom's expression darkened. Potter, it seems we have nothing left to discuss. We never did, Harry replied, smirking. From the start, all you've been thinking about is how to get rid of me. If you were sincere, you wouldn't be gripping that wand so tightly. Tom didn't bother denying it. With a flourish, he revealed Ginny's wand, a yew wand with a phoenix feather core, just like Harry's. You're scared of me, aren't you, dear Tom? Harry said in a soft, mocking tone, stepping closer, sword in hand. I can see it, you're afraid of me. Tom's gaze hardened, his movements cautious. What a ridiculous idea. You're just a second-year student. So what? Harry shrugged. That doesn't stop you from being scared of me. The basilisk avoided me. The diary spirit tried to avoid me. This sickening tendency to hide, it's nothing like the fierce facade you put on. Now I understand why you lost. Tom's eyes turned cold and dangerous. You've got some talent, but you only pick on those weaker than you. At school, you bullied the students who couldn't fight back. And now, you want to come after a second year? Harry taunted. Did Lockhart's dueling club give you the courage to face me? Was it your command that kept him from engaging so Snape could have the chance instead? You just wanted to test me, didn't you? And now, with your confidence restored, you think you can deal with me. Tom raised his wand. Potter, this is me respecting you. I'm giving you a fair duel. Let's see if the savior who defeated the Dark Lord lives up to his name. Surely, you haven't forgotten what Lockhart taught you at the dueling club. Tom's obsession with ceremony and formality seemed unshakable. Harry raised his wand, matching the stance. Of course not. The two bowed. Together, they counted. 1. 2. But just as 2 escaped their lips, Harry lunged, sword swinging toward Tom's head. Tom was faster. His wand flicked, and 2 stone snakes coiled from the columns, hurtling toward Harry with brutal force. Dodging mid-roll, Harry escaped the attack and retaliated with his own spell. Though his magic couldn't command 2 snakes at once, one was manageable. The stone serpents clashed, writhing and snapping at each other. Meanwhile, the second snake, under Tom's control, surged forward like a tidal wave. Harry dodged, twisting agilely to avoid its strikes. Inferno! Tom roared, unleashing a torrent of black fire. It swept across the chamber like a living thing, consuming everything in its path. Pathetic, Tom sneered. You're still using a mudblood's weapon in a wizard's duel. That's why you'll lose. Is talking people to death your strategy? Harry shot back, darting between attacks as he used transfiguration to alter the terrain, seeking an opening to close the distance. But just then, the chamber trembled as a powerful, familiar surge of magic filled the air. It was the unmistakable presence of Albus Dumbledore. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 83, You're Not As Invincible As You Think. Tom froze for a moment, raising his wand high above his head. The cursed fire twisted into the form of a dragon, roaring as it surged toward the source of the new magical energy. The flames consumed everything in their path. A sharp, clear cry pierced through the air as Fawkes flapped its wings frantically, dodging and weaving to escape the dragon's relentless pursuit. It fled, and the dragon chased. Tom's composure returned, and he couldn't suppress a laugh. A phoenix. Oh, Dumbledore, how utterly absurd. What good is a glorified oversized turkey like that? Fawkes let out an indignant screech, its anger clear despite its undignified retreat. Harry brandished his wand. The stone serpent he was controlling shot upward, smashing into the ceiling with a resounding crack. It narrowly missed Fawkes's tail before colliding directly with the cursed fire. The flames clung to the stone, feeding on it like ravenous beasts, growing fiercer by the second. Fawkes let out a frightened cry, its wings flapping with urgency. The stone column had nearly crushed it. Having just been reborn, the phoenix wasn't eager to go through that ordeal again. Get Ginny out of here. Harry yelled, waving his hand toward the phoenix. Fawkes responded with a resentful chirp. The Sorting Hat translated with its usual enthusiasm, it says it's here to help you. Don't make things worse. With Ginny here, I can't fight freely, Harry replied, dodging a swipe from the stone serpent and the occasional surge of cursed fire. Fawkes let out another disgruntled squawk but obeyed, soaring toward Ginny. It says you owe it the finest food, preferably pristine Arctic snow water, the Sorting Hat continued. Great. Maybe cursed fire can shut you up, Harry snapped. The hat immediately fell silent. Fawkes navigated the chaos deftly, weaving through the fire and the stone serpents. With Harry's transfiguration clearing a path, the phoenix reached Ginny, clutching her shoulder and lifting her into the air. Thud. The diary slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Fawkes hesitated, its claws twitching as if deciding whether to retrieve the fallen book. Leave it. It's safest here, Harry shouted. The phoenix didn't linger. It carried Ginny away, its wings beating hard as it disappeared into the distance. There goes my dessert, Tom remarked, watching the phoenix's retreat without making any effort to stop it. All this for a foolish little girl who made a mistake. A mistake that cost her everything. Should I commend you, Harry, for living up to your title as the great savior? Harry gave a sharp whistle. Tom, I'm not nearly as noble as you think. From the start, I never once considered sacrificing myself. He raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. A silver lion burst forth, charging at Tom with a ferocious roar. Tom's smirk faltered as he raised his wand defensively, but Harry didn't linger to trade words. He hurled a potion bottle at Tom's feet, and when it shattered, thick, sticky gray fumes billowed out. Fumos. Dense fog spilled across the chamber, obscuring everything. Tom chuckled softly, his tone mocking. Potter, this trick won't work on me. I've already seen you use it. With a flick of his wand, he summoned a gust of wind. The technique was precise and deliberate, pulling in magic from around him. The gale devoured the fog bit by bit, forcing it away. As his vision cleared, Tom's expression shifted to confusion. Harry was gone. Instead, a long stone arm extended across the chamber, clutching the diary. It was retracting rapidly, bringing the diary closer to Harry with every passing second. Diffindo. Tom's cutting curse struck the arm, but the diary remained intact. Incendio. Bright orange flames engulfed the diary. Still, it was unharmed. Bombarda. Harry resorted to Seamus's favorite explosive spell. He poured every ounce of his strength into it, shattering the stone hand, but the diary didn't so much as jar. No spell seemed to work. In frustration, Harry sprinted forward, sword in hand, and brought it down on the diary with all his might. The resulting clash rang out like metal against stone, sparks flying as the blade skittered off the surface. The diary was unscathed, as if impervious to damage. Even with the enchanted oils coating Gryffindor's sword, which Harry meticulously reapplied every 6 months, the best effect he could achieve was a faint shimmer of resistance. The most effective oil. To Harry's surprise, it was Ghostbane oil, a concoction meant to target spiritual entities. No time to dwell on the implications. Unable to destroy the diary with brute force, Harry switched tactics. He kicked it hard, sending it hurtling into the cursed fire. The black flames recoiled as if in fear, retreating to avoid touching the diary. Instead, they surrounded it protectively, creating a barrier that kept the flames at bay. So, cursed fire can destroy it, Harry mused aloud. But you're using the very thing that can destroy it to keep it safe. Tom smirked, his expression growing cold. Of course. Do you think I would expose myself to Dumbledore without a safeguard like this? Just as I thought, you're a coward. Harry mocked. And what of it? Tom sneered, directing a stone serpent toward Harry. I am no ordinary dark wizard who fumbles with cursed fire. Ard. Harry cast a shockwave with a swipe of his hand. The stone serpent paused mid-strike, long enough for Harry to transfigure the chamber. The columns twisted into spikes, impaling the serpent and pinning it in place. The chamber shook violently as the ground split open. Tom, distracted by his attempt to control another serpent, didn't notice Harry rushing forward. Erden. A glowing rune appeared at Harry's feet, and with a swift slash, his blade cut toward Tom at a sharp angle. Tom didn't dodge. He countered with a spell. Bomarda. Harry braced himself, allowing the curse to strike his magical shield. The protective quen shattered, golden fragments scattering like falling stars. But his attack struck true. Gryffindor's sword carved through Tom's form, the blade dragging against something that felt eerily like flesh. Tom dissipated into black mist, his body scattering as the curse in his book struggled to hold him together. The stone serpents ceased their movements, and even the cursed fire faltered, growing wild and uncontrolled. Had he won? Harry leapt behind one of the immobilized serpents, his instinct screaming a warning. A bolt of green light tore through the air, colliding with the stone serpent. Shards of rock exploded in every direction. Tom reappeared, his form coalescing near the diary as his magic wrestled the cursed fire back under control. You're not as invincible as you think, Tom, Harry said, stepping back into the fray. Sword in hand, he prepared for another round. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 84, The Blue Fiendfire. Harry's words were like a dagger, slicing deep into Tom's pride. His expression darkened immediately. Just a few insignificant injuries, Potter. Don't get cocky. Tom shook his head, raising his wand as the stone serpents and fiendfire grew wilder, lunging viciously toward Harry. Harry countered with precise magic. The ground beneath the serpents softened. While snakes are adept at navigating swamps, the heavy stone constructs lack their agility. They struggled futilely, sinking deeper into the quagmire. Compared to the Voldemort Harry had faced in his first year, this 50-year-old Tom Riddle had a sharper intellect but far less skill in magical combat. As Professor Flitwick often said, his tactics were far too obvious. Transfiguration was merely a means to trap Harry, followed by a killing curse to finish him off. A good plan. But immature. Even without Flitwick's training, Harry could have handled him. Now, with proper training, it was hardly a contest. After several exchanges of spells, Harry conjured a silver lion Patronus, leaping forward as he crafted a bridge with transfiguration. He sprinted across, driving his sword straight into Tom's forehead. Checkmate. Now it's my turn, Tom. Black mist swirled as Tom's form dissipated once again. The fiendfire flared wildly, losing control. The stone bridge warped, transforming into a hollow sphere that enclosed Harry, carrying him out of the fire's reach. Boom. An impatient killing curse shattered the stone sphere. Tom reappeared, his face a storm of fury. Harry extended his hand, summoning a shimmering golden shield around him. That's twice, Tom, Harry said, staring him down. His words were sharp and deliberate. Even small wounds add up. How many more times can you hold out? 10. 20. You're finished, Tom. Tom's voice dripped with cold malice. And how much longer can you last, Potter? This chamber will be your grave. I've always been known for my endurance. Harry grinned, brandishing his sword in one hand and casting spells with the other as he charged at Tom. Their battle raged on, but this time, Tom faltered. His relentless defense left him vulnerable. The cracks in his technique widened. Within moments, Harry's sword struck again, plunging into Tom's chest. The black mist dissipated more rapidly than before, the fiendfire once again losing stability. Third time, Tom. Harry pulled out a calming potion and drank it, steadying his focus. The battle resumed. Fourth time. Harry decapitated Tom's spectral form with a swift slash. You're running out of stolen power, aren't you? You're as stubborn as my uncle's old radio, Harry quipped. The diary pulsed with darkness as Tom's form reassembled, his face blending with the swirling black mist, almost indiscernible. Harry pressed his advantage, refusing to give him a moment's respite. Another strike. 5th time. Tom grew increasingly fragile, his attempts to retaliate becoming feeble. Harry's strikes became more effective, each attack pushing Tom closer to collapse. If one strike couldn't kill him, then 10 might. Harry's plan was simple: wear him down until he could no longer manifest a corporeal form or cast spells, then throw the diary into the fiend fire to destroy it completely. Potter. Tom bellowed, lifting himself on a platform of black mist. I intended to use you as my final offering before my resurrection. You've surprised me, but this ends now. The fiend fire roared higher, filling the chamber with oppressive heat as Tom's form grew faint. No one but a Parselmouth can enter the Chamber of Secrets, Tom snarled. We'll both die here, together. Harry scoffed, cutting him off. You sound like one of those bitter romantics, Tom. I'm not interested in dying with you. Tom's expression contorted with fury, as if Harry had struck a nerve. Harry tilted his head, his tone turning sly. Did I hit a nerve? Was there someone you liked? Oh, wait, no. Even with your twisted personality, if they didn't know about your nightly visits to the girls' bathroom, they might have been charmed. Tom ground his teeth audibly. You've buried your past so deeply, no one knows that Voldemort used to be Tom Riddle, Harry continued thoughtfully. Are you running from your name? From your family? Did your parents have complicated relationships? Tom's face grew darker with every word. He said nothing, channeling all his power into his wand. Flames erupted, surging wildly and filling the chamber, leaving no corner untouched. Harry darted and weaved through the chaos, retreating toward the entrance. Boom. A stone serpent crashed into the doorway, blocking his exit. Potter, you're not leaving, Tom growled. This is where it ends. A clear, resonant sound interrupted him. The familiar presence of powerful magic washed over the chamber. Harry looked up to see Fawkes returning, clutching a figure in its claws. Professor Dumbledore. Riddle, this game is over, Dumbledore said, his face grim as he raised his wand. Without uttering a word, he flicked his wrist, and the flames recoiled. The once mighty fiend fire faltered, curling in on itself as if cowed, before fading into nothing. The stone serpent stilled, lifeless once more. Dumbledore. Tom's translucent form trembled. Why are you here? Dumbledore's gaze was unwavering. Hogwarts is under threat from a dark wizard. I will not abandon my students. Taking care of a shadow of your former self won't take long. I can handle both tasks. Tom, you were my student, I know you well. Harry sheathed a potion back into the sorting hat. Professor, you're just in time. Any later, and I'd be serving as roasted lion. Dumbledore smiled kindly. You handled yourself admirably, Harry. He's no match for you. In ability and character, you surpass him. Harry shook his head. I couldn't kill him. All I could do was force him back into the diary. To destroy him, I think we'll need fiend fire. Dumbledore hesitated briefly before raising his wand again. He murmured an incantation, and a ghostly blue flame emerged. Unlike Tom's black fiend fire, this blue fire was colder, sharper, and more potent. The flames engulfed the diary. A shriek echoed through the chamber as Tom's form contorted violently. Thick, black liquid oozed from the diary, igniting upon contact with the blue fire and evaporating into dark smoke. The sinister aura dissipated, the chamber falling silent. Dumbledore waved his wand, extinguishing the flames. What remained was a charred, lifeless diary. He picked it up with a second flick of his wand. Professor, can you tell me now? Harry asked quietly, his gaze fixed on the diary. What exactly is this? Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 85, Author's Note. This book was conceived hastily. For reasons many of you can guess, times have been tough financially. Even the most capable person might worry about their wallet, let alone someone like me. So, I decided to return to writing. I've always dreamed of writing a book. Originally, I wanted to write a wuxia or xianxia story. But after submitting drafts 4 or 5 times without success, I had no choice but to switch gears. I couldn't go hungry forever, so I bit the bullet and started this Harry Potter fanfiction. It wasn't even submitted for internal review. I thought, at least fanfiction has a better chance of getting accepted. My plan was to earn some income from this book while figuring out the market. To my surprise, the book took off like a rocket. Humans are funny creatures. When you have nothing, it's easy to be carefree. But when things go better than expected, you start worrying. The pacing of the second volume wasn't great, and I fully deserve criticism for it. Still, I shamelessly ask for your continued support as I work to improve. Voldemort, I had no choice but to make him smarter. In the original, Rowling wrote him as surprisingly foolish for a Dark Lord. This Voldemort is cunning, manipulative, and far more intelligent, as he was described in his youth. Dumbledore, to me, Dumbledore has never been a pure, white wizard. Ruthless. Maybe in his younger days. But now, he's more restrained. If he truly had full control, the events of Year 5 would have unfolded differently. Percy, the original, depicted him as a bit of a fool. But with 12 OWLS, even Hermione didn't get that many. Percy is undeniably talented. If he craves power and recognition, it makes sense he'd try to be a proper older brother and prefect. I hope you'll stick with the story as I develop these characters and their arcs further. On the love interest, this will be a single love interest story. While the Witcher series is often joked about for Geralt's romantic escapades, anyone who's read the original knows how that ends. Chapter 86, Nothing to See. What was that thing? Or rather, what was the thing sitting on his head? This is complicated, not something I can explain in just a moment, said Dumbledore, holding the charred diary, his expression heavy. For now, I need to get back to the Ministry. I only managed to slip out by saying I needed to use the restroom. Will you be back tonight? Harry pressed. His tone made it clear that if Dumbledore didn't return, he'd follow him straight to the Ministry. Dumbledore nodded. Of course. He held up the diary and shook it slightly. But first, I need to deal with a certain gentleman who decided to plant this thing in Hogwarts. I'll wait for you in your office, Harry said. What's the password? Dumbledore replied softly, Gryffindor. Today's password is Gryffindor. Harry couldn't hold back a scoff. Your brain seems to be working a bit more normally today. Dumbledore said nothing, merely gesturing for Harry to grab Fawkes Talon. Together, they flew out of the Chamber of Secrets before the Phoenix whisked him away via apparition. Dumbledore was busy. Harry, meanwhile, conjured his Patronus to send a message to the Gryffindor common room, then made his way to the headmaster's office. Before long, Professor McGonagall arrived in a hurry, bringing the Weasleys in tow. At the rear of the group was Snape. Potter, are you hurt? McGonagall rushed over, grabbing Harry's arm and looking him over carefully. Her sharp eyes caught the bruises scattered across his body, and her heart ached visibly. Snape remained silent at the back, his cold gaze also fixed on Harry. I'm fine, Harry said, looking McGonagall in the eye. Just a few scrapes and bruises. I've already taken some potions. Where's Professor Dumbledore? McGonagall asked, visibly relieved. He went back to the Ministry. Did you see him earlier? Harry asked in return. Yes. Miss Weasley and her brothers were all cursed by that man, McGonagall said gravely. Professor Dumbledore came by briefly to lift the curse, but he only told me to wait for you to come out and contact the Weasleys' parents. He didn't say much else. Harry looked past McGonagall at the Weasleys. Ginny was still unconscious, cradled in Percy's arms. The boys had bandages wrapped around their hands, and a pungent smell of potions lingered in the air. They all looked ashamed, their eyes darting away from Harry's. Even Ron couldn't muster the courage to meet his gaze. Tom was far craftier than I imagined, Harry exhaled, shaking his head. Even his so-called sincerity was laced with lies. Professor Snape, could you examine Mr. Potter? McGonagall hesitated before asking. I'll go contact Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Snape stiffly approached. He seemed tense, and his inexperience in handling such situations showed. As he helped Harry remove his leather armor, his movements were rough and overly forceful. The Weasley twins watched nervously. Harry's injuries weren't severe, just a few scrapes on his forehead and extensive bruising on his back, arms, and legs. You're lucky, Snape muttered, pulling out a vial of potion and awkwardly holding it out to Harry. Harry pushed it aside and pulled out an identical vial from the sorting hat. Thanks, but I've got my own. Snape's hand froze midair. He took a deep breath, as if the potion bottle suddenly weighed a ton. It took him a moment to lower it, his actions labored, as if dragging himself out of quicksand. He stood to the side, silent but glancing at Harry now and then. Harry said nothing. Before long, green flames flared to life in the office's fireplace, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley stepped out in a rush. Professor McGonagall, Arthur began anxiously. How are my children? They're fine, McGonagall reassured him. Percy and the others only suffered minor injuries, though eating might be a bit of a challenge for a while. Hey, Dad, I've become, Fred began, raising his bandaged hands dramatically. Percy nudged him sharply. Oh, thank Merlin, George interrupted, rolling his eyes. Don't say it, Fred. We're wizards. That's not something to joke about. All right, Fred sighed. Though our hands are useless, little Ron still has one good hand. He was 5th in his year last term, quite impressive for a first year, George added. He'll do a fine job feeding us. You won't let us down, will you? They asked in unison. Ron forced a weak smile and nodded reluctantly. Molly gave the twins a sharp look before turning her worried gaze to her youngest daughter. And Ginny? McGonagall hesitated. Her condition is unique. That person's soul had attached itself to hers. While it seems the matter has been resolved. She trailed off, her uncertainty growing as she looked to Harry. Harry nodded. Professor Dumbledore has already dealt with it. McGonagall nodded, her tone smoothing out. Thanks to Harry's quick thinking, Ginny was rescued in time. Fawkes even shed tears for her wounds. If you don't trust St. Mungo's, you can wait for Professor Dumbledore to return. Arthur and Molly turned to Harry, their expressions complicated. Thank you, Mr. Potter, for saving my daughter again, Arthur said hesitantly. He didn't know how to face Harry. After all, the one who had possessed Ginny had been targeting Harry. You can call me Harry, Harry said, stepping forward and opening his arms. Arthur froze, then hurriedly returned the gesture, giving him a light hug. Ginny is like a sister to me, Harry said softly. It's only natural for a brother to protect his sister. Molly was far more emotional, pulling Harry into a tight hug as tears welled up in her eyes. Oh, Harry, I'm so sorry you had to go through this. Don't apologize, Harry patted her back. I'm not great at comforting crying women. When summer comes, you must visit the burrow, Molly said, her voice still thick with emotion. I've always worried about how you're treated in the Muggle world. You can stop worrying about that, Harry replied. Things weren't great before, but they're much better now, thanks to Ron, George, and all my wonderful friends. Arthur forced a smile at McGonagall. I'll take the children to St. Mungo's for a checkup. Please inform me when Professor Dumbledore returns. They disappeared through the fireplace, leaving the headmaster's office empty. With the Weasleys gone, Snape seemed even more restless, stealing frequent glances at Harry. But Harry neither said nor did anything. He simply placed the sorting hat firmly on his head, letting it obscure his most hated face and hide his most hated eyes. He saw nothing. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 87, What Do You Want? Deep into the night, Snape found the silence unbearable. He wished he could force-feed Harry a dose of forgetfulness potion to erase today from his memory. At long last, Dumbledore returned. Harry, thank you for waiting, he said, pushing open the door, his tone filled with apology. And Severus, Minerva. Is everything resolved? Harry removed the hat from his head. Dumbledore nodded. Of course. Harry stared at him, saying nothing, but the meaning in his gaze was clear. This concerns adult wizards, Harry, Dumbledore said as he moved toward his chair. You're still young. The outcome, however, will surely. Lucius Malfoy still owes me money, Harry interrupted, matter-of-factly. He hadn't forgotten the royalties for the Potter family's potion patents. I imagine the Malfoys will have an unforgettable summer, Dumbledore said with a flick of his wand. Drinks appeared for everyone in the room, milk for Harry, as always. Lucius has been stripped of his position on the school board. Testimony from a house elf is more compelling than you might think, Dumbledore said lightly. He'll also have to compensate every student harmed, at least 100 galleons each. That's all. Harry raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore shook his head. Lucius has many connections in the ministry. I would love to see them all in Azkaban. But for now, the Malfoys will be in turmoil. Rufus Scrimgeour is furious, a hit wizard lost their life because of this incident. Their house will be thoroughly searched, with Alastor Moody himself involved. He's an expert at uncovering dark magic. I doubt Lucius will have the time or energy to deal with you. Harry took a sip of milk. Then let's move on to the most important topic, what exactly was that diary? As he spoke, he gently placed his glass on the table, the sound crisp and deliberate. Or perhaps more importantly, what's this thing in my head? Dumbledore's face darkened. With a wave of his wand, the charred diary appeared before him. He let out a heavy sigh. Harry, I never expected this. Truly, I didn't. I always thought Voldemort's contingencies would involve other forms of dark magic. But not this. He paused, his tone growing more somber. A Horcrux. An exceptionally vile form of dark magic. Cruel and devastating, both to the caster and to others. It requires taking a life to shatter one's own soul, storing a fragment in an object. Even if the caster's body dies, the piece of soul preserved in the Horcrux can draw upon magic and life to enable resurrection. Harry's expression darkened. So, I'm one of his Horcruxes. Meeting Harry's gaze, Dumbledore nodded gravely. I'm afraid so. Snape's glare pierced through Harry like a blade. But why didn't anyone detect it? Harry frowned. He couldn't understand. Yennefer was a powerful sorceress, as was Triss, yet neither had detected anything unusual about his scar. He recalled the overwhelming, malevolent aura he'd sensed in the Chamber of Secrets. How could something like that go unnoticed? A Horcrux is an abominable object, yes, but its malevolence lies in its creation, the ritual and the process, Dumbledore explained gently. Once formed, and less deliberately exposed as it was this time, it becomes no more than a simple, unassuming fragment of a soul. It bonds with you seamlessly, appearing as though it's a natural part of your being. Harry raised a hand to cover his face. Now he understood. To Yennefer and Triss, his soul seemed innately powerful. His growth, skills, and abilities, rivaling Geralt's, only reinforced that belief. His voice was low. So now Voldemort is a part of me. Can he take control of me anytime he wants, like he did with Ginny? No, it's not that dire. Dumbledore shook his head. I don't think Voldemort is even aware that you are his Horcrux. Harry froze, looking up in surprise. That's my guess, Dumbledore continued. If he knew, he wouldn't have acted as he did in your first year. This all seems to be a series of coincidences. That night, when that ancient magic reflected the killing curse, it unintentionally tore his soul apart. Your parents' sacrifice, the presence of death, fulfilled the conditions for the ritual without Voldemort's awareness. A Horcrux created entirely by accident. Dumbledore paused. And it's a fragile one. It hasn't attempted to control you since you were young, nor did it alert Voldemort when you encountered him. It may not even have any consciousness. That was good news, at least. At least Harry wouldn't have to worry about a noseless, bald-headed voyeur lurking while he conversed with sorceresses or bards. Lowering his hand, Harry asked, is there a way to get rid of it? Having Voldemort planted in my head doesn't exactly sound like a blessing. Dumbledore pressed his lips together. Regrettably, there's no solution at present. The Horcrux is deeply intertwined with your soul. But I can assure you that occlumency is effective. How is your progress with it? Snape interjected, Potter is exceptionally talented in this area. He can. He stopped, biting his tongue, and forced himself to amend his words. He's quite proficient. I find it difficult to breach his mind. Dumbledore glanced between Harry and Snape, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Despite their frequent bickering, their interactions had always carried a strange semblance of understanding. But now? Why did they seem so stiff? What exactly had happened in his absence? Well then, Professor Dumbledore, Harry said, finishing his milk and stretching. Let's discuss my compensation. Dumbledore pulled out a crystal vial. Phoenix tears. I prepared them in advance. Fawkes let out a disgruntled cry. The Phoenix had worked hard today, carrying people around and shedding more tears than it cared to remember. This is just the initial payment, Harry said, pocketing the vial without hesitation. But it hardly compensates for facing Tom Riddle. A pervert who spies on girls in bathrooms. And a chamber filled with fiend fire. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. So, what is it you want? Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 88, An Unexpected End to the Semester. What I want is a magical technique, Harry said softly but firmly. The ability to channel magic that doesn't belong to me. Dumbledore smiled lightly. I thought it might take you longer to notice that. Of course. Your Patronus charm is already excellent. Perhaps you can try altering its form soon. How about I take over your detentions next term? Does that sound fair? Professor McGonagall breathed a small sigh of relief. However, Dumbledore continued, I can't match the flexibility of the other professors. I might only have time for one lesson per week. With a wave of his wand, he refilled Harry's glass. It would be an honor, Harry replied with a nod. McGonagall's detentions, Quidditch practice, Professor Sprout's classes, and your lessons, Professor Dumbledore, that makes 7 days, Harry remarked. Then he glanced at Snape with a calmness that was almost unnerving. Professor Snape, I'm afraid I'll have to discontinue your detentions. Snape said nothing, nodding stiffly. Yet as he nodded, his expression darkened. This was what he had long awaited, so why did the words leave such an unpleasant weight in his chest? McGonagall's hand trembled slightly. It seemed she couldn't escape Harry's detentions next term either. As Harry finished his milk, Dumbledore spoke gently. Harry, it's time for you to rest. Get a good night's sleep and put everything else out of your mind for now. Harry nodded, casting one last meaningful glance at Snape before leaving. McGonagall escorted him all the way to the entrance of Gryffindor Tower. The Gryffindor common room was steeped in unease. Most of the students, except Hermione, had holed up in their dormitories, terrified another dark wizard might suddenly appear to attack them. When Harry climbed into the common room, Hermione popped her head out from under a table, relief washing over her face. Harry. You're back. You're still up? Harry asked. Hermione nodded. I couldn't relax. Even though your Patronus said everything was safe. It is safe, Harry interrupted. The dark magic object and Tom have been dealt with by Professor Dumbledore. The basilisk is dead, Professor Snape and I took care of it. He paused. The basilisk's body had been thoroughly dissected, but he hadn't yet secured his share of the spoils. He'd write Snape a letter about it tomorrow, he wasn't eager to see him again anytime soon. Really? Hermione asked, still uneasy. Today's events had turned her worldview upside down. Really, Harry confirmed. Are you hurt? She asked, her voice full of concern. Harry smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. If I were injured, I'd be in the hospital wing, or off to St. Mungo's with the Weasleys. The two talked a while longer before heading to their respective dormitories for a much-needed rest. And so, the tumultuous second year came to an end. The next morning at breakfast, Dumbledore announced that Hogwarts was once again safe. The students were skeptical at first. After all, Gryffindor was missing a significant portion of its members, even the Weasley twins were nowhere to be seen. How was that supposed to feel safe? Though, on second thought, perhaps Hogwarts was safer without those two notorious pranksters around. They remained on edge for a week. The castle grew quiet and peaceful. Peeves stopped causing trouble, the portraits of roosters were nowhere to be found, and the statues returned to their normal forms. Even the professors seemed more at ease, burying the students under a fresh avalanche of homework. The Weasleys returned to Hogwarts on the first weekend after the incident. The ordeal had taken a heavy toll on their family. There were medical bills from St. Mungo's and the cost of a brand new wand. Ginny's wand was retrieved by Dumbledore and remained undamaged, but Ron's battered old wand had been destroyed by Tom, forcing him to get a replacement. The Quidditch Cup was cancelled. The Slytherin captain was still in the hospital wing. And two of Gryffindor's star players couldn't even grip a fork properly, let alone a broomstick. Hogwarts worked to protect Ginny's reputation. The official story was that a dark wizard, using Polyjuice Potion, had disguised themselves as Ginny. The theft in the Slytherin common room was also attributed to this mysterious wizard. But Ginny felt immense guilt. She couldn't face Harry. After her hasty apologies and thanks upon returning to Hogwarts, she avoided him altogether. Ron, too, was deeply affected. He grew uncharacteristically quiet, threw himself into his studies, and often asked Harry for tips on dueling. The students who had been petrified were successfully revived just before final exams. Opening their eyes, they found themselves faced with a grim reality. They'd learned nothing all term and now had to endure the professor's relentless demands to cram an entire semester's knowledge in just a few days. Their groans echoed through the halls of every house. Gradually, the mood lightened, and the basilisk attack faded from memory as the term drew to a close. The second year ended without major surprises. Harry maintained his position as the top student, followed closely by Hermione. Her grades in defense against the dark arts had suffered due to the absence of a competent teacher. Ron, surprisingly, took third place, his dedication paying off. On the final day, the Great Hall was festively decorated. This year, no lions or snakes adorned the teacher's table. Instead, the colors of Hufflepuff, yellow and black, filled the hall, and a cheerful, chubby badger took center stage. Dumbledore rose, his voice filled with emotion. We've endured a challenging year. Hogwarts has faced many trials. These painful experiences, I hope, will serve as stepping stones for your growth. Let's see how much growth you've achieved through this year's house points. With a wave of his wand, golden numbers appeared in the air. Fourth place, Slytherin, 18 points. Third place, Gryffindor, 19 points. Second place, Ravenclaw, 28 points. First place, Hufflepuff, 54 points. Growth indeed, just in the wrong direction. The house heads buried their heads in embarrassment. The basilisk may have been dealt with, but tensions among the houses remained unresolved. Fights broke out daily, and the absence of Lockhart, the clumsy stabilizer of inter-house relations, meant the point system was in freefall. Snape and McGonagall were just relieved their houses' scores hadn't dipped into the single digits. Before awarding the House Cup, I have an announcement to make, Dumbledore said, tearing his eyes from the abysmally low scores. In all his years as headmaster, he had never seen anything like this. The Hufflepuffs froze, their eyes darting toward Harry at the Gryffindor table, an ominous feeling creeping over them. Harry Potter. He was the first to uncover the Dark Wizard's presence. During my absence from Hogwarts, he fought that wizard to protect his classmates. For his bravery, I am awarding him a Special Services to the School Award, and Gryffindor will receive 100 points. Ginny wanted to bury her head in her bowl of soup. The Hufflepuffs were indignant. Winning the House Cup wasn't something that came easily to them. Yet, despite their disappointment, they joined the Gryffindors in applauding and cheering for Harry Potter. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 89, The Scumbag Will Explode. Harry hated nothing more than the first month of summer vacation. He couldn't cast spells. Advanced potions required magic as well. He couldn't do anything. All he could do was read theory books. Professor Flitwick had sent him a batch, along with a letter hoping that Harry would visit the Burrow this year and enjoy a happy summer vacation. But Professor Flitwick's hopes were dashed. The Weasley family had won a grand prize from the Daily Prophet and received a large sum of compensation from the Malfoys. They decided to travel to Egypt during the last month of the summer, right after Harry's confinement at the Dursleys was over, and warmly invited Harry to join them. Harry declined. He preferred to train with Professor Flitwick. There was still a lot of room for him to grow. The idea of Horcruxes weighed on him like a boulder, making it hard to breathe. Hedwig wasn't too busy this summer. Hermione finally remembered the existence of a thing called the telephone. They could communicate using it, it was convenient, fast, and clear. Hedwig was quite pleased with this. When idle, she often spent entire days hooting at Petunia, chasing her to cook all treats. This summer wasn't too unbearable. The Dursleys had improved their attitude toward him considerably. Dudley, in particular, had changed the most. Though he didn't dare disturb Harry while he was reading, he was enthusiastic during meals, asking if there was any potion that could make him more handsome. "Harry, have you started dating someone at that school of yours?" Dudley asked, holding his knife and fork, trying to eat gracefully. "I've already been in 3 relationships. I even held hands with 4 girls. I almost kissed one of them, if not for that damn teacher." Petunia listened with great interest. Every mother is eager to see their son demonstrate charm. "You remind me of one of my professors," Harry said softly after swallowing a bite of fried fish. Dudley was curious. Harry continued, "He loved dating students, just like you. He had 3 relationships in one term." Vernon frowned. "Scum. Trash. Can't you weirdos produce a single decent person?" Dudley, with little understanding of student-teacher relationships, still looked intrigued. "And then? What happened?" "He exploded," Harry said succinctly. Dudley froze. Harry, being considerate, slowly raised his fist from the table, bringing it up to Dudley's eye level, and then suddenly spread his fingers wide, boom, like fireworks. Dudley shuddered. Vernon and Petunia looked horrified. "Don't scare Dudley, he's nothing like you freaks," Vernon grumbled, stabbing his fork hard into his fried fish. "I'm not joking," Harry replied, withdrawing his hand. "He really exploded." Petunia swallowed hard. "Lily never told me Hogwarts was that dangerous." Dudley's face turned pale. Is dating really that terrifying?" Harry recalled the bed Yennefer had flung, which had almost hit his head. He nodded with lingering fear. "Dating one person is fine. Dating multiple people, though, can be very dangerous." "No, it's not." Vernon glared, trying to correct his son's perception by explaining some of his own ancient escapades. "My dear Dudley, you must know that men." "Men what?" Petunia interrupted with a sharp look as she daintily sliced her fried fish. "Men should be devoted." Vernon immediately changed his tone, speaking earnestly. "Harry's right. If you're unfaithful in a relationship, you might really explode." Dudley's face turned even paler. In the past, he would never have believed such nonsense. How could someone just explode out of nowhere? Until he met Harry and saw magic firsthand. This left a shadow in the young boy's heart that no amount of math problems could resolve. A month passed quickly. Professor Flitwick arrived on time to pick up Harry. He looked up at his student and sighed, "Harry, you should really take a proper vacation and relax." "Professor, now's not the time for relaxation. You know." "Tom," Harry replied, shaking his head as he dragged his suitcase. Flitwick raised his wand. Harry's expression changed. "Not the night bus again, is it?" "No alternatives," Flitwick said impassively. Half a day later. Harry threw both his suitcase and the bus conductor off the night bus. "Hey, I'm not your luggage," the conductor grumbled, clutching his back in protest. Harry apologized insincerely, "Sorry, I was dizzy and confused." "You're taking revenge on me, Mr. Potter," the conductor retorted, holding his waist. "Next time you ride, I'll have a surprise for you." "You know me." Harry tilted his head back in surprise. The conductor pointed to his eyes. Lion-like eyes. "Very distinctive." "I suggest you go back to school," Harry said earnestly. The conductor was stunned. Harry continued, "Lions have round pupils. These slit ones are more like cats or snakes." "Really?" The conductor looked doubtful. He pulled out his wand, turned a piece of chocolate into a Gryffindor crest, and examined it carefully. Then, in astonishment, he exclaimed, "It's true. Lions' pupils are really round." He felt as if his worldview had been upended. According to Muggle logic, weren't lions feline? Harry ignored him, feeling a bit recovered, and dragged his suitcase toward Godric's Hollow. As usual, he stopped for a drink at the pub. "Harry, I think we should take a few days off," Flitwick suggested after downing a glass of whiskey. "You've only been on vacation for a month." "Professor, I don't need much rest," Harry replied earnestly. "I've got a whole month without magic at my aunt's house." Flitwick hesitated, sighed, and swallowed his words along with his drink. He thought he'd have to ask Dumbledore for an extra month's salary, double pay, of course. "How's Ragnarok lately?" Harry asked. Flitwick shook his head. "Not too well. After your last report, he was raided. Quite the surprise. Except for the weapons he crafted. They also found a stash of weapons, armor, and even half a wand." "Half a wand?" Harry was puzzled. "What's the use of that?" "Not much, but wizards see it as a provocation," Flitwick explained with a sigh. "For a non-human to even think about owning a wand." "He's still alive, right?" Harry asked with some concern. Flitwick nodded. "Of course, he's alive. In fact, he's doing better now. With help from the Ministry of Magic, he's opened a blacksmith shop." He emphasized the word help heavily. Well, that's great, Harry nodded. I've been stockpiling quite a few materials. Power stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 90, Sir, would you like a Gryffindor sword figurine? After finishing their drinks, Flitwick led Harry toward Ragnar's blacksmith shop. They walked out of the village to an abandoned house near the graveyard. A wooden sign stood beside the house. Danger, do not enter, it read, accompanied by a drawing of a hunting dog. Flitwick took out his wand and tapped the dog's head lightly. Phileas Flitwick and Mr. Harry Potter wished to visit Ragnar's workshop. The dog wagged its tail. With a faint ripple of magic, a door materialized behind the sign. Flitwick pushed it open and led Harry inside. Ragnar, you need to explain this expense, a goblin barked, holding an accounting ledger and radiating authority. 11 sickles. It's just 11 sickles. Ragnar retorted, hands on his hips, glaring at the goblin in front of him. Hey, don't forget, you're a goblin too. The goblin straightened his back with pride. Hey, I'm not just any goblin. I'm now a Ministry of Magic official, a liaison for the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Goblin Liaison Office, and Goblin Rebellion Handling Office, specifically assigned to supervise Ragnar. I earn a monthly salary of 11 galleons from the ministry. Ragnar's expression turned venomous. You shameless traitor. How dare you utter those words? Goblin Rebellion Handling Office. The goblin tilted his head, confused. Harry clarified, he means the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. The goblin nodded indifferently. Ragnar turned his fierce gaze to Harry. It's he, not it. How much would it cost to have Ragnar craft a weapon? Harry ignored the correction and turned to the official goblin. The official's ears twitched. Depends on the weapon you want. A Gryffindor sword replica, like the one Harry Potter uses. Each costs 20 galleons. If you want it enchanted with a dust-repelling charm, it's 5 galleons more. Adding gemstones would be an extra 10 galleons. What kind of bizarre business was this? Ragnar looked miserable. Harry was momentarily stunned before waving his hand to cut the goblin off. I am Harry Potter. The goblin raised his head, his eyes burning with interest. You're the Harry Potter? Do you have the Gryffindor sword? Might I have the honor? I'll provide the main materials, a set of leather armor and a bone sword, Harry interrupted again. How much will that cost? The official replied efficiently, if it's apprentice-level craftsmanship, the processing fee is 1 galleon. Expert level costs 5 galleons. Master level is 10 galleons. Harry nodded. I want the best. The official added, of course, any additional materials required during the crafting process will be your responsibility. But don't worry. As Ragnar's ministry-appointed supervisor, I'll ensure there's no misappropriation, theft, or corruption involved. Ragnar let out a disdainful snort, turning his head away. Hey, human wizard, I remember you had me make leather armor last year. Even if it was just troll leather, my craftsmanship is excellent, it shouldn't wear out in just a year. Harry waved his wand. His robe slipped off, revealing the leather armor underneath. It was scarred and battered, showing signs of corrosion, burning, and heavy impact. Hogwarts practical training has been intense, Harry said with a nod. This year's second-year final exam involved killing a basilisk. A basilisk? Ragnar's voice rose in disbelief. That's a Class 5X dangerous creature. How could second-year wizards? Flitwick raised a hand and nudged Harry's leg. Don't tease him. Ragnar's not too sharp, he might believe you. Flitwick. Ragnar growled through gritted teeth. Huffing, he added, I've long known that even the best goblins couldn't kill a basilisk before adulthood, let alone a human wizard. Forget it. If you don't want to explain, I won't press you. What materials will you use for this armor? Troll leather again. Harry interrupted, basilisk hide. Ragnar waved dismissively. Don't lie to me, young wizard. That won't work. Harry waved his wand again. A suitcase flew over and landed in front of Ragnar, opening with a pop. Inside was a neatly folded basilisk hide, a meter-long basilisk spine, and a fong shimmering with a cold, ghostly light. Basilisk. Ragnar stammered, his voice trembling. Judging by the hide's size and the fong's length, it must be at least 500 years old. Where did you get this? I killed it, Harry said simply. Ragnar glanced at Flitwick, who nodded. Fear flickered in the goblin's eyes. Flitwick, you can't fool me. You humans are too cunning. But you can't hide the truth from the great Ragnar. Harry closed the suitcase with a snap of his wand. How much material will it take? 5 meters, no, 8 meters. I'll need 8 meters of basilisk hide, Ragnar said, wringing his hands in excitement. One spine won't be enough, I'll need another. What about the basilisk's eyes? Those are the most critical materials. Mr. Potter, the official goblin, Hawk, interjected, what kind of armor are you commissioning? A breastplate, leg guards, gloves, and boots, Harry described. The sword should be in a two-handed style. Hawk nodded and snapped his fingers. Parchment and a quill flew over, recording everything automatically. For the armor, 3 meters of basilisk hide will be more than enough. His cold, factual statement shattered Ragnarok's hopeful illusions. Hawk. The elder goblin ground his teeth and clenched his fists. Hawk puffed out his chest with pride. I'm responsible for ensuring fairness. We goblins must protect our reputation, we only conduct honest business. For a two-handed sword, that one spine is more than sufficient, with leftovers to spare. I'll make sure the surplus basilisk bone is ground into powder and sent to you. Then he paused. Pardon my curiosity, Mr. Potter, but where are you currently staying? With me, Flitwick answered. Hawk frowned in mild disdain. Oh, Mr. Potter, staying with a half-goblin like you. Well, I suppose you're still a competent professor by wizarding standards. I'll catalog the additional materials needed, prepare a detailed list, and send it to you for approval. Ragnarok, now silent, picked up a hammer and angrily pounded a chunk of iron. As they left the blacksmith shop, Harry looked back. This is unbelievable. Flitwick nodded in agreement. Indeed. Goblins like Hawk aren't rare, they're like free-roaming house elves without masters. I meant the Gryffindor sword replicas, Harry said, shaking his head in bewilderment. Judging by what he said, most people come here just to buy those. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 91, No Wizard Can Escape Azkaban. Flitwick shifted uncomfortably, his expression turning awkward. Harry looked at him intently. Professor, don't tell me you also have. That's the Gryffindor sword. Flitwick defended himself adamantly. Even if it's not the real one. Harry, you don't realize how popular you are. From what I've heard, Ragnarok sold over 100 replicas last month alone. Some of them are even full-scale. Harry glanced back at the workshop hidden by magic. The Ministry hasn't shared any royalties with me. Strictly speaking, the Gryffindor sword still belongs to Hogwarts, Flitwick corrected him. They're just skirting the rules. Harry smirked. Give it a year or two, and that won't be the case anymore. Another drink. Flitwick offered. Harry shook his head. I plan to go home and take a look. From the outside, the Potter family home hadn't changed much from the previous year. The weeds had grown a bit thicker, and the deceptive sign at the entrance had been removed. Flitwick didn't accompany him. He wanted to enjoy a few more drinks while he could, knowing that carefree days like these would soon be a thing of the past. Harry pushed the door open and walked inside. Harry. A voice called out, Fleamont Potter. It's me, Grandpa, Harry responded. Fleamont's voice became lively. You're finally back. Euphemia's been talking about you constantly. It sounds like Hogwarts has been quite eventful this year. Harry sighed. Hagrid told me Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. It certainly is, Fleamont agreed. But for 2 years in a row, I've encountered very unsafe situations, Harry said flatly, spreading his hands. Fleamont's voice faltered. Those were just exceptions, very rare occurrences. You just happened to run into them. Back when James was at school, the Dark Lord was wreaking havoc, and yet Hogwarts remained safe. Hopefully, things will be calmer this year, Harry said as he sat cross-legged beneath the portrait. Grandpa, I have some questions for you. Fleamont hummed in acknowledgement. Do you know Severus Snape? Harry asked, looking up. Even with the portrait's mobility, he couldn't see its nose from this angle. He hadn't asked this question the previous year. Back then, he'd thought of Snape as merely his father's romantic rival, and it didn't seem appropriate to bring up such things before his late grandfather. Now, however, that romantic rival label attached to Snape felt far more complex. Snape. Fleamont blinked. That fellow is still alive. He's now the potions master at Hogwarts. Didn't you know? Harry asked. Fleamont shook his head. I haven't left this house in ages, and Euphemia hasn't mentioned it. After a pause, he gritted his teeth. Dumbledore must be losing his mind, letting someone like that become a professor at Hogwarts. No wonder the castle doesn't feel safe anymore. Harry stayed silent. Fleamont continued, let me think. Snape, that man. James always said he was bad news, even back in their first summer at Hogwarts. Dirty, foul-mouthed, and certainly worse than you are now. Fleamont chuckled. By third year, James started mentioning Lily, your mother. At the time, she disliked James and was quite close to Snape. But he wasn't reliable. Slytherins rarely are. During that period, they were staunch supporters of the Dark Lord. Snape was no exception. Later, James mentioned him less often. I only heard that after graduation, Snape became a Death Eater and was highly trusted by the Dark Lord. Harry's head shot up. A Death Eater. He had long suspected Snape's connection to Voldemort, particularly given his use of the term Dark Lord. But he hadn't realized the relationship was so direct. Yes, a Death Eater, Fleamont confirmed. I heard it clearly, more than once. James often talked about it with his friends. Snape was definitely a Death Eater. Fleamont's voice wavered at the end, as if he'd nearly mentioned someone he shouldn't. I need Euphemia to give Dumbledore a piece of my mind, Fleamont said quickly, his words rushing out in fear that Harry might press further. It's outrageous to keep a Death Eater at Hogwarts, even if the Dark Lord is. Harry cut him off. Did Snape kill my mother? Fleamont froze. Is that what happened? Harry asked again. Fleamont hesitated. That doesn't align with what I know. Lily was at home, protected by the Fidley's charm. Snape couldn't have known the location. If anyone was responsible, it was him. Him? My father's friend, and Snape's. Harry pressed. Fleamont's tone turned odd. Friend. No. Snape and he weren't friends. They were enemies, sworn enemies who'd have gladly killed each other. Though in the end, they both became the Dark Lord's pawns. Harry fell silent. His grandfather was, after all, just a portrait. He couldn't know everything. There had to be secrets about Snape and his mother's deaths that even Fleamont didn't know. Who is this person? Can you tell me? Harry finally asked. Fleamont, who had been considering how to console his grandson, suddenly froze, as if wishing he could flee from the portrait. But he knew he couldn't avoid the question. Grinding his teeth, he spat out the name with difficulty, Sirius Black. Black. Harry was startled. The famous Slytherin family? How did he become friends with my father? And how did he get the chance to betray him? Gryffindors and Slytherins were like fire and water. Becoming friends, let alone sitting down for a civil chat, seemed nearly impossible. The Blacks are an evil, old-fashioned Slytherin family. But Sirius Black was an exception, Fleamont said, suppressing his anger. Even as a portrait, he struggled to maintain composure. He was a Gryffindor. The Blacks hated him. He and James hit it off before they were even sorted into houses. He even stayed with us for a while. He was lively and full of ideas. Euphemia and I treated him like a son. But in the end, he was still a Black. James trusted him, made him our secret keeper. But he turned around and gave the address to the Dark Lord, leading him straight to us. Fortunately. Harry, you survived. Others survived too. Harry closed his eyes, leaning his back against the wall as he muttered two names, Sirius Black, Severus Snape. Harry, don't think about revenge, Fleamont said nervously. Black has already been caught and sent to Azkaban. No wizard can escape from there. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 92, He Escaped from Azkaban. Harry stayed at the Potter family home until nightfall. Euphemia returned. Grandfather and grandmother spent the evening chatting about many things left unsaid last year. They talked about friends they hadn't dared to mention before. They spoke of Peter, who had bravely sacrificed himself. Though he seemed far too timid to belong in Gryffindor, in his final moments, he became a true Gryffindor. And Lupin, a pitiable young man and a werewolf, who had lived a hard and wandering life. Euphemia had often suggested that he stay at the Potter home. At least it would give him a proper place to live, sparing him the burden of constant travel. But he had declined. He was a werewolf with a great deal of pride. It wasn't until a slightly tipsy Flitwick, worried about Harry, came looking for him that the two left together under the moonlight. The following days began to resemble Harry's first summer after entering Hogwarts. The only difference was that practical training sessions were now once a week. Flitwick eventually broke down and complained to Harry. His old bones could barely keep up anymore. A week into the second month. An owl arrived right on time, dropping the Daily Prophet onto the table and perching on Harry's shoulder. Flitwick waved his wand, and 5 nuts fell into the owl's small pouch. Satisfied, the bird grabbed the bread Harry handed it and flew off. Harry reached out, about to pick up the paper. With a loud slap, Flitwick pinned the newspaper under his hand. Harry, I feel great today. How about some practical training right now? Professor, your acting skills are worse than Lockhart's, Harry said, his expression blank. Is there something in the paper you don't want me to see? Flitwick averted his eyes, visibly uneasy. Is it people criticizing me because of my eyes? If that's the case, you don't need to worry. I'm not that fragile. Flitwick pressed the paper down even harder. So it's not about me? Harry asked, surprised. Then why are you so nervous? Harry waved his wand. The table twisted and sank, and a plate transformed into a small hand that slid the paper over to him. Flitwick pulled out his wand, nearly casting a blasting curse in panic. The headline on the front page caught Harry's eye. A large photograph of a man with a haggard face and long, wild hair stared back at him, accompanied by a shocking headline. Still on the run, the most dangerous criminal escapes Azkaban. Flitwick lowered his head, unable to look at Harry. Harry's breath caught, and his heart raced, though his tone remained eerily calm. He escaped. He's very dangerous, Flitwick said, waving his wand to restore the table. Promise me you won't. Professor, you know my abilities, Harry said, setting the newspaper down. The article was full of Fudge's grandstanding and contained no useful information. Where was Sirius Black? How had he escaped? The article said nothing. There was no point in reading further. Flitwick opened his mouth, unsure what to say. He knew Harry's skill level all too well. Harry was already an exceptional wizard, more than capable of avenging his parents. So, let me think, Harry murmured, twirling his wand in his fingers. Why would he escape now? He paused, then looked at Flitwick. Professor, can prisoners in Azkaban access outside information? Some guards might bring them old issues of the Daily Prophet, Flitwick replied. There aren't many restrictions in that regard. After all, most prisoners go mad within 6 months. And Sirius has been there for nearly 12 years. The Daily Prophet. Harry rifled through his memories. It didn't take long for him to recall a particular issue from before summer vacation. One article had reported on a dark wizard attack at Hogwarts and speculated that the Malfoy family might possess certain dark magical artifacts. Was it that article? As Voldemort's former follower, Sirius might have known that the Malfoys held a Horcrux. He could have deduced that the disturbances at Hogwarts were caused by one. Upon realizing that his former master was stirring again, he might have been desperate to escape and prove his loyalty. But where would Sirius go? One answer came to Harry's mind, the Malfoy Manor. Professor, I'm heading out for a bit, Harry said, standing. Flitwick waved his wand, opening the door. If you're going to find Black, I'm coming with you. I'm just going to Ragnarok's workshop, Harry replied, to check on my sword. Flitwick sat back down, though he still seemed uneasy. If you decide to look for Black, don't act alone. You can trust your professors. You know me, Professor, Harry said with a nod as he walked out. Flitwick hesitated, then sighed. That's exactly why I'm worried. At the workshop, Hawk was still closely supervising Ragnarok, nitpicking every step of the crafting process to ensure he didn't pocket any materials. There was movement at the door. Hawk glanced over and immediately greeted Harry warmly. Mr. Potter, what brings you here today? Are you worried about Ragnarok? Don't worry, I'm keeping a close eye on him for you. As the most famous young wizard in the magical world and Ragnarok's best customer, Harry received an enthusiastic welcome. I wanted to check on the progress of my equipment, Harry said. Hawk grew anxious on his behalf. Yes, Mr. Potter, you really do need these items. I've been urging him to hurry. The bone sword is just finished. The armor will take a little longer, but I promise it'll be ready before the term starts. Harry gestured. Where's the sword? Hawk snapped his fingers, and a wooden box floated over from the workshop, landing in Harry's hands. He snapped his fingers again. The box opened, revealing the sword inside. The bone sword was a pristine white, with a blood groove running down its length. This sword is enchanted with dust-repelling, strengthening, and sharpening charms, Hawk explained. It also retains the venom of the basilisk, making it a poison blade. However, due to material limitations, it doesn't have the Gryffindor sword's ability to absorb magical properties. Harry picked it up and gave it a couple of experimental swings. The balance was perfect. How does it feel? Hawk asked eagerly. If there's anything off, we can make adjustments. Ragnarok snorted. Excellent craftsmanship, Harry said, tapping the box with his wand to transform it into a scabbard. He strapped it to his body and slid the sword inside. I'm very satisfied. Ragnarok let out a proud huff. As if a goblin like Hawk, willing to be a wizard's lapdog, could ever appreciate my skills. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 93, Pay Up, Lucius. Hawk, ever the obsequious lackey, snapped his fingers. Several pouches flew out from the workshop and landed in Harry's hands. These are the remaining materials. Only 2 pints of the basilisk venom were used, Hawk said with a sycophantic smile. I've also ground the leftover basilisk bones for you. And here is the detailed breakdown of your expenses. Harry glanced briefly at the items before stowing them away. With a wave of his wand, a few galleons flew out and landed in Hawk's hand. I'll take the sword now, Harry said softly, and Hawk smiled as he saw him off. The moment Harry was gone, Hawk's smile vanished. He turned and glared at Ragnarok, his voice sharp and commanding, Don't stop now. It's not your break time yet. Get back to work. Mr. Potter is under threat. The armor must be finished as soon as possible. If Hawk had a small whip, he would have cracked it at Ragnarok the moment he even thought of slacking. Harry returned to Flitwick's house. You're back already. Flitwick was still halfway through breakfast, poring over the Daily Prophet in hopes of finding something useful. How long does it take to pick up a sword? Harry shook his head. Professor, can you get in touch with the Malfoys? Flitwick froze for a moment. Of course, but why would you want to contact them? Realization dawned on him. You think Black is hiding at Malfoy Manor? Harry nodded. The Ministry visits the Malfoy Manor every 2 or 3 days, Flitwick grumbled. If he's hiding there, they'd have found him by now. Harry replied calmly, the most dangerous place is often the safest. If he could escape from Azkaban, there's a chance he has a way to evade the Ministry's inspections too. And Black could only get news of his master from the Malfoys. He waved his wand, summoning parchment and a quill, which began writing a polite letter. Hedwig, albeit reluctantly, took the letter and flew off. Malfoy Manor. The so-called high society Malfoy family had grown increasingly desolate of late. To fend off the Ministry officials who visited every few days, Lucius had been forced to spend a fortune. But those greedy officials latched onto every weakness like leeches, refusing to let go. To make matters worse, Sirius Black's successful prison break had only added insult to injury, piling more problems onto the already troubled Malfoy household. Lucius was at his wits' end. Seated in his courtyard, he pondered which Ministry official he should bribe next to smooth things over. Suddenly, an owl flew in, dropped a letter on his face, and quickly flew off. Smack. Lucius gritted his teeth. Ever since trouble befell the Malfoy family, even an owl dared to disrespect him. He picked up the letter and, noticing the sender's name, froze. Harry Potter. Could it be that Potter? His face darkened instantly. Carefully, he opened the letter. It contained no curses or enchantments, just content that was far from what he had anticipated. There was no scolding, the handwriting was neat, showing no hint of anger. The language was polite enough. But the content. 2 hours later, as Lucius was still figuring out how to handle the so-called savior, a house elf appeared behind him with a timid voice. Master, there are 2 wizards at the manor gate. One is Professor Flitwick of Hogwarts. The other is Mr. Potter. Lucius looked up in surprise toward the manor gate. They arrived so soon. Did those 2 hours include the time it took for the owl to deliver the letter? At the manor gate. Harry's face had turned slightly green. He looked at Flitwick and said, Professor, that was apparition. How did it feel? Flitwick asked with a smile. Harry shook his head. It's slightly better than the night bus. And by slightly, I mean just barely. He held up his hand, thumb and forefinger pinched to show the tiniest gap. The night bus was half a day of torment. Apparition condensed that torment into a single moment. It was like choosing between chocolate-flavored filth and filth-flavored chocolate. Apparently, teleportation wasn't pleasant in any world. You'll get used to it, Flitwick said, patting Harry's leg in a reassuring manner. When I first learned this spell, I felt just as uncomfortable. But it's incredibly useful. They chatted idly as the gates of the manor opened. Lucius Malfoy, dressed in a leaf green suit, walked out with a practiced, insincere smile. Professor Flitwick, it's been a long time. And the renowned Mr. Potter, he greeted. I've been looking forward to meeting you. Harry cut him off. Hopefully at my funeral. Lucius froze, then forced out a dry laugh, sounding a bit guilty. Why would I? You're still so young. Yes, and I'll be even harder to deal with as I grow, Harry said, staring straight at him without a shred of politeness. Lucius clenched his teeth. I thought you came as a serious guest, Mr. Potter. I came for 2 reasons, Harry said bluntly. First, the Malfoy family owes the Potter family patent fees. It's time to pay up. Lucius's face stiffened as he stared at Harry, taking a deep breath. Are you planning to default? Harry took a step forward. Though shorter than Lucius by a head, his confidence forced Lucius to feel small. The Ministry would be delighted to hear about that, wouldn't they? They'd have yet another reason to investigate. Lucius felt cornered. Of course, I haven't forgotten. But you were so young before. As your relative, I thought the Malfoy family could safeguard it for a while. With relatives like you, who'd rather attend my funeral, I'm truly honored, Harry sneered. Can I take the money with me today? Lucius's face stiffened again. I'll deliver it before the school term starts. Harry nodded. Aha, so you were safeguarding it. Yet you still need time to gather the money for your safekeeping. He emphasized the word safeguard both times. Lucius inhaled deeply, his jaw clenched, cheeks puffing with suppressed frustration. What's the second matter, Mr. Potter? Where is Sirius Black? Harry pulled out his wand. Lucius narrowed his eyes. You're not the first to ask me that. And my answer is the same, I don't know. Is that so? I don't believe you, Harry said, shaking his head. Lucius sneered. The Ministry doesn't believe me either. They've already searched my house 3 times this week. They'd dismantle every floorboard if they could. Fine, then let's talk about the third matter, Harry said, not lowering his wand. Third. Lucius froze, surprised. You said there were only 2. I just thought of it, Harry said expressionlessly. What? Not welcoming. Lucius gritted his teeth and nodded with difficulty. Of course, you're welcome. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 94, Who is he? Let's talk about compensation, Harry said bluntly. Lucius gritted his teeth so hard he thought they might break. He wanted to spit in the boy's face. What compensation do you think you deserve? Voldemort's target was me. Harry pressed his wand against Lucius's chest with just enough force to emphasize his words. Much to your disappointment, I didn't die, nor was I gravely injured. But I was the primary victim. Hearing that name, Lucius shivered. He feared his master more than most. What do you want? That depends on what you have, Harry replied without a trace of politeness. Why don't you let me inside to take a look? Lucius took a step back. Potter, you don't trust me. Black isn't in my house. Why would I trust you? Harry sneered. Because you're planning to give me a dignified death. Or because you've prepared the most luxurious grave for me. There's no trust between us. There never was. Lucius raised a finger. 100 galleons. Think about how much patent money you owe the Potter family over these 12 years, Harry said, shaking his head and flicking Lucius's finger aside with his wand. The sum was astronomical. Magical notes. Artifacts. Lucius quickly switched tactics, offering other valuables. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Harry toyed with Lucius's brooch. You'll have to let me inside to pick something myself, Mr. Malfoy. Lucius's expression darkened, and he turned his gaze toward Flitwick. Professor, perhaps. Before he could finish, Flitwick interrupted him. Today, Potter is in charge. I drank too much yesterday and am not clear-headed enough. Lucius's stormy gaze flicked between Harry and Flitwick. He might be able to deal with one Potter, but adding Flitwick into the equation left him powerless. Haven't decided yet. Harry jabbed the brooch harder against Lucius's chest. Perhaps I should notify the ministry. They might be very willing to assist us. Lucius reluctantly stepped aside, clearing the way. If Mr. Potter wishes to tour the Malfoy Manor, then be my guest. Though called a manor, it was really just a villa with a garden. Pure-blood families love to exaggerate their status. Once inside, Harry wasted no time, raising his wand and casting the Patronus charm. Flitwick followed with a spell, sending invisible ripples through the manor. 2 hours later, Lucius finally saw off the two unwelcome visitors. Father. Potter. How dare they? Draco stormed over, his teeth clenched in humiliation. Lucius shook his head. Why wouldn't they dare? The weak cannot offer suggestions to the strong. He patted his son's head, passing on words once taught to him by Voldemort. Now, it was his turn to teach Draco. There was no better lesson than this. Draco clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage. Outside Malfoy Manor. Professor. Harry asked. Did you find anything? Flitwick shook his head. Harry frowned. He hadn't noticed anything unusual either. The Malfoy house had numerous secret chambers, but the traces on the switches were fresh. At least 10 different magical signatures didn't belong to the Malfoys or their house elves. These were likely from ministry officials, and the magical residue had settled for days, almost faded. Not a single trace suggested someone was hiding in the house without being discovered. The Black family home is likely his next stop, Flitwick said, grabbing Harry's hand. Without waiting for a response, he waved his wand, and magic surged. Pop. Apparition. Professor, please warn me next time, Harry said, bending over, his face pale as he steadied himself on Flitwick's shoulder. That was too sudden. Flitwick feigned innocence. I'll be more mindful next time. Where is the Black family home? Harry asked after catching his breath. Flitwick shook his head. I don't know. No one does. Your grandparents might, but they wouldn't be able to tell you. Harry froze. Protected by the Fidley's charm. Flitwick nodded. If Black is cautious enough, that's where he would have gone first. Harry clenched his fists, clicking his tongue in frustration. The Fidley's charm was troublesome. Unless the secret keeper voluntarily revealed the location, no one could find the protected place. Don't be impatient, Harry, Flitwick said, standing on tiptoe to pat Harry's back. But as Harry straightened, the pat landed awkwardly on his lower back. Flitwick quickly withdrew his hand and coughed heavily to cover his embarrassment. Have you read the detailed report? It mentioned that in Azkaban, Black kept muttering, he's at Hogwarts, he's at Hogwarts. Harry pondered aloud. He's coming to find me. Flitwick nodded. Looks like another eventful school year, Harry sighed as he sat down on a sofa. I hope my 4th year can be completely uneventful for once. Flitwick paused, then silently sat beside him. Wasn't Hogwarts supposed to be the safest place? And yet. Since Harry's enrollment, each term had been full of chaos. Now, the 3rd year seemed poised to follow the same pattern. Maybe he'll be caught before the term starts, Flitwick said, trying to comfort Harry. But staring at his own hands, he realized it was more for himself. Not all Aurors are incompetent. Scrimgeour has some skills, and Moody is an expert tracker. Harry didn't reply. His expression changed as if something had occurred to him. With a wave of his wand, the newspaper on the table flew into his hand. What's wrong? Flitwick asked. Did you find something? Harry's brows furrowed tightly. No, I just find it odd. Odd. Flitwick tilted his head in confusion. It's common knowledge that I'm at Hogwarts, Harry said quietly. Even 2 years ago, the Daily Prophet reported my enrollment. If he was looking for me, he should have escaped 2 years ago. The he Black was referring to, it probably isn't me. Flitwick's eyes widened before realization dawned. He came to the same conclusion as Harry. You think that he means the Dark Lord? Most likely, Harry nodded. Flitwick's brows knitted together as well. But the Dark Lord was destroyed by Dumbledore. The newspapers made it clear, even if it's just a stand-in for a generic dark wizard. Maybe there's some signal between them, Harry suggested, setting the newspaper down. Something that tells Black there's an ally of the Dark Lord at Hogwarts. Perhaps it's even another Horcrux. That's why he kept saying, he's at Hogwarts. Flitwick stood abruptly, his face grim. I need to write to Dumbledore immediately. This is a serious possibility. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 95, The Lion and the Cat. Dumbledore quickly replied to Harry's message. He shared Harry's suspicion that another of Voldemort's Horcruxes might be hidden at Hogwarts. He had already instructed the house elves to search, and they might have results by the time term began. The failure to locate Sirius Black left Harry restless, and it showed in his practical training sessions. Flitwick returned home with trembling legs, barely able to walk. Young people are so energetic, like wolves and tigers. I just can't keep up anymore, Flitwick thought. Hurry up and let the term start. On Harry's birthday, his mood finally lifted a bit. Hedwig was busy all morning, flying in and out with packages. Among them was Hermione's gift, a bottle of sea salt-scented perfume she had carefully picked out in France. The Weasley family also sent gifts. Bill, whom Harry had never met, sent him an elegant Egyptian amulet. The amulet depicted a lion, Mahis, the lion god from Egyptian mythology. It carried real magical power, granting courage and detecting malice. When someone with ill intentions gazed at its wearer, the amulet would emit a hum as a warning. Harry loved it. He strung it on a cord and wore it around his neck, feeling a bit like a monster hunter again. Charlie, the dragon tamer working in Romania, sent Harry a finely crafted dragon figurine and a vial of dragon's blood. Professor McGonagall mailed him 3 notebooks that had belonged to his father, along with one of her own about animagus transformation, a complex branch of transfiguration that Harry could start learning this year. Dumbledore sent a notebook as well. It covered alchemy and occlumency. Even Snape didn't miss the occasion, sending a vial of Felix Felicis, the golden potion that promised good luck. Hagrid's gift nearly destroyed the others, a heap of materials from the Forbidden Forest and a vicious book that snapped and bit at anything it could reach. And, of course, the most important thing, the Hogwarts book list. For elective courses, Harry didn't go overboard like Hermione and select everything. He chose just 3, Ancient Runes, Care of Magical Creatures, and Divination. He found it strange that Hogwarts offered a course on Muggle studies. What was even stranger was how popular the course was, despite the fact that Wizards' understanding of Muggles was laughably inaccurate, more akin to calling a potato a tomato. The only correct conclusion they seemed to have reached was that Muggles couldn't use magic and had the same physical anatomy as Wizards. Harry was particularly interested in the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook. It was normal, thankfully not written by someone like Lockhart. Harry had low expectations for this class. Even a professor like Quirrell, who could at least stick to the curriculum, would suffice. A week before term started, Harry met up with his friends in Diagon Alley. In front of the ice cream shop, Hermione waved enthusiastically at him. Harry. Over here. In her arms was a squishy, ginger-colored creature. As soon as Harry approached, the creature wriggled free from Hermione's grip, leapt onto the table, flattened its ears, fluffed its fur, bared its teeth, and let out a low hiss. No, Crookshanks, he's a friend. Hermione scolded, pressing her hand on the cat's head. You can't act like this. Crookshanks relaxed slightly but remained wary. He's usually very well behaved. I don't know why. Hermione stammered. Maybe it's because you're so strong, Harry, and he feels intimidated. Harry sat down, reached out, and swiftly grabbed the ginger cat by the waist. He pulled it into his lap and began inspecting its ears. I've never been particularly liked by cats. To be precise, no monster hunter ever was. Crookshanks rolled onto its back, lying in Harry's lap with a confused expression. A Kneazle hybrid. Harry said in surprise, lifting the cat's tail. This is a fantastic pet. A Kneazle. Hermione looked puzzled. The shopkeeper didn't tell you? Harry asked, pressing on Crookshanks's paw to extend its claws, which were sharp and healthy. Crookshanks finally realized it was being handled by this dangerous man. It let out a furious hiss and twisted its body, aiming to scratch Harry's face. But as it moved, Harry gently pushed, causing it to spin 360 degrees and land back on its back in his lap. Stay still and let me check, Harry said, pressing his hand on its head. Crookshanks hesitated, sniffing the air. It detected the presence of numerous magical creatures it dared not provoke on Harry. There was the scent of a dangerous serpent under his robe, his sword carried a threatening aura, and his pockets held traces of unicorns, acromantulas, and centaurs. It obediently lay still, no longer struggling. The shopkeeper just said he was a poor thing, left behind because of his strange appearance, Hermione said quietly. I felt sorry for him and decided to buy him. Then you got a bargain, Harry said, continuing his examination. Even as a hybrid, he likely inherited some Kneasel traits, high intelligence and the ability to sense danger. Hermione rummaged through her bag, pulled out a book, and began flipping through it. When she found the entry on Kneasels, she read with increasing interest, growing fonder of Crookshanks by the second. Ron soon joined them. Over the summer, he'd grown a bit taller, gotten tanned in Egypt, and donned a new set of robes. He looked more mature and composed. Harry. Ron greeted enthusiastically. How was your summer? I heard you went to Malfoy Manor to collect a debt. Harry nodded. Not bad. Consider it a bit of payback on your behalf. George and Fred found some fun stuff in Egypt. Maybe next term, we'll use it on little Malfoy, Ron said with a grin. It seemed he had moved past the incident with Malfoy and regained his cheerful demeanor. Did you buy your books yet? Harry nodded. Hermione patted her bulging bag, which contained 3 large sacks of books. Ron stared, stunned. Hermione, why do you have so many more books than I do? Isn't the library enough for you? They're for my electives, Hermione said seriously. I signed up for every elective, so of course, I have more books than you. Are you planning to skip eating and sleeping? Ron teased. Can you even manage all those classes? Professor McGonagall said there'd be a way, Hermione said earnestly. Harry's already so far ahead, he's first, and I'm second. But by 4th or 5th year, Harry will still be first, and I'll fall far behind. Ron sighed. You can't compare yourself to Harry. I told Bill about him, and he was shocked, and he got 12 OWLS. The goblins at Gringotts are practically begging Harry to graduate early and become a curse breaker. Harry handed Crookshanks back to Hermione. They're not interested in me. They're interested in the Gryffindor sword. The ginger cat darted past Ron's face. He jumped back, his expression turning to horror. What is that? And why is it here? Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 96, The Rat and the Cat. Crookshanks, Hermione's pet, Harry explained, his expression puzzled. I thought you were only afraid of spiders. When did you start fearing cats? Ron stared at Crookshanks warily. I'm not afraid of cats, it's just. I ran into that one at the pet shop. Harry raised an eyebrow. Did a cat beat you up? Ron flushed with embarrassment. No. Of course not. Me. Beaten up by a cat. No way. Crookshanks tilted his head, burrowed into Hermione's arms, and let out a grumpy purring sound. Hermione, you'd better hold on to him, Ron said, still eyeing the cat cautiously as he pulled his rat out of his pocket. Scabbers hasn't been doing well since we got back from Egypt. Scabbers had grown thinner and more lethargic, with fur that looked dry and scraggly like weeds, a picture of poor health. I took him to the pet shop for a checkup, but the shopkeeper said he wasn't sick. Maybe he's just too old, Ron sighed, gently poking Scabbers' head. Everything Ron owned was second-hand. His pet was no exception. But pets were different from ordinary items, living things foster emotional bonds. Scabbers was ugly and even missing a toe, but after living together for over 2 years, Ron couldn't bear the thought of watching him die. I was about to buy some rat tonic when that horrible cat pounced on him and nearly ate him. Ron said through gritted teeth. Luckily, Scabbers was quick and escaped. It took me forever to find him again. Hermione blinked and instinctively glanced at the book she had been reading earlier. Cats chasing rats was natural. But the details she had just read kept spinning in her mind, making her feel uneasy. She looked at Harry, whose expression remained neutral as he asked, How old is Scabbers? Ron paused, furrowing his brow. I don't know. He was Bill's pet first, then Bill gave him to Percy, and when Percy became a prefect and got an owl, he passed Scabbers down to me. At least 13 years, then, Harry said thoughtfully. That's a long life for a rat. Ron didn't notice anything strange about Harry's tone and sighed again. I just hope he can die of old age, not end up in Crookshanks' mouth. Hermione opened her mouth as if to say something. Harry raised his hand and tapped Crookshanks on the head. You heard that, stay away from Scabbers. Crookshanks bared his teeth, his whiskers twitching in protest, but he let out a reluctant meow before turning his head and snuggling deeper into Hermione's arms. The rest of his life seemed bleak. Encountering someone this dangerous. They chatted for a while longer before Ron waved goodbye and headed home. Scabbers might not be an ordinary rat. Hermione blurted out eagerly as soon as Ron was out of earshot, clutching Crookshanks tightly. I know, Harry nodded, pulling a few all treats from his pocket and offering them to Crookshanks. What do you think he could be? Hermione frowned. Crookshanks sniffed the treats, his nose twitching at the enticing scent. After a brief pause, he pawed the treats into his mouth. His eyes lit up instantly. He sprang onto Harry's lap from Hermione's knees, rubbing his head affectionately against Harry and swishing his tail enthusiastically. I liked you better when you were defiant, Harry teased, stroking Crookshanks. Aunt Petunia's knack for cooking seemed to work wonders on magical creatures too. Hermione flipped through her book frantically. As the day turned to evening, she closed the book in frustration. I couldn't find anything. Scabbers doesn't seem to have any magical creature traits, he just looks like an ordinary garden rat. Why assume he must be a magical creature? Harry said, rubbing Crookshanks' belly as the cat lay sprawled on his lap, purring contentedly. He might be something else. Something else. Hermione paused, her eyes widening. You mean, he might be an animagus? Harry nodded. That's unlikely, isn't it? Hermione hesitated. Scabbers has been a pet for 13 years. Rats don't live that long. People do, Harry said, trailing his hand along Crookshanks' tail. You should trust your pet's instincts. Crookshanks let out a lazy meow, seemingly agreeing. But wizards who stay in animagus form for too long risk losing their humanity and becoming actual animals, Hermione said, frowning. She had picked up some knowledge about animagi while spending time with Harry. Who knows? Harry mused, pulling out his lion amulet. But Scabbers doesn't seem harmful. This hasn't detected any malice. And he's been living with the Weasleys for 13 years. If he wanted to do something, he would have done it long ago. Hermione nodded in agreement. There's no way he could have predicted that the Weasleys would win a big prize 13 years later. Going through all the trouble for a few hundred galleons wouldn't be worth it. After chatting a bit longer, Hermione left with Crookshanks. Harry stopped at the Leaky Cauldron for a drink before returning home through the Floo network. Finally, to Professor Flitwick's relief, term began. On the evening of August 31st, there was a knock at the door. When Flitwick opened it, a group of Aurors filed in, led by a familiar face, Rufus Scrimgeour, whom they had met briefly at Hogwarts. What brings you here? Flitwick asked, frowning. I haven't received any notice from the Ministry of Magic. Scrimgeour waved a hand, smiling. Relax, Professor Flitwick. We're here to protect Mr. Potter. After all, you know that the escapee's target is very likely Potter. Harry poked his head out, his tone calm. The Ministry of Magic is here to protect me. Are you sure about that? Scrimgeour's eyelid twitched at the reminder of the incidents at Hogwarts earlier that year but nodded anyway. Of course. In terms of ability, I'm more likely to protect you, Harry said bluntly, giving Scrimgeour no chance to save face. Mr. Scrimgeour, these Aurors. This is an order from the Ministry of Magic, Scrimgeour interrupted, desperate to salvage his dignity. I'm not Professor Dumbledore, Harry said, waving his wand. The floor surged like waves beneath the Aurors' feet. A few managed to steady themselves with their wands, but nearly half were thrown off balance and rolled out the door. See? Harry said, spreading his hands innocently. Scrimgeour shook his head. Mr. Potter, the Ministry needs people to believe we're protecting you. Considering our shared history fighting the basilisk. Harry interjected softly, Mr. Scrimgeour, are you offering me a commission? Scrimgeour froze. The memory of Harry haggling with Snape surfaced in his mind. He gritted his teeth and nodded decisively. If that works, then yes. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 97, I Know Him. 15 galleons. That was the price Harry and Scrimgeour agreed upon after a heated negotiation. The Aurors would escort Harry to King's Cross Station, and Scrimgeour would pay Harry for playing along. September 1st. Under the Aurors' nervous protection, Harry traveled through the Floo network to the Leaky Cauldron, then by car directly to King's Cross Station. They even accompanied him inside the station. A short woman with stiff features, exaggeratedly curled hair, and glasses resembling beetle shells waved a camera in Harry's face, snapping pictures relentlessly. She seemed determined to shove the lens directly into Harry's face. It wasn't until the train was about to depart that Harry managed to slip away. The woman sighed in disappointment, she had only managed 2 rolls of film. Hardly enough for a proper photo collection. They're so over the top, Hermione muttered as Harry finally rejoined her and Ron, who had been waiting by the door. Earning money isn't easy, Harry said, sighing. Money? What money? Ron's ears perked up at the mention, always sensitive to the topic. Harry glanced at the Aurors retreating outside and explained, for playing along in this act with the Aurors, 15 galleons. Ron gulped, his expression full of envy. You got 15 galleons for that? That's Harry, Hermione said sharply, waving her wand to lift their luggage. If it were you, even if you paid them 15 galleons, they still wouldn't bother. Ron grumbled, not necessarily. Ministry officials are desperate for money. Hermione paused, considering Ron's circumstances, then nodded in reluctant agreement. The train began to move. Making their way through the crowded compartments, they found most of them already full of students. Only near the very end of the train did they come across a compartment with just one occupant. Inside was an adult wizard, slumped against the window and apparently asleep. They crept in quietly. Once seated, they got a better look at the man. His robes were clean but very old, patched in several places, a rarity among wizards, as even the poorest could use magic to mend their clothes. His face was thin and pale, almost sickly, though his features were somewhat handsome. He looked frail and weak, as though a stiff breeze could knock him over. "This isn't a student train, is it?" Ron whispered. "Who's he?" "Professor R.J. Lupin," Hermione replied. Ron blinked in surprise. "How do you know that?" He would have been less shocked if Harry had answered. Hermione didn't reply but pointed to the luggage rack above them. Ron followed her gesture and saw a battered suitcase with the same worn edges and scratches as its owner. Stamped on the corner of the case was the name R.J. Lupin. Ron turned back to examine the men more closely. "Our new defense against the dark arts professor. He looks decent enough. He's not another Lockhart, is he?" "No," Harry said, shaking his head and studying Lupin with a penetrating gaze. "He might actually be a competent professor." Lupin's ears twitched ever so slightly. "But he looks so weak," Ron muttered. "One swing from a troll, and he'd be flattened like a pancake." Hermione glared at Ron, silencing him. Ron sighed, slumping back in his seat. Fine. I just hope he's up to the job. We haven't had a proper defense against the dark arts class in 2 years. Except for Harry, no one in our year can get an outstanding grade." Hermione gritted her teeth, clearly annoyed. She turned to Harry, who was still staring at Lupin. "Harry, do you know this professor?" "I've heard of him, but we've never met," Harry replied softly. Lupin's ears twitched again. Hermione frowned, trying to recall. "Is Lupin famous?" "I don't remember reading about him in any of my books." "He was a friend of my father's," Harry said casually. Lupin's breathing quickened. "Ah, I see," Hermione nodded. "Then he must be a talented wizard." Harry nodded. "My grandfather mentioned him a lot, said he was proud, skilled, and hardworking." Lupin's breath hitched, and his heart pounded furiously. "Looks like we've finally got a decent professor this year," Ron said, leaning back and relaxing as he glanced at Lupin, relieved to have someone promising nearby. But before he could finish his sentence, Harry pulled out his wand and placed his other hand on the hilt of the sword strapped to his back. Narrowing his eyes, he stood and fixed his gaze on Lupin. "Harry, what's wrong?" Hermione asked, clutching Crookshanks tightly, clearly startled. Harry held up his lion amulet, which was faintly humming. "What's that?" Hermione asked, puzzled. Ron explained, "It's the gift Bill gave Harry. It can sense malice directed at its wearer." Lupin opened his eyes and raised his hands in a calming gesture, his tone gentle. "Relax, Harry. I don't have any ill intentions toward you." The amulet gradually quieted. Hermione pointed Crookshanks at Lupin, but the half-Kneazle merely yawned and curled up, falling asleep with no reaction. Harry sat back down slowly, pulling Crookshanks into his lap. "Sorry to disturb your rest." Lupin shook his head. "It's fine. I've had enough rest." Ron frowned at the amulet. "Maybe it's broken. Should we ask Bill to replace it?" Harry replayed the events in the compartment in his mind. No, the amulet should be fine. At King's Cross, the amulet had vibrated in Malfoy's presence. But around others, it had remained still. If anyone bore ill will toward him, it wasn't Lupin. He had been awake the entire time they were in the compartment. If Lupin harbored ill intentions, he would have shown them earlier. Perhaps, it was because he feared someone discovering his werewolf identity. "Harry, I didn't expect you to know about me," Lupin stammered, lowering his head. "I'm sorry I never." "No need to apologize, Professor Lupin," Harry said, testing the waters. "My grandfather told me all about you, and I understand." Lupin froze, his heart in his throat. "Everything?" Harry nodded. "Everything." Lupin let out a bitter laugh. "That's quite something." The amulet remained silent, showing no signs of movement. "Compared to Tom and Lockhart, you're already an improvement," Harry said encouragingly. After all, Professor Dumbledore knew everything from the start. "Tom." Lupin looked puzzled. "I thought your first-year professor was Quirrell." "Tom is Voldemort," Harry explained. "Quirrell was possessed by him at the time. And last year was much the same. Tom turned Hogwarts into a complete mess." Lupin leaned back, stunned. None of this had been mentioned by Dumbledore. Compared to Voldemort, his own situation hardly seemed like a problem at all. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 98, The Lion and the Dementor. Ron and Hermione were utterly confused. What were Harry and Lupin talking about in riddles? Professor Lupin is dangerous too. Hermione ventured a guess based on the cryptic exchange. Harry didn't respond. He glanced at Lupin, the protective amulet in his hand still calm and quiet. Lupin hesitated before speaking. It's hard for me to explain, but I hope you can trust me. I'm safe and will do my best to be a good professor. Hermione looked at Harry, unwilling to trust a man she'd only just met. Harry nodded. Following his lead, Hermione said, "Then I trust you too, Professor Lupin." "So do I," Ron added. Lupin exhaled deeply, visibly relieved. "Thank you, Harry. As payment, tell me, what kind of person is Sirius Black?" Harry leaned forward, staring directly at him. "You were once his best friend. Maybe you know how he escaped from Azkaban." Lupin fell silent. The amulet in Harry's hand began to hum once more. Harry raised his wand. Ron and Hermione didn't hesitate either, quickly pulling out their own wands and pointing them at Lupin. Lupin raised his hands high. "Harry, I swear I mean you no harm." He said so, but the amulet's vibrations persisted. Outside, the wind howled, and rain drummed against the windows. The train slowed to a crawl. "Sirius." Lupin sighed, keeping his hands raised as he began to explain slowly. "I mean Black. He was the person your father trusted most." He paused briefly before continuing. "He was a classic Gryffindor. At least, to people from other houses, he seemed like the epitome of Gryffindor values. Reckless, impulsive, and brash. To be honest, I always found it hard to believe he would betray James. Not because I thought he was particularly virtuous, but because he lacked the cunning and subtlety for such treachery. He'd have given himself away on the first day. But if you're asking whether he could have escaped Azkaban, I suppose it's possible." The amulet's vibrations intensified sharply. At that moment. Clang. The train lurched violently, screeching to a halt. The lights in the compartment flickered and then went out completely. Stupefy. Harry didn't hesitate for even a second. A stunning spell shot from his wand, hitting Lupin squarely. Lupin had no time to react to Harry's decisiveness and was knocked unconscious by the spell. The amulet's vibrations continued for 2 more seconds before gradually subsiding. Was it really Lupin? Harry frowned, surprised. "Harry, what's going on?" Hermione whispered, lighting the compartment with her wand. "Did Lupin do something?" Harry peered into the corridor. "I don't think so." From the darkness came a shrill, grating sound, like rats scratching at metal. Ron pressed his face to the window, squinting into the stormy night. "It looks like someone stopped the train. And now they're boarding it. This is Hogwarts train," Hermione exclaimed, pushing Ron aside to get a better look. But she was too late, she only caught the faintest glimpse of a shadow disappearing into a blind spot. In the other compartments, the chatter of students began to swell, only to fall eerily silent moments later. A dark, oppressive, malevolent aura filled the train, growing thicker with each passing second and pressing into Harry's senses. He slid the compartment door open. In the corridor stood a tall, cloaked figure. Its head nearly brushed the ceiling, and it floated forward soundlessly. Wherever it passed, silence followed. Even the air itself seemed to freeze in its presence. It sucked the happiness, warmth, and vitality from its surroundings with greedy abandon. Harry recognized it immediately, a Dementor. The terrifying guards of Azkaban. Has Fudge's brain been completely replaced with troll dung? Harry gritted his teeth, his expression a mixture of anger and disbelief. Even after last year, when he'd already seen the Ministry's incompetence firsthand, he hadn't expected them to stoop to such levels of idiocy. Allowing Dementors on a train full of children. He raised his wand and cast the spell. Expecto Patronum. A silver lion burst from his wand, roaring as it leapt at the towering Dementor. The lion lunged, biting and clawing, tearing the creature's cloak to shreds and slamming it to the ground. The Dementor exhaled a plume of black mist. The lion seized it in its jaws and charged toward the front of the train, scattering Dementors in its path. Moments later, the train's lights flickered back to life. The whistle sounded, and the train began moving again. Harry waited by the door for a few moments. When no Ministry official appeared, he returned to the compartment. Lupin was still unconscious. With a wave of his wand, Harry transformed an article of clothing from Lupin's suitcase into a rope and securely bound him. Some time later, Lupin groggily awoke. He blinked at the compartment lights, disoriented, and tried to sit up, only to realize he was tied. "Harry," he asked, bewildered. As soon as Lupin woke, the amulet began vibrating violently again. Harry regarded him calmly. "Professor, for everyone's safety, I had to take precautions." Lupin stared at the lion amulet on Harry's chest. His eyes were sincere, and after a moment of struggle, he nodded with difficulty. "Harry, I swear I have no ill intentions toward you." Harry met his gaze. There was no evasion in Lupin's expression. His eyes were steady and, perhaps, even a little warm. It wasn't the kind of look a malicious person would give. I'll untie you once we reach Hogwarts, Harry said flatly, unmoved by the sentiment in Lupin's eyes. Such expressions didn't sway him anymore. He had seen them before, only to be stabbed in the back. The only thing one could trust was evidence and experience. Maybe we can continue our earlier conversation? Harry asked. How exactly did Sirius Black escape Azkaban? The amulet began to hum more intensely, vibrating sharply. Lupin opened his mouth to answer, but before he could speak, the compartment door slid open roughly. An Auror stepped inside, scanning the occupants with a frown. Who cast that Patronus just now? That was me, Harry replied coolly. Hermione's expression twisted slightly. She couldn't help recalling their earlier encounter with the Aurors. The man's gaze landed on Harry's distinctive eyes, and he took a step back, his tone softening. Mr. Potter. That Patronus was remarkable, clearly your work. But those were Ministry staff, deployed too. Harry cut him off impatiently. Has Fudge lost his mind? Have you lost yours? Putting Dementors on a train full of children, what were you thinking? The Auror lowered his head, speechless. Dementors? On the train? Lupin asked, surprised. I've already dealt with them, Harry replied curtly. The Auror fidgeted awkwardly, unsure how to respond. The train slowed again, finally coming to a halt. They had arrived. The Auror let out a sigh of relief. We've reached Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. I'll leave you now. He scurried out of the compartment, hastily shutting the door behind him. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 99, Into the Stomach. Harry stood, tapping himself lightly with his wand to transform his clothes into his Hogwarts robes. With another wave, the ropes binding Lupin slithered back into the suitcase. Shall we meet in Dumbledore's office tonight? Harry offered. Lupin shook his head. Dumbledore will catch Black. Harry raised his wand. Black doesn't have the cunning for that, Lupin continued firmly, shaking his head again. He doesn't have the wits to stay hidden or act as a spy. I believe him. Ron stifled a laugh. Even Hermione's expression turned peculiar. Then how about your office tonight? Harry hesitated for a moment, gripping the vibrating amulet tightly and taking a deep breath before extending the invitation again. Lupin nodded. I'll be waiting for you. After a moment's thought, Lupin pulled his wand from his robes and tossed it to Harry. Harry, caught off guard, nearly fumbled it. Harry, I know I have no right to say this, Lupin began hesitantly, his words labored. I haven't seen you even once all these years. But trust me, I have no intention of ever harming you, unless... He didn't finish the sentence. But Harry understood what he meant, it would only happen under circumstances beyond Lupin's control. Harry pocketed the wand. I appreciate your trust in me, but I can't completely trust you just yet. See you tonight. They disembarked from the train and boarded the carriages. The rain poured down heavily, but the thestrals pulling the carriages moved steadily, flying low and slow through the night. Harry, what exactly is Professor Lupin? Hermione asked, frowning. Is he dangerous? If he doesn't want to say, it's not my place to reveal it, Harry replied, shaking his head. Hermione looked like she wanted to press further. Harry cut her off. But he should be reliable. Dumbledore knows what he is, my parents knew too. They spent 7 years at Hogwarts with him and became his best friends. If he wasn't reliable... Harry's tone hardened. Then I'd have already convinced Dumbledore to assign him a different role besides teaching defense against the dark arts. Ron smirked. In that case, I really hope he isn't reliable. The carriage soon arrived at the main gate. Harry's expression darkened. By the flying boar statue stood 2 Dementors. They floated near the carriages, hovering greedily and restlessly. The Ministry really is stupid, Hermione growled through gritted teeth. It seems only brainless fools can secure top positions there. After 2 chaotic years, turning Hogwarts into Azkaban almost feels inevitable, Harry said with a bitter laugh and a sarcastic shrug. Entering the Great Hall, the icy chill brought by the Dementors melted away under the warmth inside. Students who hadn't seen each other all summer chatted noisily. Many of them wore Gryffindor pendants, about the size of a palm, hanging proudly from their necks. Even a few Slytherins could be spotted wearing them. The sorting ceremony proceeded as usual. Once the last student was sorted, the sorting hat impatiently called out, Harry, come and get me. Harry walked over, drawing his bone sword as he went. Wait, what are you doing? The sorting hat asked nervously. Harry picked up the hat and sheathed the sword inside. It's just a sword, Harry replied. It's longer than Gryffindor's, the hat protested, sounding disgruntled. I think it's poking my stomach. You're a hat. You have a stomach. Harry flicked the brim. It's a metaphor. I told you that back in first year, the hat replied indignantly. By the way, why do you have another sword? Are you afraid you can't pass Gryffindor's trials with just one? I need 2 swords, Harry said matter-of-factly. Some situations call for something other than the Gryffindor sword. Crookshanks curiously patted over, pawing at the sorting hat. A talking hat was a novel sight for him. "Oh no, why is there a cat here?" the sorting hat yelped, its voice trembling. "My pet. Are you scared of cats?" Hermione asked, making no effort to stop Crookshanks. The hat nodded its pointed tip. "Once there was a headmistress who kept a cat. You know how curious cats are." Before it could finish, Crookshanks extended his claws and scratched at the hat. Protected by magic, the hat remained undamaged. The ginger cat, enjoying the texture, enthusiastically began scratching with both paws. "I knew it. I knew this would happen," the hat wailed in frustration. "Harry, do me a favor and get it off me, will you?" Crookshanks let out a defiant meow. "He's part Kneazle." "A Kneazle," the hat cried louder. "Oh no, that kind of creature." At the staff table, Dumbledore rose, his expression serious. "My dear students, it's wonderful to see you all again after the summer," he began. "But this year will be different." Ron muttered under his breath, "More different than the last 2 years." He couldn't imagine anything more extraordinary than Voldemort's return. "There are a few things I must address, one of them being extremely important. I hope you'll all take it to heart," Dumbledore continued, clearing his throat and speaking with added weight. "As you may have noticed, Azkaban Dementors have been stationed at Hogwarts, assigned here by the Ministry of Magic to carry out official duties. Some of you may already know this, as they inspected the Hogwarts Express earlier today, albeit unpleasantly." Fred interrupted loudly, "No, that silver lion made it quite enjoyable." The younger Gryffindors laughed and cheered. They all knew who had summoned the lion. Even if they hadn't seen it themselves, they'd heard the stories. It was Harry Potter's Patronus. Dumbledore's stern expression softened into a faint smile. He raised his hand to quiet the room. "Indeed, I quite like that Patronus as well," he said with a twinkle in his eye. "However, for those of you who have not yet mastered the Patronus charm, Dementors remain extremely dangerous." He paused, his tone growing serious once more. "They are stationed at every entrance to the school, including certain hidden and lesser-known passages that some students may believe to be secret. While they remain here, you are not to leave the grounds without permission. Dementors are highly perceptive, no spell, potion, or disguise can fool them. I urge all prefects and our newly appointed head boy and head girl to ensure the safety of your fellow students." Percy puffed out his chest, proudly displaying his shiny badge. Dumbledore then waved his wand, sending a gentle magic throughout the hall that filled each student with warmth and lifted their spirits. "Now, let's move on to lighter matters," he said, his tone brightening. "First, let me introduce 2 new professors. This year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Professor Lupin." Lupin, looking even more haggard after being stunned earlier, stood up to a sparse round of applause, mostly from the first years. Every older Hogwarts student had long since given up hope of finding a competent Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 100, More Cautious Than Your Father. To many in the hall, Lupin seemed even less reliable than Lockhart. At least Lockhart managed to present himself as a proper wizard, while Lupin wore patched robes. Would it kill him to use a simple mending charm? Look at the way Snape's staring at him," Ron whispered, tugging on Harry's sleeve as if uncovering a monumental secret. "He was my father's friend," Harry replied succinctly. "Back in school, I think he used to beat up Professor Snape." Ron froze, pursing his lips. Well, that actually made a lot of sense. Lupin, with an expression of practiced calm, resumed his seat, seemingly accustomed to cold stares. Dumbledore continued, "Now, let us welcome our second new professor. I regret to inform you that Professor Kettleben has submitted his resignation. Please understand, he's a man who loves magical creatures, but he's no longer up for the task." The upper year students burst into laughter. The younger students, on the other hand, looked confused, not quite grasping the joke. To replace him as Care of Magical Creatures professor, Rubeus Hagrid has graciously agreed to take on this role in addition to his duties as Keeper of Keys and Grounds. The announcement was met with hesitation. For a moment, no one clapped. Harry, however, started clapping first. He trusted Hagrid's expertise in magical creatures. Their occasional conversations on the subject had often left Harry impressed by Hagrid's deep understanding. Following Harry's lead, the Gryffindor table erupted in enthusiastic applause. The Hufflepuffs joined in cheerfully. Even the Ravenclaws reluctantly followed suit. Only the Slytherins clapped sparsely, their disdain clear. Hagrid beamed at Harry, his face hidden within his thick beard lighting up with a grateful smile. "I should have known," Ron muttered, clapping as well. "Who else but Hagrid would have us buy biting books?" "Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them might have been a better choice," Hermione said with a tinge of worry. "Not every student will figure out how to tame that book." Ron blinked in surprise. "Tame it? You mean that book can actually be tamed? You didn't figure that out?" Hermione asked, equally shocked. This was the third best student in their year. Ron's ears turned red. "I just used a binding charm to keep it tied up." "Same," Harry admitted with a nod. Relieved, Ron lost his guilt. Even Harry hadn't figured it. Spines are its weak point, Harry added matter-of-factly. You knew. Ron stammered. Harry nodded. Then why'd you do the same thing as me? Ron asked, bewildered. To tease Hedwig once in a while, Harry said with a shrug. She didn't deliver many letters this summer, and Aunt Petunia kept feeding her treats. She's put on weight, 2 whole rings. If she gets any heavier, she won't be able to fly. Hermione recalled something and exclaimed, no wonder Hedwig felt so heavy when she landed on my head the other day. Dumbledore waved his wand, and food appeared along the long tables. Harry and his friends enjoyed their meal. Meanwhile, the Sorting Hat endured an endless barrage of affection from Crookshanks. After dinner, as Hermione cradled Crookshanks in her arms, the cat bit down stubbornly on the Sorting Hat, unwilling to let go of its new toy. Let go. I need it tonight, Harry said, lightly tapping Crookshanks on the head. Obediently, the cat released the hat. Hermione raised an eyebrow. He listens to you so well. He's afraid of me, Harry replied, stroking Crookshanks' head and tugging on one of his ears. He's a clever one. Crookshanks let out a soft meow, a sound that was more genuine than pretentious. Be careful, Hermione warned. If you're not back by midnight, I'm telling Professor McGonagall. Harry nodded. Don't worry. If I can't make it back in time, I'll use my Patronus to send you a message. If you don't hear from me, then tell Professor McGonagall. Suddenly, the amulet on Harry's chest began vibrating violently again. He looked around. Lupin was chatting with McGonagall. Snape wasn't looking at him but was glaring daggers at Lupin, his eyes filled with hatred, loathing, and a trace of concern. Harry's mind raced. So, Lupin likely knew about that incident with his mother. He scanned the hall. Malfoy, looking sullen, was walking with a group of upper-year students, paying no attention to Harry. A few Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor girls were glancing his way. When they noticed him looking back, they blushed and quickly averted their eyes. They didn't seem malicious. So who was it? Harry frowned. Parting ways with Hermione and Ron on the 3rd floor, he made his way toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. As he left the crowd behind, the amulet stopped vibrating. He paused mid-step. Besides Hermione and Ron, fewer than 10 Ravenclaw and Gryffindor students had been walking with him earlier. Could the malice have come from one of those strangers? If it were a Hufflepuff, it would make more sense. After all, last year, with Dumbledore's help, Harry had stolen their house cup. Knock knock knock. Harry rapped on the door. Almost immediately, Lupin opened it. The amulet was silent. Harry, come in, Lupin said, ushering him inside. Instead of entering right away, Harry waved his wand, transforming his robes into a small deer that bounded into the room. The deer hopped around, checked every corner, and then leapt back out, signaling the all-clear. Only then did Harry step inside. If James had been as cautious as you, things might have been different, Lupin said wistfully, shaking his head. He and Sirius were reckless to a fault. I figured as much, Harry replied. You'd have to be pretty fearless to befriend a werewolf. Lupin shook his head with a wry smile. James was braver than you think. He even accompanied me on full moons when I transformed. Harry froze, leaning back slightly and patting himself down. I'm sure I don't have any werewolf bites. I've never bitten anyone, Lupin said, dragging over 2 chairs. If I had, Dumbledore wouldn't have hired me. Harry sat down. Let's continue our train conversation. How do you think Sirius Black escaped Azkaban? Lupin sat across from him, choosing his words carefully. Do you know about animagi? Professor McGonagall gave me several of my dad's notes on transfiguration, Harry replied. I'm planning to try animagus transformation this year. Lupin blinked, startled. You're just like your father, brilliant. But he didn't approach professors for guidance. He, Sirius, and Peter tried animagus transformation recklessly, on their own. They were careless, but lucky. All 3 succeeded. All 3. Harry caught on quickly. So Sirius used animagus transformation to escape Azkaban. The amulet remained silent. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates.